Chapter 451, Mining and Entertainment. You mean? Their sentences are too long, and you don't have to do anything. It's enough to let them get the key inadvertently. Rusalka lives on Fishman Island. Although there are some inexplicable rumors, she also has her own social life. Fesh doesn't want to ignore the laws of the Kingdom of Ryugu directly, otherwise Rusalka will be embarrassed in the future. But he has always been unhappy that those people are alive, so he needs them to escape from prison. Mr. Jinbei, those who kidnapped their own people are scum even among the fishmen, right? Finally, Jinbei agreed to the deal. When he returned to the Kingdom of Ryugu to resign, he made a few mistakes with his last authority, and then left the Fishman Island with a large amount of arms, and followed Arlong and the others to pursue Tiger. Erfish, who received the news, did not show mercy. He intercepted them before they fled back to Fishman Street and put an end to this hatred. After escaping from Marijoa, most of the slaves went their separate ways, while the fishmen stayed with Tiger. They covered the original Sky Dragon seal with the sun symbol set by Tiger, and made it impossible for all members to distinguish whether others had been slaves. By the Fishmonth Sun pirates formed by the pirates began their adventure on the sea. Fisher Tiger pursued a peaceful policy during the voyage and asked the crew not to harm humans without reason, including humans who were at war with them. Although he defeated many navy and bounty hunters who were chasing them, he also defeated many pirates who wanted to use them to become famous. This is the most effective way for pirates to gain fame, to defeat the most popular person at the moment. When the title of the Emperor of the Sea just came out, whether it was Kaido, Whitebeard or Big Mom, they would encounter challengers who were ignorant of the height of the sky and the earth from time to time. They used the corpses of losers to completely establish their position. However, although there were many people defeated, Tiger always advocated not to kill humans, because the meaning of the Sun Pirates was liberation and freedom. He often told his companions, "We will not kill anyone." If other people said this, most fishermen would sneer. But Tiger is different. His reputation is too great. Jinbei is gradually influenced by Tiger. Even Arlong begins to be careful, but he still hits hard. Arlong. Big brother. After another battle, Tiger found Arlong. Although he had talked several times, the results did not satisfy Tiger. Humans are not all bad. You should know that Whitebeard's flag protects Fishman Island. And I heard that you have a good relationship with Mander Fesh. Big brother, don't mention that guy. That bastard is actually a human pretending to be. I don't know where he got the ability to not be afraid of water. Don't be so stubborn, Arlong, didn't you notice that your tone has changed? Tiger patted Arlong on the shoulder, then walked back to the cabin and planned the future voyage according to the sea chart. On Fishman Island, after a period of sailing, Tizero, who replaced Kojiro, also arrived at Fishman Island, and he was also warmly welcomed by Otohime. Because he represents the beast fruit, even though there is also a pirate group behind the beast fruit, the beast fruit has a completely different meaning. It is a legal enterprise of the world government. The employees of the enterprise can choose to go through Marijoa Red Port instead of Fishman Island. The contact between legal enterprises and Fishman Island has a lot of overlap with her philosophy. Today, the most powerful force on the sea is still the world government. If you want to live freely, the attitude of the world government is very important. Although fishmen have a natural aquatic advantage, there is only one sun tree Eve, which is the only way for Fishman Island to get sunlight in the deep sea, which leads to the fixed living position of most fishmen and mermaids. If it really leads to a split between the two tribes, it will do more harm than good to the fishmen. Although Otohime's idea is naive, the future she imagines is the best policy for Fishman Island based on the current situation. Mr. Tizero, Miss Stella, please come this way. King Neptune and Princess Otohime have been waiting for you for a long time. Under the leadership of the Left Minister of Catfish, they came to the reception room of the Kingdom of Ryugu. After Jinbei left, the Right Minister of Kaiba took over the post of the Commander of the Sea King Army. At this time, he was inspecting the guards at the prison. This was the impact of the previous jailbreak. Then there were familiar polite words, but compared to the chattering of those people in Marijoa, it was much easier to talk here. Soon Tizero got to the point and began to discuss the issue of the mining company. Your Majesty, Princess, Kojiro should have discussed the specific regulations with you before, right? After such a long time, you should have considered it almost. After thinking it over, we agree with Kojiro's proposal. We will assist you in recruiting employees in Fishman Island in the name of the Ryugu Kingdom. They finally chose this path, because the people of Fishman Island did not understand mining, nor did they know how to organize people to mine, and in order to expand cooperation, Otohime and Neptune finally chose this method. Some details were discussed by Kojiro before, such as they would take the Ryugu kingdom to explore the mining site, and the place where fishmen and mermaids could not live could not be on land. Although Otohime could sense that the other party had no malicious intentions like human traffickers, she couldn't believe everything the other party said. If so many people were abducted, the conflict between the two tribes might be irreconcilable. So they chose a model close to outsourcing. The mining department of the Beast Fruit hired the Dragon Palace Kingdom, and the Dragon Palace Kingdom would recruit employees to work there, which was also to reduce the resistance of the tribe. Although a small number of mermaids and fishmen chose to work in Kojiro's department store, more people were still wary of humans. It was not realistic to let them work directly in human companies now. Many things had to be done step by step. Tiger took away a large number of restless people, and the remaining people in Fishman Street just lacked an opportunity, and now the opportunity has come. The mining business was basically finalized, and they had another thing they wanted to do. In addition to being the CEO of the Beast Fruit, Tizero also worked part-time as a singer and actor in his performing arts company. He brought Stella here to make a movie. The main purpose of the movie is to promote some new products and increase Stella's exposure. It is a semi-public and semi-private matter. No matter which world, celebrities are in an industry that needs exposure. If they disappear for too long, they will soon be forgotten by the world. He hopes to get some support from the Kingdom of Ryugu, but the support given by Otohime after hearing the news far exceeds their expectations. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 452, Manafi? Sea King? Otohime is most lithe residents of Fishman Island can still hear her speech, but the humans on land cannot hear it. Compared with the 5 million residents of Fishman Island, the total number of humans is much larger, especially in history. The fishmen and mermaids were both regarded as fish, and discrimination between races has existed for a long time. Apart from relying on the propaganda of the world government, Otohime can't think of any way to change this view worldwide. There are many famous fishmen, such as Tiger, Namor, etc., but those famous fishmen are all pirates. This is definitely negative propaganda in the eyes of ordinary people. Coupled with the appearance of the fishmen themselves, many people think that fishmen are born to be cruel and brutal. In her opinion, Tizero's desire to make a movie is a great opportunity. The entertainment industry in the world of pirates is relatively scarce and has great limitations. Some films can still be circulated on the Red Continent, but the countries on the islands are different. Whether it is the propaganda strength or other things, most people do not have this channel. Movies from 10 years ago may have just been released on some islands, not to mention those islands that have no conditions for broadcasting. Only when the problem of food and clothing is mostly solved and people have spare money in their hands, will they have time to pursue spiritual entertainment. The world of pirates is a society where the upper class determines the lower class. The king of a country has the ability to limit what the people hear and see. If the king and nobles of a kingdom are smearing something, then the lower class will not accept it. If a movie with great influence can be made, then these people must be the first to see it. Otohime hopes that they can see the positive propaganda about fishmen and mermaids, and then make some changes. Not to mention cooperation, she is even willing to play some roles. For Otohime's cooperation, Tizero naturally had no objection and immediately changed the script, because he was originally a part-time screenwriter, director, male lead, investor, and other roles. There are not many professional actors. After all, this is the deep sea, and it is not easy to shoot a movie here. So the acting skills of other extras may be a problem, and Tizero's way to solve similar problems is to be serious. Since it is not easy to act, just don't act. The plot of the movie is not complicated, and it is even a bit cliched, such as the male protagonist encountering a storm at sea and being rescued by a mermaid after falling into the water. At first, he was also afraid of mermaids and fishmen, but after getting along with them, he found that it was all prejudice of the world, and then they fell in love smoothly. However, the male protagonist is a prince of a country. The king does not agree with this matter, and even bribes a group of pirates to kidnap the mermaid. But the ambition of the pirates is more than that. They also kidnapped the king and extorted a huge ransom. In the end, the mermaid took the king away from the clutches, and then at the last moment, the male protagonist appeared and defeated those people, and everyone lived happily together. The villain must be a pirate, otherwise the world government will not allow it to be shown. The identity of the prince is to cater to the public, which is the mainstream on the Red Earth continent today. Princes and princesses are far more popular than civilian protagonists. Whether they are royals or ordinary people, they can be brought into this environment. After all, there are a lot of operas in the film, which is also the mainstream today. And the real acting method of Teazero is also reflected here. They don't need to find someone to play a pirate, but just find some pirates without a bounty to act as the pirates in the movie. He can even find someone to play a cameo role as the king. Some kings spent a lot of money to buy the flag of the beasts for their own safety. They don't mind this kind of thing. There, the beasts are the uncrowned kings. As for fighting, it is not a problem. Anyway, the training of the beasts is internal fighting. It will be fine when the time comes. However, those who get to the end can only act, otherwise it will be troublesome if they get injured. Among them, the mermaids and fishmen appeared when the male protagonist lived in Fishman Island, reflecting the beautiful side of this place, which is enough for Otohim, but Teazero made a request that he wanted a mermaid with fair skin and good looks. This time, the product he promoted was a whitening product. If he got a black mermaid, it would be really hard to sell. The preparation of the film takes time, and Kojiro has already obtained the location of some minerals during the investigation. In order to further determine the environment there, Otohim and Neptune decided to follow them to see where the mineral is, and also take a look at the machine that Teazero mentioned to assist mining. In order to express his intimacy, Neptune's whale mount, Hoi, with a bubble on his head, took them to the location marked on the sea chart. As they gradually left Eve's coverage, the surrounding environment began to become dark. Mermaids could still see things in this environment, but humans could not. Teazero and others could no longer see things nearby. Even fishmen don't like to live in such a dim environment for a long time. Otohim and Neptune are not black-hearted capitalists. Just when they were about to ask if there was a solution, Manafi took action. He waved his hands, and the surrounding sea water seemed to feel something, and suddenly emitted a light golden light, and the influence of the light was still expanding. Soon this quiet deep sea became like daylight. Prince Kanghai was not joking. This was also his control over marine life. It was a deep-sea microorganism that had the ability to emit light. At this time, under the influence of Manafi, they gathered together in large numbers and used their own abilities to illuminate this deep sea. And part of the energy released by Manafi became their nutrients. However, seeing the deep sea suddenly light up, Otohim and Neptune's hearts trembled. No, don't make it so bright. Many creatures are phototropic. The sudden bright light in the deep sea is likely to attract sea kings. Fishman Island is not afraid of this because every once in a while, a mermaid princess who is chosen as the Sea King will be born. Due to the existence of the Sea King, the Sea Kings will not attack Fishman Island, but it is not necessarily the case outside. This is also the reason why they came to investigate the environment. They are worried that there is a Sea King's nest nearby. If they encounter a large Sea King in the deep sea, even fishmen and mermaids can only choose to run for their lives. But it was too late. A big eye suddenly appeared in Otohim's vision. There was a super large Sea King below them. The size of the whale Hoi became very small compared to that Sea King. Don't be afraid, don't move, and don't shout. I'll try to communicate with it. Mermaids can communicate with fish, but Sea Kings are not within this range. Otohim wants to use her own observation haki to communicate with them. The accompanying guards did not move. They all knew that running away was useless when facing such a monster. Otohim was worried that Teazero and the others might do something to irritate the Sea Kings, but she soon noticed that the two men had no fear at all, and that the Sea King was also very strange, as it seemed to be communicating with some creature. Good boy, we didn't mean to disturb you, you can continue to sleep. Looking at Manafi on Stella's shoulder, Otohim showed an incredible look. In the eyes of ordinary people, Sea Kings are monsters that cannot communicate, but Otohim knows very well that they just disdain to communicate, because communicating with them is the privilege of the Sea Kings. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 453, Jack on the return, Charlie on the borrowing. Under Manafi's persuasion, the Sea King swam away like a good boy, and Neptune and Otohim looked dazed as they watched it go away, and the Sea Kings following behind even dropped their jaws. King Neptune, Princess Otohim. Teazero waved his hand for a long time before they came back to their senses. Everyone would be afraid of encountering a sea monster in the deep sea. Teazero and Stella were not afraid because they had seen Manafi's ability on the way here. The big ones can be persuaded to leave, and the small ones are even more obedient than pets. He is. My name is Manafi. The master sent me to ensure the safety of the waters, so don't worry about the sea kings. They won't make trouble. Otohim's mind was so confused for the first time. Although Manafi said that she was just communicating, there was no big difference between that kind of communication and control. That was a super large sea king, and communicating with it was the privilege of the sea king. The sea king can only be born in mermaid princesses. It is the power inherited in the bloodline. What happened at this moment has exceeded Otohim's understanding. Moreover, she could not sense any emotion from Manafi. This inconspicuous little guy had a blank mind, and there was also the mysterious master he mentioned. Princess Otohim, that's why I said before that we have prepared many things, don't worry at all we need is some fishman labor. This is the first step of the plan. After establishing sufficient trust in Fishman Island, they will prepare a deep-sea exploration team to search for what they need in the underwater ruins. With Manafi's escort, the biggest crisis in the sea has been solved. Soon they came to the scheduled mine. The business has just started. Their goal is definitely the mines near Fishman Island. Working at home can make people feel more at ease. Here, Otohim also saw the special mining method mentioned by Dezoro. It was the frog-shaped creatures that had been following them, that is, the giant swampers. Tizalo gestured to them with the blueprint for a while, and they found their target. This is a semi-open air mine in the deep sea. As long as the surface mud is cleared, the exposed mines can be seen. Swampert's arm was like a hammer drill, smashing the rock layer directly in front of him. The remaining work was not complicated for the fishmen. After a preliminary review, Otohim and Neptune did not see any drawbacks. The remaining work was to recruit employees. Otohim used her own reputation as a guarantee and quickly found some fishmen who were motivated and willing to change the status quo with work. They were also residents of Fishman Street. Although they did not have a fixed job, they were not like those who defected to Tiger and were willing to fight on the sea. Most people hope to live a stable life. In the past, they lived a semi-lying life because there was really no place to struggle. There were no rigid necessities that they needed to buy in Fishman Island. Eating and drinking could be solved in the sea. Even if they were pursuing their other half, they could find beautiful shells and pearls in the sea by themselves. Although there were also high-consumption shopping streets in Fishman Island, the products there could find substitutes, and the emergence of Kojiro department store indirectly changed this situation. The novel products from the mainland and Sky Island stimulated the economy of Fishman Island, and many specialties have no substitutes. If you want to buy those things, you need money. They are the type of people who are more stable, so suitable jobs become very important. Kojiro's department store even indirectly promoted the employment problem of Fishman Island. Now Kojiro is going back to Wano country, and some people are reluctant to let him go. The final result is that there are many more people in his address book. Before leaving, Kojiro went to Monderfesh's house again. Jack's training is almost done. He has taught everything that should be taught. The rest is to practice slowly. There is no need for him to stay in Fishman Island. So he will return to Wano country with Kojiro. Now he has purchased local souvenirs from Fishman Island and planned to bring them back for distribution, but at least half of the things in the backpack behind me were prepared for Peggy Wan. Erfish, I'm going back. Got it, be safe, thank you for the previous things. It's a small matter, after all, we are colleagues. Jack may not be able to come back for a while, don't you need to bring something back? Kojiro knows more people in Wano country, and Erfish thinks he should also need souvenirs from Fishman Island. I've prepared it a long time ago. By the way, these are for you. Speaking of this, Kojiro handed Erfish a bag with some gold coins in it. That was the surplus of the department store's funds during this period. After deducting the fees paid to the beasts and the purchase of goods, the remaining funds were in his hands. What are you doing? You are short of money now, so take it for emergency use. I'm afraid you've spent a lot during this period. Dating is a very expensive process. Although Rusalka didn't ask for anything, Mandfesh's expenses were not small at all. Mandfesh is also a senior coder with a little bit of shares in the beast's fruit, but it's not the day for dividends yet. In addition, the biggest source of funds for pirates is the share of spoils, but the pirates outside have been dealt with by Hancock, which has caused him to be a little tight in his wallet recently. Thank you, I'll return it to you later. It's okay, I have much more money than you do. Kojiro knows that money alone is useless. His father is an example. If he only has money, he is a fat sheep in this world, so he has always maintained his relationship with the cotters. As long as the beasts don't fall, he can make a comeback even if he goes bankrupt. Shortly after Kojiro left, Rusalka returned here with another mermaid who looked 13 or 14 years old. That was not her daughter or sister, but Aaron's sister, Xiaoli. She and Aaron have the same father but different mothers, but she was abandoned by her father in Fishman Street when she was 3 years old. During that time, Aaron did raise her, but she didn't look like Aaron at all. Their father was very irresponsible, both to Aaron and Xiaoli. Now Aaron took all his men to follow Tiger and left only Xiaoli. When Mand Fish found her, she was relying on fortune-telling for others in exchange for living expenses. Although she was still young, she was already a famous fortune-teller in Fishman Island. It's just that the business is not very good. Although the accuracy of divination is extremely high and it has not failed yet, she has predicted too many tragedies. People will not ask her for divination unless there is a special situation. He and Aaron had some friendship in the past, and this sister is different from him, so he helped take care of Xiaoli as much as he could. Fishman Street is not suitable for young female mermaids to live alone. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 454, Where is Bailey? Many years ago, Fishman Street was not called Fishman Street. It was still the national orphanage where the orphans of Fishman Island lived. But after it got out of control there, most of the mermaids left there, because the scum of Fishman Island gathered there. The same is true for those fishmen who sell their own kind. Although the price of fishmen in the slave market is higher than that of humans, it is a world of difference compared to mermaids. In the eyes of humans, Aaron is not a good person, even a traitor. Racism has a serious impact on him. He was slightly shaken by Tiger's influence, but Tiger's death made all this come to nothing. Tiger is the belief of many fish people, especially Aaron who grew up in Fishman Street. Although Jinbei is equally powerful, he can only suppress Aaron by force, but he can't make him convinced. However, Aaron has no problem with his own people. He is very greedy and has never sold his own people. The relationship between the brother and sister is not very harmonious, because Aaron and Xiaoli have different concepts, but it is undeniable that when Xiaoli was abandoned in Fishman Street, she did rely on Aaron. Except for Tiger and Jinbei, the rest of the people in Fishman Street basically listen to Aaron. Fishman Street is an illegal place in Fishman Island. If something happens in such a place, the efficiency of finding the official is far less than finding the biggest local leader. If they attack Xiaoli, Aaron can find them quickly. Faishu, we're back. Well, I have to go out for something, why don't you come with me? 1507 is a very special year for Fanfic, because Rusalka celebrated her 30th birthday not long ago. The 30th birthday of female mermaids is also known as the Tail Splitting Festival, on which they will have the ability to split their tails. The split tail of a mermaid is not like magic, where the tail turns into legs directly after a flash, but a gap is split in the middle, the legs are not much different, and the position of the feet is still similar to the tail fin. But by then, mermaids can step on land under the cover of skirts and shoes. And Fanfic's matter is related to the new base he planned. Because he was short of money recently, Kojiro lent him a lot of money before leaving. But he is a veteran of the Beast's Pirates, the first ordinary member of the Beast's Pirates to accept the power given by Arceus. In fact, his family background is extremely rich, and he is different from other pirates. He always thinks about retiring smoothly. So he had savings, but now they have been used up, mainly because he invested in an island. Originally, the bridgehead of the beasts in the New World was still mainly for military purposes, but there was not only one island there. In addition to the main island, there were other small islands scattered around. In the past, those islands served as shooting ranges, warehouses, etc. In order to have a better life, he bought the largest one nearby. Others bought new houses, but he bought an island directly. Moreover, he transformed the uninhabited island into an amphibious residential area. With this large investment, his savings were naturally consumed, and even his coffin money was thrown in. He originally had a second choice. According to Otohim's thinking, if he told the other party that the purpose of this island was to live with mermaids, the kingdom of Ryugu would never mind investing, but he didn't. The definition of that place was his private residence, and the nature would change if others invested in it. The infrastructure capacity of this world is still very strong. Now that the island has been transformed almost completely, the water and electricity facilities have basically been completed, and you can move in at any time. The Gene sect has arrived at the designated location, and one of them is arranged on the island where he is stationed. He has to go back and make arrangements. It is only a 2-day voyage from there to Fishman Island. If he rushes as hard as he can go back in half a day. As for why he wants to take Rusalka back with him, in his opinion, although the island where he is stationed has certain risks, it is definitely much safer than Fishman Island. But Xiaoli. It's okay, let's go together. I'm worried about you staying here. Although it's land, it's also my territory. No one dares to cause trouble there. The initial glory of the Sea Emperor has passed. Many people on the sea now have understood a truth: the pirates who can be called the Sea Emperor are not their stepping stones, but a mountain that cannot be crossed. So there are fewer and fewer accidents in the Emperor's territories, especially the lone hero made them understand that if they really offended those big pirates, they would not be able to bear the revenge afterwards. Brother Mandfesh, your trip this time may not be so smooth. Although it was not very appropriate, Xiaoli looked at the scene in the crystal ball and still talked about the topic she saw. Her divination accuracy was extremely high, so it was okay to take a look before going out as a reference. Not smooth. Although the result is fine, you may not be too happy. After thinking for a while, Xiaoli still said what she saw. It's okay, Xiaoli, don't worry too much about divination. Our purpose is not to believe in fate. If you are not satisfied with the predicted future, what you need to do is to change it, not to wait for it to happen. The purpose of the beast pirates is to never believe in the illusory fate. This is one of the concepts followed by Kaido. It is impossible to make the beasts give up some ideas through prophecy. Although Xiaoli's divination prediction success rate is very high, there is still a strange problem. It may be because she said this prophecy that the people who heard the prophecy wanted to change the result, which eventually led to the occurrence of the divination result. It is also possible that because she did not say it, everything went on according to the original trajectory, so the result happened. In the end, Mandfesh still took Rusalka to his new home. Even if the divination result was true, it would only make him less happy. After the last incident, he became less and less confident in the security environment of Fishman Island. Mermaids have a little convenience, that is, they do not need to wait for the ship, and can swim directly in the predetermined direction. Under the sea, Mandfesh, who had transformed into a Gyarados, was swimming towards the target island. Rusalka kept pace with him. If the eternal pointer was not in Mandfesh's hand and Rusalka had not been there before, she could even go one step ahead. The speed of the mermaid was not inferior to that of Gyarados. But she could not match him in endurance. After a while, he let the two of them ride on his back. When night was about to fall, Mandfesh also took Rusalka and the others back to their area, and this was the first time for the two mermaids to set foot on land. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 455, People are different, even if they are biological. Hello, sister-in-law. At this time, Rusalka felt the enthusiasm of the human beings. Hundreds of people in uniform suits were lining up to welcome them. Mandfesh had informed them when he would arrive before, but he just asked them to prepare some new clothes. Even mermaids want to stay dry when they leave the sea, which is one of the reasons why they live on Fishman Island. Because of the Argiman mangroves and the sun tree Eve, Fishman Island is the only relatively safe place for mermaids with sunshine and dry air. The same is true for Mandfesh. Although his ability allows him to go into the water, it does not mean that he likes to be wet all the time, but his subordinates seem to have imagined his instructions. Brother, is this okay? Pearl Man, didn't I tell you not to make such a big noise? Don't worry, brother, you brought people back with great difficulty, of course I have to give you enough face. According to the customs of my hometown, if you make the boss lose face, I will cut off my fingers, and everything you want is ready. Pearl Man was born on an island in the West Sea, where gang culture is prevalent. There are more than a dozen gangs scattered on the island, and every year they fight for the position of mayor. As he was talking, Mandfesh had seen several female pirates bringing towels and shoes, and someone pushed a wheelchair from the island's hospital, which was prepared for Charlie. She was not yet 30 years old, so she couldn't do the split tail like Rusalka. And this place was beyond the scope of the bubble, so he had to either carry her on his back or find another means of transportation. The island's infrastructure was very complete. The surfaces for the people living on the island. In addition to the pirates stationed here, there are 4 or 5 villages on the main island, with a total of several thousand people. This is the norm in the big pirate territory. The capable islands should try their best to be self-sufficient. They protect the safety of the islands, and the residents of the islands pay materials like paying taxes. Because the share of the confiscation is completely within their tolerance, they have long liked this kind of life, which is better than being robbed by passing pirates. But brother, you got to get out, don't talk nonsense, that girl is Aaron's sister, I just helped take care of her. Aaron? That shark bastard has such a cute sister. Pierman knew Aaron, but he didn't like Aaron. He was so arrogant without strength. If Mandrfish hadn't had some friendship with him when he disguised his identity, I'm afraid Pierman wouldn't know this kind of person. He is also the deputy of Kaido's cotters, and also a gifter. He is at the level of a supernova when he is outside. As long as he does not fight in the sea, he will not be afraid of fishmen. Isn't this normal? Can you imagine that Miss Yamato is Kaido's biological child? Don't think about these useless things. Is the island okay recently? Everything is fine, and Lord Arceus sent a big guy from Onigashima. Although it has not been used in actual combat, it is very reliable from the data. But brother Mandrfish, she is now stationed on your private island. Wait, what does she mean? That's what she meant. Oh, that is also a Pokemon created by Lord Arceus, but she seems to like your environment more. Pearlman is talking about Genesect, numbered GT2. Although Genesect looks like a robot, they have their own life consciousness. So when they rest, they don't charge like robots, but build nests like insect swarms. Genesect likes warm environments with water, and the private island built by Mandrfish just meets this condition. This is also the biggest difference between Genesect and pacifists. Pacifists will obey any navy with authority, but Genesect only obeys Arceus orders. For example, GT2 received the order to guard the island and obey the command during the battle. She will move freely at other times. Where is she? A swimming pool at the edge doesn't affect anything. That's good, so the island will be safer. Mandrfish quickly accepted this. Living with Pokemon is nothing. Most of the people in the beast are used to it. Moreover, there are not only 3 people on the private island. There must be people to help clean up. He heard about the positioning of Genesect as a war machine soldier, so he thought from another angle and thought that there was an extra long-term bodyguard on the island. Okay, let them do what they need to do, don't waste time here. Don't worry, big brother, everything that needs to be dealt with has been dealt with, and the water and electricity on your side have been connected. Good job, remember to wash your face more recently. You have accumulated almost enough merits, I guess it's your turn for this year's God's Grace ceremony. The slightly excited Pierman took away the extra people according to Mandrfish's instructions, leaving Mandrfish enough private space, and then he pushed Charlie's wheelchair to the small cafeteria on the island. Although the cafeteria here is not as good as the Ghost Island, it is still enough to solve the problem of food and clothing. Humans are so enthusiastic, it seems that they are not as scary as the rumors say. Charlie in the wheelchair was a little shocked by the enthusiasm of these people. She originally had different ideas from Aaron, and now she felt that Aaron was wrong. Don't be so naive, little Xiaoli. Although they wouldn't do human trafficking without me, it's only some people. Aaron is a jerk and talks a lot, but he's not completely wrong. Some people are very dangerous to you. You still have to be careful when you meet humans in other places. Humans have too many individual differences. For races other than humans, it's better to meet bad people first than good people first, so that they will be more vigilant. If they lose their vigilance against humans by meeting kind people first, then meeting bad people will be a real trouble. Human nature is much more complicated than you think. Your Princess Otohim's imagined life is very good, but unfortunately, that kind of naive idea can't be realized in this world. Forget it, why talk about this thing, let me show you something good. He took them to the second floor of the cafeteria here. From the window here, they could just see the private island he built. Under the reflection of the sunset, a small amusement park appeared in their sight. Hey, I've prepared a private amusement park for you. Now you can play whenever you want. This is what he spent all his coffin money to build, a private amusement park built to imitate the soap bubble park. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 456, You're Making Me Lose Face. Most of the residents of Fishman Island, regardless of gender, age, or young, have a Shabayati complex, because it is the paradise of their dreams. After leaving Fishman Island, you only need to swim upstream along the roots of the Sun Tree Eve, and you will eventually reach the Shabayati archipelago, which is the land where fishmen and mermaids have the most contact. From the water, they can see people playing in the soap bubble park, which is something that Fishman Island does not have, so they can't help but yearn for it. Even people like Aaron have a unique love for Shabayati's yearning. Arlong Park is the product of his imitation of soap bubble park. Some fishmen or mermaids have also quietly landed on the Shabayati archipelago. Those who are lucky can return smoothly, while those who are unlucky are captured and become slaves. If you want to pursue a mermaid, taking her to the amusement park is definitely the best choice, provided that you can guarantee her safety, otherwise you should not take her to the land to harm people. Manderfesh has this confidence. As the evolution time gets longer and longer, Manderfesh's control over Gyarados' abilities becomes stronger and stronger. He has also changed from an unknown scout captain to a well-known senior cadre. What's more, there are 2 flags flying on the island, which is the biggest umbrella of the New World. Faishu. I see you didn't have enough fun in Shampooland last time, but there's nothing you can do about it. That place is full of people of all kinds, and it's not good to stay there for too long. It's fine here, you can play for a few days. Charlie, who was standing by, pulled the hood on her head, then turned her wheelchair to the side. This time it wasn't divination, but what she saw was telling her that it would be better for her to stay away now. She already smelled the sour smell of love, and the sunset gradually sank into the sea. She lay by the window and watched the disappearing sun fall into deep thought. Compared with the sunshine brought by Eve, that feeling was very special. The next day, after debugging, the equipment in the amusement park was ready for use. Charlie, who arrived at Manderfesh's private territory, temporarily left the wheelchair. In order to facilitate the movement of the mermaids, a water park was built here, and the swimming lanes led to most areas of the island. Charlie, I told you, don't always care about your divination, don't you think everything is fine now? Having arrived at his own territory, Manderfish felt that there would be no more accidents, so he talked to Charlie about her divination, because the divination sometimes made her feel restrained, which was very bad in Manderfish's opinion. As he was talking, something like a sponge suddenly fell on their heads. Are these marshmallows? Looking at the marshmallows of different colors falling from the sky, Charlie and Rusalka showed puzzled eyes. When they looked up, they could only see pink clouds, from which the marshmallows came. Marshmallow rain, the characteristic of this island, occasionally marshmallows will fall from the sky. After all, it is in the New World, and such abnormal scenes are quite common. Compared to those strange seas where knives rain, it is a blessed place to have marshmallows raining here. Even if it is replaced with hard candies such as lollipops, it is enough to make people suffer. The pirates living in the New World have become accustomed to the strange weather that goes against common sense in the New World, but the mermaids are different. Everything on land is a new experience for them, and Manderfesh is also doing his job as a tour guide. This island used to belong to the Big Mom pirates, but later it was traded to us. They are big pirates as famous as Kaido, and the strongest female pirates in the world, but they are not as good as Kaido. In the New World, as long as we hang our flag, other pirates will have to take a detour. Even the navy will not easily fight with us. You can enjoy the land. Boom. As soon as Manderfesh finished speaking, an explosion sounded beside him. At this time, he felt a little painful on his face. After all, no one dared to cause trouble here just after he said it. Looking at the crystal ball in Charlie's hand, Manderfesh was a little embarrassed. Ahem, an accident, this is an accident, Rusalka, you guys go back to the villa over there and wait for a while, give me 30 minutes, I'll be back as soon as I finish the matter over there. Manderfish sent Rusalka and the others back to the room with a little embarrassment, and just after closing the door, his face changed completely. That was not their artillery. Due to the different processing technology, the shells of the beast's pirates are slightly different from those of the outside world. As a veteran, he could hear it at once. Then he turned directly into a Gyarados and flew in the direction of the explosion, but Manderfish did not notice that while he was moving, Genesect, who had settled on his private island, also flashed a red light in his eyes. Pierman, give me an explanation, what the hell are these guys? Brother Manderfish, I can't do anything about those pirates' brains. Pierman spread his hands helplessly, this is an uncontrollable factor. The fact that he has been very quiet recently is also related to the fact that Hancock did a big cleanup for the 7 warlords in the first half of the sea. The Sea Emperor has indeed established his reputation, and the days of encountering challengers every other day are over, but the pirates in the first half of the sea don't think so. Now that the window period for cleanup has passed, a new wave of pirates has also arrived at the beginning and end of their dreams. Damn it, why did they come at this time instead of earlier or later? Saturation bombing, send those guys to feed the fish. If it were normal, he might look at what kind of pirates the other party is and whether they are worth recruiting, but now there is no need. He is in a very bad mood and doesn't want to see them at all. The nearby sea area has long been marked. After a simple calculation, the coastal defense guns on the island began to adjust the firing range. Unlike Monderfesh's dissatisfaction, the pirates under his command are even a little happy about it. If there were no pirates who came to make trouble, they would have no military merits. As the artillery fire began to be calibrated, the high-quality weapons produced by Wano country began to show their power. The opponent had no chance to fight back and was paralyzed on the sea under the intensive bombardment. People nowadays are getting worse and worse. They can't even handle these 2 blows. You dare to provoke me? Looking at the pirates who couldn't even hold out in the first round of artillery fire, Monderfesh's voice was a little helpless. If it were a few years ago, those who dared to do so would definitely have to fight a boarding battle. Simply using artillery fire could not deal with such an enemy. The number of survivors is 1, and there are still signs of life on the ship. A female voice with a slightly mechanical sound came from behind Monderfesh, and Genesect GT2 had appeared behind him. The target has been locked, do you need to attack? The light cannon behind Genesect has been charged, and it is now seeking Monderfesh's instructions. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 457, Genesect's Girlish Heart. Obey the reasonable orders of the local pirates in battle. This is also the order received by Genesect, so she did not attack immediately. Arceus's orders mean obedience in the bones for the first generation of Pokemon he created. As long as he is not crazy enough to want to destroy the world, no matter what he does, Pokemon are his most capable assistants. Attack directly, you time waster. Attack ready. Genesect's compound eyes flashed red. Their compound eyes combined with the ability of heat detection, combined with the light cannon behind them, like radar lock, then the slots on the cannon behind them began to change color. She was choosing the appropriate attribute to attack. In the pirate ship on the sea, the leading pirate flew up from the sinking ship. He had a pair of white wings behind him, his body became much stronger, and his hands and feet became like hooves. Animal type, mythical beast, horse fruit, Pegasus form, a very rare mythical beast, the ability to fly is relatively rare in the sea. With the wings and animal type body bonus, he is also a bit famous in the first half of the Grand Line. And the reason why he fired the cannon is also very simple. In order to plunder, based on past experience, he first used the cannon to scare the opponent. If he is weak, he will rob. Many people will obediently hand over their money to save their lives. If he is strong, he will turn around and run. The power of his ship is pretty good, and usually no one can catch up with him. This behavior did not cause him much trouble, but today, for some reason, the other party used crushing artillery fire to block all his retreat routes without explanation. Even if he thought with his heels, he knew that he really kicked on a steel plate. He wanted to escape after surviving the artillery fire, but just as he flew up, a beam of light came from a distance. The huge pain almost made him faint, and the strong paralysis made his body fall into stiffness at that moment. As a bug-type card, Genesect's attack is very powerful. Except for some supernovas, pirates who are not domineering have little power to fight back against Genesect. At the beginning, many supernovas of the worst generation could not do anything to the pacifist. Although there are many opponents in the New World, Genesect is as useful as the pacifist to deal with small fish. Not to mention that Genesect can switch attack attributes according to the situation. Unless it is PX0 transformed from the bear's body, ordinary pacifism is really not as good as Genesect. Genesect's attack is just the beginning. Looking at the sea water below, the pirate struggled hard. Falling into the sea water would mean a slow death for him. However, his body stopped in mid-air. Monderfesh was hovering in the air, and his claws wrapped in scales grabbed his ankle and lifted him upside down. An animal type? What a pity, you disturbed my mood. Pirates don't have the saying of treating prisoners preferentially. Unless they are specific targets, how to deal with them depends on the mood of the cotters, and Mander Fesh is in a bad mood now. He didn't give him a chance to explain and plunged into the water. Although Mander Fesh has the ability to fly after evolution, facing the enemy, underwater is his home court. Non-ability users can't stay underwater for a long time, and ability users will lose physical strength. But he won't. Only underwater can he maximize his advantages, which is also a powerful talent unique to water-type Pokémon users. The outcome of the battle is not in suspense. If he can't beat other users underwater, and he is also a user who has been hit by Genesec's shot, the number on his shoulder should be erased. Then a long horn sounded on the island, which was a signal that the crisis was resolved. The residents of the island heard the sound and came out of the basement of the room. They are used to this kind of thing, but this time the speed is faster than before. As for the beginning, there is no need for an alarm. When the sound of fighting came from the outside world, they knew what to do. Living in the new world is almost a necessary common sense. Although there are risks, they still have the opportunity to take refuge. Those residents of the lawless island with no shelter don't even have this opportunity. The residents of the new world are not interested in who makes the law. As long as the regulations do not endanger their survival and allow them to live safely, they will support the ruler, so the Sea Emperor often has a good reputation in his own territory. After the battle, the people on the island returned to their normal lives. The salvage team went to the place where the other ship sank to salvage supplies to see if there were any valuables on the other ship. This was also a supplement to the ammunition consumption, and Mander Fesh realized a problem. Pierman only told him that Genesect chose his private island to build a nest, but did not say where the nest was. So this time he followed Genesec's location, but the more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. This water parky was the designer Totoro found from the Red Earth continent. According to the characteristics of the island, he designed many landscapes in different areas, including a wetland park landscape. And now, the central building of that landscape area has been occupied by Genesect. What do you want? I came to see where you live. I think this wetland is great. The master said that we can choose where to build our nests. I like that building. Is that not okay? Because it is a private park built for Rusalka, it is closer to female aesthetics, and Genesect, who was assigned here, happens to be a woman. In addition to Arceus's promise, she chose this place on her own. Yes, of course, but sometimes people may live in the house over there. Can you please pay more attention to them? My mission is to guard the island, including all the residents on the island. That's good. By the way, do you have any special requirements for food? The water here is full of ornamental fish. It's better not to attack them. I will have someone arrange food for you. In the end, Manderfish and Genesect reached a series of friendly agreements. Although there was another Pokémon in the private territory, it was not bad overall. In the following time, Manderfish played with his wife and someone else's sister in the private amusement park. Tizero took his wife to shoot a movie on Fishman Island, Jack returned to Onigashima with souvenirs, and there were some new patients in the Pokémon Center of Beasts. Why is there another one? Didn't we tell them to wear insulating gloves when collecting wool? How many people have been paralyzed by electric shock? For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 458, Wool of the Melly Sheep, who would refuse a woolen sweater that does not resist static electricity? At the triage desk of the Pokémon Center, looking at the state of the injured sent-in, they knew what happened. The body was stiff, the hair was curly, and static electricity could be seen flashing on the body surface from time to time. It was obvious that he was. How many is this? This month is it the 15th? Don't they have an employee code of conduct? The nurses in the hospital complained about the patients. At first, they were worried about their physical condition, but as more and more patients came, the doctors and nurses got used to it. They were not nervous when faced with injuries that were not life-threatening and had perfect treatment measures. They had also treated children with light bulbs in their mouths. Some of the nurses who were not well trained even laughed out loud. This is actually a good thing. Doctors, it's better to be able to joke than to look embarrassed or serious. This is obviously the result of the workers violating the safety rules. Where's the cherry fruit? The symptoms this time are very mild, one is enough. Lakey. Hearing this, Jigglypuff has taken out a small cherry-like fruit from the first aid kit. These medical staff have included tree fruits in their regular medicines. When they moved here, they were no different from signing a contract to sell themselves. The range of activities will be limited to the territory of the beasts, but no one cares about this kind of thing. Ordinary people are fine. They won't go out to sea at all. Even the navy can't guarantee absolute safety on the sea. They are not celestial dragons, and they are qualified to enjoy superstandard escort forces. In fact, that kind of escort force is not 100% effective. Rox has proved this to the world, but the celestial dragons who call themselves gods don't care about such things, and most people don't dare to do anything to them because of the consequences. Most ordinary people live on an island all their lives, and have never even left their village. The 4 seasons in Wano country are distinct, which is a very rare climate in the Grand Line. In addition to the different customs of the 6 townships in the country, they live happily here, so the internal items of the beasts are gradually distributed to them. The cherry fruit was crushed into a puree in the container, and then poured into the patient's mouth together with the juice. It will take some time for the fruit to take effect, but the person who was originally electrocuted suddenly widened his eyes. Spicy. So spicy. Water, give me water. After he regained control of his body, he began to look for water. Although the paralysis of his body was lifted, his tongue was still burning, and his lips were slightly swollen. You've learned your lesson now, right? See if you dare not wear gloves next time. The nurse handed him a glass of ice water, which slightly alleviated the effect of the cherry fruit. The cherry fruit is also known as the spicy cherry fruit. Although it looks like a cherry, its taste is only spicy. For some Pokemon, this spicy taste is very comfortable, but for humans, it is too stimulating. Although it has excellent effects on relieving paralysis and treating electric shock injuries, the taste is not so acceptable. In fact, the Pokemon Center has a neutralized version of the drug, which is an anti-anesthesia drug made from cherry fruit as raw materials, but the price is more expensive. In order to make them remember, and considering the cost-effectiveness, the nurse directly brought the cherry fruit. On the vast plains of Heim, the white fluffy, wind fairy, and shuttlecock cotton still live here, but the ecology here has become more perfect. Me. The sheep walked through the grassland, and the bleating sound sounded from time to time. One of the most notable features of the flock of sheep is that they are blue in color. Wano country already had cow and pig Pokemon, and now they fill the gap in sheep Pokemon. Wool Pokemon, melee. In addition to their dark blue skin, they also have light yellow fluffy wool bags, yellow and black ears and tails, and a special structure like a bulb at the end of the tail. This is the wool picking season in Wano country. Unlike ordinary sheep, the wool picking season of mere sheep is only 3 months in summer every year. In ordinary months, the wool of mere sheep is no different from that of ordinary sheep, but in summer, special changes will occur. In summer, the wool of mere sheep will continue to grow, and when it grows to a certain extent, it will fall off, but it only takes a week for them to become fluffy again. About 3 to 4 times a month, wool can be collected. During the process of shedding, some wool will stick to the body, and people need to manually pull the wool off, which is also a process with certain risks. In this respect, mere sheep are very similar to the fur tribe. It can store static electricity by rubbing its body hair. After the body accumulates static electricity, the body hair will expand to twice its usual size. At this time, the wool is the most comfortable and the most dangerous. If you think it's cute and violate the work process, and touch its wool directly with your hands, you may fall into a state of paralysis due to electric shock. Those injured wool workers are all because they couldn't resist the temptation. Since touching the melee sheep is not 100% likely to cause injury, there are always people who can't help but want to try it. The appearance of melee sheep is naturally for their wool. The wool is picked in summer and spun, and it can be sold in autumn and winter. Because the textile industry department under the jurisdiction of Beishao Fruit has already occupied a place in the cotton and linen industry, it is expanding its business at this time. Wool products cannot avoid the problem of static electricity, and melee sheep also have a characteristic. If it is not treated, their wool is extremely easy to stimulate static electricity, except for the kind of clothes that can't stand shaking. However, after special treatment, their wool can be made into wool sweaters that never generate static electricity. Relying on this characteristic, wool products are also rapidly occupying the market. Here, sheep, don't crowd. It's going to rain for a while. Several shepherds took the melee sheep to the open space in Zaime. At this time, the sky in Zaime was dark and it was obviously going to rain. The wind fairy had already hidden in the dormitory, and the shuttlecock cotton and the white fluffy also began to look for a place to shelter from the rain. But the mealy sheep are different. They want to find lightning. Literally looking for lightning. The wool of the mealy sheep will become fluffy and shiny when it is charged, and it will also help their growth. This is also the common point of electrical Pokemon. Lightning is also one of their foods. Even Zeraora will charge daily. In fact, they have the same point that their fur absorbs electricity, but Zeraora has given up its power generation organs as a premise, and has gained stronger control over lightning. During thunderstorms, the mere sheep will inevitably appear in groups. In a nutshell, they gather together to be struck by lightning. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 459, Lightning Dragon Lighthouse and Strange Employees. When they gather together, they are like a large lightning rod, attracting lightning in nature. The wool produced by mere sheep that have not been baptized by lightning will be slightly worse in quality. If there is no thunderstorm, then you have to use the electric shock monster. In order to prevent fires, the place where the mere sheep are struck by lightning is on the slightly barren hills at the junction of Heim and Kuri. In the past, the mountain god Wild Boar often appeared here, but after becoming the king of Yanwu, it moved away. Now he lives in Kojiro's backyard with Zyoka, eats and drinks well every day, and is occasionally transported out to participate in some large-scale battles. His life is very comfortable. Mealy. The mealy sheep huddled together, looking at the black clouds in the sky with anticipation. The people who guided the mealy sheep had already hidden behind the rocks nearby. If they touched the wool, they would at most be electrocuted and paralyzed. If they were affected by the thunderstorm from the sky, their lives would not be so good. So they had to stay away from the mealy sheep at this time, but the flock was still under the command of others. Yo! Yo yo! The ears and tail were still yellow and black, and the same red light bulb as the mealy sheep could be seen on the tail, but it was yellow except for the white belly, and only some black stripes could be seen around the neck, and there was also a red light ball on the top of the head. The body structure is very similar to that of the mealy sheep, but the 2 feet are upright, and they look more like kangaroos. The most important thing is that they have no hair on their bodies. This is the electric dragon, the final evolution of the mealy sheep. In the mealy sheep tribe, it shoulders the responsibilities of both the sheepdog and the head sheep. The Mirik will listen to the words of the prestigious electric dragon, which is also recognized by the tribe. Even the Mirik will look down on the electric dragon that is too weak. After all, the electric dragon has to take the responsibility of protecting the tribe, and the weak cannot protect the tribe. Although it looks like a kangaroo, the electric dragon actually has dragon blood hidden in its body. If it mega evolves into a super electric dragon, it can reawaken the dragon blood in its body, changing from a single electric system to an electric and dragon attribute. The Mirik living in Wano country do not have any tribe crisis. The main thing that the electric dragon does is to guide the Mirik's flock to accept the baptism of thunder and lightning and work in shifts at night. The environment outside Wano country is very dangerous, and the ships of the beasts cannot guarantee that they will only return to Wano country when the weather is clear, so the lighthouse that guides the direction is extremely important. Since the beginning of the shipping industry, the lighthouse has always been the biggest hope for ships in the dark. As long as the entrance to the submerged port can be determined, those experienced helmsmen will be sure to drive the ship back to Wano country smoothly. So every day there are 2 electric dragons that act as lighthouses in the first and second half of the night. After evolution, the tails of electric dragons not only retain the ability to emit light, but also have been greatly enhanced. The most exaggerated statement is that even aliens in the universe can see the beacon of electric dragons. Although the truth is not so terrible, the tails of electric dragons are far more effective than ordinary lighthouses. Because it is too dazzling, the tails of electric dragons will not light up easily, unless they are calling lost mealy sheep or communicating signals with others, such as now. Rumble crack. The thunder and lightning in the sky began to brew, and the electric dragons began to command their flocks to the designated area. Different flocks kept a certain distance from each other. At the same time, there was interference from thunder, and the electric dragons communicated by flag language. Boom! As a thunderbolt fell, the cry of mealy sheep came along, and they felt very comfortable bathing in the lightning. This time will last for a while, and when their tails begin to shine, it will reach the limit. During this process, the electric dragon will keep an eye on them to prevent some sheep from being too comfortable with the electric shock and not paying attention even if they are fully charged. Bathing in lightning is similar to cats sniffing catnip for sheep. They can easily get addicted. In that case, they will become black-haired sheep, making their wool useless. Summer thunderstorms come and go quickly. When the thunderstorm is over, the size of sheep is obviously expanded a lot. Unlike wind fairies, their wool is not so easy to absorb water. That is the effect of static electricity expansion. The sheep, who have become bloated, are crowded together, and static electricity is generated from time to time. Next, they will forage in the grassland, and then go to the place where the wool is removed. The wool of some sheep has begun to fall off. Zhengxiang? You are back so soon. At the workplace, they saw a sausage-mouthed uncle, who was the person who was sent to the Pokemon Center before. The sausage mouth was also caused by the cherry fruit. The people of Wano country have a lighter taste, which can be seen from their general banquet. However, there are also a few people who are very interested in the perverted spicy curry made by Ying Ziguo. Yeah, I told you it's a small problem, you are making a fuss. At this time, he was holding a lamb in his hand. It was a young Molly sheep. They were just born not long ago and there was not much static electricity on their bodies, so they did not pose much threat. Zhengxiang, you should wear gloves. Yeah, it's still very uncomfortable to be electrocuted. The people around him tried to persuade him, but it was useless. You people don't understand. I am the first batch of workers who handle wool here. As long as you are careful and treat the Molly sheep sincerely, it will be okay even if you don't wear gloves. As he said this, he put on the posture of an old senior, picked up the scissors and was about to deal with some of the wool that the Molly sheep had not lost. At the beginning, there was really nothing wrong. He was lucky when he handled the first few Molly sheep and was not attacked by static electricity. You don't understand. Only by touching the wool with your own hands can you feel the specialness of this wool. That thing will only affect the feel of the work. He began to show off his experience, but the next moment, a burst of static sound rang out, and he fell to the ground again. This time, his afro was more gorgeous than before. Male the sheep that had just been plucked next to him made a helpless cry, which showed how much he liked to challenge his limits. The people around him also put him on a stretcher with a helpless look on their faces and took him back to the Pokemon Center again. Seeing that the person who had left for less than a day was sent back again for the same reason, the nurses and doctors looked a little ugly. Where are his gloves? Hey, you are not trying to make a fuss about work injury, are you? She didn't believe that anyone liked to be electrocuted, and even thought that these people were thinking about some strange things, such as work injury compensation. No, how could that be? He just didn't listen to advice. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 460, The Three-Dimensional Sky of Beasts. Other workers quickly denied that they could not afford this crime. Although there are laws in Wano country, in this world of force, the real judgment is based on personal will. People who Kaido likes can be forgiven even if they do something excessive, while people he doesn't like may be beaten for a small matter. The consequences of being unreasonable are terrible. He just likes furry things, and he is a senior, so it's useless for us to talk. I don't think he's fine, let him stay here for a while, so as not to forget it. In the end, the doctor gave up emergency treatment and placed him aside to prevent him from wasting medical resources. As the fruit planting area expanded, the reserves inside the beasts became more and more abundant, but it was not used in this way. Among them, Kaido's labor force was exploited in large quantities. Different crops are suitable for different temperatures. In order to expand the planting area and reduce the input of garrison personnel, Kaido pulled back several sky islands from various sea areas, forming a three-dimensional planting structure over Wano country. In addition to the residential area of O'Hara at the top, there are also sky livestock areas, planting areas, and training areas. Because Kaido found that it is more effective to train them in places with thin oxygen, he created the Island Cloud Training Ground. In addition to regular training, they will also undergo high-altitude oxygen-free special training. There are 4 sky islands scattered at an altitude of 2,000 meters, and the training ground is above the sky island where O'Hara lives, with an altitude of about 3,000 meters. These 5 sky islands have formed a unique 100 beasts scenery. 7 years have passed since the O'Hara incident, and most people have forgotten what happened. They live well here, and there is no shortage of research materials. The beasts that sail around to search for stone tablets have found many ancient documents. Those paleontologists are even more excited. Some of them, like Robin, have a strong interest in Pokemon, and what they are studying now is the metamorphosis of Pokemon. The evolution of Pokemon is too magical for them, and they can't understand what it is. The evolution that is completed in an instant is too magical. When trying to explain this unknown thing with existing knowledge, only metamorphosis is more consistent with the situation. But it is only somewhat consistent. They have not seen many Pokemon, such as the melee sheep that evolves into the electric dragon, the large charcoal car like a mine cart, the small Geodude floating at low altitude, and the sweet bamboo that secretes sweet juice. Any kind of Pokemon is a new side for them. 7 years later, their activities were no longer limited to the small Sky Island, and Wano country began to allow them to set foot. At this time, a tall figure slowly climbed up the edge of the vines. It was Sorrow who had been staying here. His plan changed due to various things, so he still stayed here. The lifespan of the giants is generally 300 years, and this time is really nothing to him. At this time, there was a wide straw hat on his back, which was the product of the Braided Hat Village. Braided Hat Village is located in Kuri and is famous in Wano country for its expertise in weaving bamboo hats. He just went down to pick up the goods. Kaido has an extraordinary tolerance for strong combat power. As an adult giant, Kaido still looks up to his combat power. The comprehensive strength of the giants is very strong, especially since he is related to a giant country behind him. Those giant countries are all powerful countries in the world. He didn't care about the other party's former navy identity, and although he had no intention of joining, he began to accept the life here, especially after the expansion of Sky Island and the emergence of arable land. Sorrow began his life as a farmer. However, his huge body made Qianlong unable to carry him, so he could only rely on the strong vines that Arceus had grown that year to climb back and forth. When he went down for the first time, he scared the people of Wano country. In terms of height, he was much taller than Kaido. There are also some scholars from O'Hara on the high-altitude farm. Pokemon attracts those who study animals, and these special crops of tree fruits have also aroused the interest of these botanists. They even found and cultivated an extinct crop in these years, and this crop is also one of the materials needed by Arceus. Sorrow, you're back. Yes, this is what the pirates brought back. They found a historical text. Sorrow took out a grey stone from the bag behind him and placed it in front of Olivia. It's a text that records events. It seems that some of the speculations of the doctor and others have to be remade. There are still many blanks in history. Every additional text means that some things have to be remade, but this does not make them feel discouraged, because it means that they are one step closer to the truth of history. Olivia, I saw Robin. Don't you see her every day? I mean, I saw how she got along with the children of the pirates. She looked quite happy. The people of this country are also like this. They are obviously under the rule of pirates, but they smile more than the people I met when I was on a mission before. Some navy are even worse than these pirates. There are too many stains on the word justice. Sorrow's mind has long been mature. He will not directly believe what he sees. He knows that compared with the pirates who are engaged in development like the 100 Beasts, there are more pirates who plunder and kill. What he couldn't accept was that the navy and the world government were clearly capable of doing what the beasts did, but they still did some strange things. Robin should have grown up normally. With her talent, she should have become a world-renowned scholar, but now she has to live under the protection of pirates. Fortunately, they get along well. This is the world. Now you should know what the history we are exploring is, right? I know. I also know why the world government chose to wipe you out. Although only a corner was revealed, they would never allow the world to know about this kind of thing. But I don't understand. After so many years, they obviously have the ability to confiscate the historical texts of the world, but they didn't do it. What will happen when those historical texts are put together? I don't know. This is something we haven't studied clearly. The topic stopped there, and Sorrow also took out a small shovel and fiddled with the crops on the island like potted plants. On the Ghost Island, as Sorrow said, Robin has been accustomed to this kind of life and gets along well with others, but now some people are not so happy. Ultai is looking ahead with a vigilant face, because Jack, who has been away for a year, has returned. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 461, Prelude to the Wedding, the Fur Tribe Wandering in the World. Oh? You pervert are back. Jack didn't say anything. He knew that his perverted name was probably impossible to wash off, but outsiders couldn't understand his feelings. His growing environment made him look forward to Peggy for a long time. Jack's Frost Milk Fairy was still telling Yamato and Maria's Frost Milk Fairy about his experience on Fishman Island. There were also a few little fairy milk fairies next to them, that's for Iska and Peggy 1 and others. Based on the principle of not worrying about too little but being unevenly distributed, these children basically made up for the frost milk fairy or little fairy milk, and this also made some pirates of the beasts understand some truths, that children with Pokemon pets have a higher status. Only Robin and Perona are different here. Their aesthetics are different from normal people. Robin keeps the tearful lizard, while Perona is mixed with her own teddy bear, but sometimes it seems like the teddy bear is raising her. Peggy, the gifts prepared for you are all specialties of Fishman Island. Jack, do you like Peggy so much? There are so many things prepared for him. Looking at the things Jack took out of his backpack, Yamato showed an incredible look. After all, the volume of that bag is already higher than Peggy 1. No, aren't they almost the same? Looking at the regular-sized package in her hand and the big bag that Peggy 1 could hardly hold, Yamato's face was full of disbelief. But she can understand this kind of thing. People have preferences, and Arceus gave her much more than others. Others only have 1 or 2 exclusive Pokemon at most, but Yamato has already put together a full team, and it is a Pokemon team with 2 mythical beasts, Diancie and Genesect. Shortly after she made the request, she got this unnumbered Genesect. Compared with the Genesect in the GT series, she is a little more petite, but her strength is still strong, and she can provide certain firepower support for the future Yamato. Xiaopei, let me help you take it back. It was a bit difficult for Peggy 1 to hold the big package. Jack wanted to help him, but was preempted by Ultai. Go away. That's my room with Xiaopei. You pervert are not allowed to go in. I will help him get it. And, you are not allowed to call him Xiaopei. Jack's return seems to have brought more laughter and joy to the young people of the beasts. As long as he and Ultai are together, the scene will never be deserted. However, Jack saw many people working on the Ghost Island, and they seemed to be transforming something. What are you doing? Preparing for the wedding scene. Zeraora and sister Setsuna are getting married. The date is coming soon. Not only that, Jack even saw Arceus, who was supervising the work on the road. You guys, put that sign higher. Don't you think it's asymmetrical with the one over there? Got it, Lord Arceus. We'll change it now. Days passed, and Zeraora, the eldest son, was about to get married. He couldn't help but sigh. And this wedding was not just 1, but 3. There was one inside a Nagashima, which was the wedding he prepared for Zeraora. There was another one in the territory of the beasts outside a Nagashima. The marriage of a senior cotter was a big happy event in the pirate group. Even if there was no reason, the pirates could hold a banquet, let alone with such a suitable reason. At the same time, there was another one on Zoe's back, which was a wedding prepared at her mother's house. It was simply impossible to pick up more than 20,000 fur tribesmen. Hehe, you really care about it. There are still 2 months left, right? It's okay to prepare early. Just take it easy. The wine is for their wedding, not for you to drink casually. Don't worry, we can just prepare it again. It won't affect them. The Inagashima has already started preparing, but Zeraora and Setsuna, the parties involved, are not so nervous. In Kuri's room, Setsuna lies carelessly on Zeraora's bed. They are too familiar with each other now, so familiar that they don't need to pay attention to etiquette and other issues. Rotom, please turn down the temperature, thank you. It is August now, and the temperature in Kuri is a bit high. This kind of heat is okay for humans, but it is a torture for the fur tribe. The thick fur makes the fur tribe hate this kind of hot weather. Due to the height of the elephant master, the weather in Zoo is not so hot, but Rotom's smart home has solved this problem. Got it, Loto. Is 15 degrees okay? Loto. Sure, let's keep that temperature. The air conditioner here naturally has no temperature limit, and Rotom is a Pokemon that changes its attributes according to the appliance it possesses. The cooling air conditioner Rotom belongs to the electric and ice type, and it can adjust the temperature to below 0 if necessary. However, she was the only one in the room. As the man, Zeraora also went to check his wedding scene, and Perona ran out because she couldn't stand the low temperature. She likes dark environments, but not cold environments. Lying on the bed, Setsuna flipped through some letters from Zo, which were faxed through a special den mushi. The wedding would be held 3 times, and her immediate family members were naturally no exception. Dad's cigars are all gone again, Wanda Mrs. Perona a little Pedroy wanted. Zoe at this time is very different from the original timeline. Inuarashi and Cat Viper did not return to Zoe, but went to the future, so Zoe was not affected by them as Kojiki retainers, but under the massive material assistance of Setsuna, it underwent special changes. There are also some restless elements on Zoe Island, such as Pedro. He is 5 years younger than Setsuna, and is considered to be of the same generation. After she began to visit her family frequently, she also got to know this Duke's reserve. Seeing that Setsuna brought back so many things after sailing, they also wanted to do something within their ability, such as searching for that special stone tablet. For this purpose, a few months ago, led by Pedro, members of the Jipo and Pokemus fur tribe went to sea, and took away several moonstones when they went to sea. The reason they went to sea was exploration, so the name of the team was also the Nox Expedition Team, not the Pirates. In the original timeline, they wanted to replace Cat Viper. Viper was rewarded by the world government for finding the historical text, but this time it was different. The world government took the initiative to target them. The Yan Wu King incident made the world government determine some things, but the team sent to Zoe was frustrated. After having the ability to free the Moon Lion, Zoe was no longer afraid of the threats of those teams. So these fur tribes who went out became their targets. Although they could free the Moon Lion, they were a little overwhelmed by those attacks. In the end, Pedro made a decision. He and a few people who could control the Moon Lion stayed outside, and the others returned to Zoe first. However, on the way back, they encountered some accidents. Although they defeated the enemy, the expedition team also suffered casualties. Among them, Pokemus was accidentally separated in the explosion, and by chance drifted to the Totland Sea. He arrived at Big Mom's territory 5 years earlier than the normal timeline. At this time, he was just 12 years old. He was soon discovered by the Big Mom pirates and then brought to Charlotte Linlin. Is it the fur tribe? Do you know Zeraora? I heard he's getting married. For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 462, Arceus Medal. As a big pirate with certain cooperation with the Beasts pirates, the big pirates also received a wedding invitation from the Beasts. Back then, Charlotte Linlin also had some thoughts about Zeraora, but what she cared about was not men, but children. In her opinion, men are just tools, and marrying men of different races is just to get children with the blood of this race. Under her education, the big pirates are very indifferent to the word father. No matter which of her children have much feelings for their biological fathers, many have never even seen their fathers. Food can cause Charlotte Linlin to be furious, but men will not. At the beginning, she did not force Zeraora to stay, which means that she has given up. After all, she is always short-lived in her love for men. Strong strength is good, but not enough strength is also okay. After all, she basically represents the ceiling of human talent. As long as she likes him, it doesn't matter if she has a child. Although the number of fur tribes is small, there are more than just Zeraora. She can even use homies to create creatures similar to fur tribes. It is also the person who fished Pokemus out of the sea, the crane knight Randolph. Looks like a rabbit fur tribe, but in essence he is just homies created by Charlotte Linling. The reason why she asked Pokemus this was just because she happened to think of it. I met him in Zoe, but he and Setsuna are getting married. Well, you didn't know? The wedding invitations have been sent to me, just go with the people who are attending the wedding. When Kaido attended her tea party to discuss some things, there was no title of Sea Emperor on the sea, they were just a stronger pirate group, but it's different now. The contact letter from the subordinates is okay. If Charlotte Linlin really went to Kaido's territory to participate in some activities in person, the Navy might make a bigger move. When the bulimia did not occur, Charlotte Linlin was still somewhat rational, and Katakuri and others would persuade her, but persuasion the reason was food. For example, there would be a food selection festival on Cake Island during this period. Listening to Charlotte Linlin's words, Pokemus's eyes showed a confused look. He had been away from Zoe for only a few months, but so many things had happened. You should stay here for this period of time. After the wedding cake is ready, go there with Bloair, Moscato, and others. For Kaido's sake, I won't give you your life during this period. Of course, it would be even better if you could join here. Life is the only designated rent in the Kingdom of Totland. Unless it is her children or members of other pirate groups, if you want to live here, you have to pay rent according to time. Since Pokemus knew those two people, and those two people were members of Kaido, she would not let Pokemus pay for his life. And she had other ideas. Although homies like Randolph looked the same as ordinary fur tribes, they were not real fur tribes after all. If Pokemus could join the big pirate group, there would be one more race in Totland. Although it was not difficult to force the other party to stay, that was her way of collecting rare and precious animals. She hoped that the other party would take the initiative to join, so she chose this method. From the information just revealed by Pokemus, he is only 12 years old this year, and the various scenes of the Kingdom of Totland are most likely to attract children. At the instruction of Charlotte Linlin, Pokemus stayed in Cake Island temporarily and felt that it was like a fairy tale kingdom. When the date was approaching, the big pirate group, led by Charlotte Moscato, took Charlotte Blower and Charlotte Melly Eyes to the address given by Kaido, a spring island in the territory of the beast pirates. Although she did not let the big cotters like Jung Xin come forward, the combination of one son and two daughters was enough to reflect her importance. In addition to the entourage, there was also a huge wedding cake raw material. According to the chef's calculation, they could just finish making the cake when they arrived at the venue, and using food as a gift was also their feature. And after living on Cake Island for a while, Pokemus couldn't stand the temptation of material things and big. Chapter 463, Starlight Wedding. Hatch, I'm a little jealous. Under Quinn's command, the pirates of the Beast Pirates began to test trying out all kinds of wedding equipment, and looking at the brilliant scene, Ling had to admit that even though Setsuna was her own daughter, she felt jealous. Doesn't this just show that Setsuna is doing well? It seems that Zeraora is also concerned about it, so it's safe to hand Setsuna over to him, but where did Setsuna go? After leaving them here, Farron didn't care. Although there were many pirates around, they were carrying all kinds of things in their hands, and it seemed that they had no time to take care of them. But Hatch saw something familiar. Two white ghosts suddenly flew past them and motioned for them to follow. Hatch saw at a glance that it was Perona's negative ghost. This little thing had made him lose a lot of face at the beginning. However, as she grew older, Perona's control over her abilities became stronger and stronger. The negative ghost was no longer an out-of-control bomb, but a tool that could be manipulated. Following the steps of the negative ghost, they saw Perona sitting on a bear tail. As newlyweds, Setsuna and Zeraora were preparing for some things, so they asked Perona to come pick them up, but she was lazy and chose to let negative ghost bring them here. Neither the fur tribe nor Zeraora had any strange and messy rules, no customs that could not be seen by people, and no traditions of avoiding relatives. Soon they saw two people sticking together. They all changed into brand new dresses, and even Yan had some wedding candy decorations on her body, which made it very different from other frost milk fairies. Sister. We are here. Wanda pestered Setsuna to ask questions, and Hatch also chatted with Zeraora. It was their first time to come to Wano country. Although they were only on a Nagashima now, they could see the scenery of Wano country at a glance. Whether it was the towering Fujiyama or the group of sky islands above a Nagashima, these were things they had never seen before. The scenery here was not on the back of the Zou giant elephant. However, neither Hatch nor Ling had any doubts about the general of Wano country. Although the Kojiki family and Zou have an alliance, ordinary citizens do not have a clear memory of this alliance. It is not easy to develop feelings for a country that has not seen each other for hundreds of years. Especially now that Zou is not ruled by Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, he naturally has no interest in the situation in Wano country. What's more, they are here to attend the wedding. Originally, Hatch had been accustomed to the existence of Zeraora, but for some reason, he looked at Zeraora more and more unpleasantly today. Boy, after today, Setsuna will be completely handed over to you. Don't let her down, otherwise. Uncle, you don't seem to be able to beat me, but don't think about this kind of thing. We will live a good life. After Hatch and Ling arrived here, they did not wait here all the time, but wandered around Wano country, because the wedding time was set at night. Although there is no fixed requirement for the wedding time in the pirate world, it is relatively rare to hold a wedding at night, but because it was set by Arceus, no one objected to this. It was night soon, and the lights in a Nagashima were ready, but several bonfires were still lit outside. Although electricity had been popularized in a Nagashima, bonfires were a unique atmosphere for banquets. After the ceremony, it was not realistic to let these pirates sit together and dine like nobles. The previous debugging had proved that there was no problem with these equipment. After nightfall, Quinn appeared on the high platform again. He hosted all the activities within the Beast Pirates. Well, everyone, those who can come here are all old members of the pirate group. Everyone knows that today is the wedding of Zeraora and Setsuna. Today, the couple will tie the knot under your witness. You all come from different seas, and you can have any customs as you like, but no one will stop you if you make them angry, ha ha ha. The customs on the sea are not uniform, and each island has its own characteristics, but no one dares to mess up the wedding of a senior cotter. There must be a limit to making fun. If you make trouble on someone else's wedding day, you will be beaten lightly. What's more, Kaido and Arceus were also on the main seat. Kaido appeared there because he was the governor of the pirate group, and Arceus appeared as Ziraura's elder this time. Although Ziraura's external identity was the fur tribe, as Arceus's first fantasy beast, his position as the eldest son of God was very secure. Setsuna had both parents, so Ziraura naturally couldn't be empty. Let's not talk nonsense, the wedding is starting now. Lord Arceus specially prepared a unique gift for the newlyweds. Quinn did not inherit the bad habit of giving a speech for several hours, and quickly got to the point. At this time, everyone understood why the wedding had to be held at night. Today was just a new moon. Under the reflection of the lights, the moonlight in the sky was not significant, but Arceus mobilized the power of the fairy slate. The moonlight and the stars seemed to be guided, and the light they emitted gradually condensed into human figures. The white moonlight formed dancing elves, and the starlight of different colors formed flying saucers under the control of the power of the fairy slate. Various musical instruments appeared in the hands of the elves, and the starlight butterflies danced to the sound of the music. The power of the fairy slate is second only to ghosts and superpowers in terms of strangeness, and its power is also the most beautiful power in Arceus's hands. The moonlight accompanies, and the starlight paves the road, with fragrant grass as the path. This is the wedding celebration he prepared for Ziraura, a grand banquet unique in this world. The starry sky can be seen even in Wano country, and many people are stunned by the strange beauty. Especially the female members of the beast pirates, the pursuit of beauty is human nature. Except for Arceus, there are few people in the world who can do this. Even if they are not the protagonists, they can't help but be intoxicated by it. Even if some illusion-type devil fruits can simulate similar scenes, they can't compare with this real dance of light. Along with the sound of music, the star disk turned up, and the sky above Onigashima formed the portraits of Ziraura and Setsuna. At the same time, the green stone slabs began to give birth to special plants, and the path formed by flowers extended to both sides, and finally appeared at the feet of Setsuna and Ziraura. Oh! The cheers in the venue were deafening, and the couple walked towards the center of the venue. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 464, Wedding Finale. Bang! 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 This is not the sound of gunfire. No one has the ability to invade a Onigashima without anyone noticing. Even if it is true, if this person can see tomorrow's sun on this happy day, it will be the dereliction of duty of all the beasts. This is the sound of colored bombs going off, and the colorful streamers are floating down with the wind, accompanied by the starlight butterflies flying in the air to form a new scene. Quinn even changed. He fired the flamethrower in his mechanical hand, and as the master of ceremonies at the wedding, he was also shooting ribbons from his arm. Although Arceus built a unique wedding hall for Ziraura, he did not show up directly, and Kaido did the same, just sitting in the back drinking wine. If they went out, it would be inevitable that they would be a bit distracting. The protagonists of the wedding were Setsuna and Ziraura, and there was no need for them to go out to attract attention. Go, brother Ziraura, the bride is waiting for you. Yes, don't make her wait impatiently. From time to time, there were urging voices from the spectators around. No one was maliciously making trouble, but they would never mind adding more atmosphere to the wedding. Sister, sister, you are so beautiful today. Behind Setsuna were Perona and Wanda, who were dragging her wedding dress behind her, and they just played the role of flower girls. Occasionally, the sound of shutters could be heard below. It was the rotom flying in the air, and they were recording the details of the wedding for them as memories in the future. The path formed by flowers is not far, but it is the longest path that Ziraura has ever walked. It doesn't take long for him to go around Onigashima even if he is given the name of Lightning, but now his steps are a little heavy. This makes him feel more pressured than fighting with the navy. There are urging voices around him from time to time. If it weren't for the hair covering his face, he might have suddenly turned into a red cat. Every time he and Setsuna take a step forward, the flowers behind them will float in the air. As they walk together, the flower path behind them has disappeared, and the petals scattered in the air have turned into a huge peach heart. The starlight butterflies in the sky shattered one after another, and the powder-like diamond stars flew down, covering them under the waterfall of starlight. Then it was not Quinn who came up, but Missu. She was the only serious religious person in the Beast Pirates. Although it was more appropriate for a priest to do this, a nun could also take on this responsibility. In her hand, there was a white cover booklet with 2 cross-shaped patterns of the arms of the universe. Of course, they did not believe in God here. Even the Western-style weddings believed in the Arceus religion. The participants of the wedding were not all pirates. There were also some people from Wano country, such as Musashi and Kojiro. The couple of Bingoro were also invited here, but the people of the Kojiki family were not qualified. The beasts thought they were generals, and they were generals. There was no need to invite a puppet general at this time. It was inappropriate to put her in any position. It's great, little soldier. I feel like I'm 20 years younger when I see these young people. Not enough, it must be 30 years. We just got married at that time. Recalling the experience of the year, Bingoro also showed a happy look. The wedding here was a scene they had never seen before. It was very different from the traditional wedding of Wano country. In fact, the wedding was planned in the way of Wano country, but it was rejected later. They felt that the way was not appropriate. O'Hara scholars from Sky Island, doctors from all over the world, core employees of the Beast Fruit, and people from all walks of life are witnessing the final moment. Ziraura, swear in the name of Lord Arceus. Are you willing to marry Setsuna as your wife? Are you willing to abide by the marriage vows in the future, whether you are poor or rich, sick or healthy, beautiful or fading, smooth or frustrated, you are willing to love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her? And are you willing to be loyal to her forever in your life? I do. Setsuna, swear in the name of Lord Arceus, are you willing to marry Ziraura and make him your husband? Live with him in the sacred marriage contract, whether you are sick or healthy, poor or rich, beautiful or fading, smooth or frustrated, you are willing to love him, comfort him, respect him, and protect him? And are you willing to be loyal to him forever in your life? I do. The two gave their answers without hesitation, and their long-term love affair came to an end. After they gave their answers, no one handed over the ring. Whether it was the spirits made of moonlight or the scattered starlight, they all began to gather towards one point, and finally a pair of rings appeared in front of them. Now you can exchange rings, of course, you can also kiss the bride. A kiss under the moon means the end of the wedding, and also the beginning of the banquet. Amid the endless booing from the people below, Quinn took the microphone again. Okay, guys, the bride and groom are going to do their things. Next is your carnival, the banquet has begun. Wine, barbecue, whatever you want, just go get it yourself. Oh. As the protagonists of the wedding left, the pirates also ushered in their own carnival. The toasting session of the bride and groom had been cancelled. They just had a small gathering with their close friends, and Kaido became the drinking person. While drinking with his men, Quinn showed off his dancing skills with a few younger brothers, but not many people paid attention to him. Jin ate his food slightly elegantly, and also had to face Shayna's complaints. I say, Jin, you don't have to eat like this, right? Shayna's mask only covers most of her face, leaving her mouth exposed, so eating is not that troublesome. Jin's mask does not hinder eating, but his way of eating is very strange. He did not use his hands, but transformed his head into an animal, eating the food on the plate with the slender mouth of a fossil pterosaur, which looked very distorted. I'm used to it. Sometimes it's good to do this. Etiquette, don't throw all this away. At the same time, the children's table at the wedding banquet also started its own noisy day. Xiaopei, Xiaopei? What are you looking at? Look at the stars, so beautiful, me too. You don't want to. I won't let other women take you away, even men can't. At this point, she glanced at Jack again, and then emphasized the following lines, but Ultai also admitted that this scene was indeed beautiful. There are a lot of little girls at this table, and many people are interested in it, even if the aesthetics of some individuals are different from ordinary people. However, Yamato did not show any envy, because she was thinking about whether to ask Arceus to show her a similar scene again. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 465, Loser and Peeper. The wedding at the main venue has ended. The pirates are enjoying their own carnival feast. At the same time, many people are attracted by the wedding scene and have some impulses in their hearts. According to later survey reports, this year is the year with the highest marriage rate within the Beast Pirates. Influenced by Setsuna and Zeraora, many people took this opportunity to choose to confess. Such a mysterious scene is difficult to reproduce. I don't know how many people will never see a similar scene again in their lives. Of course, there are also many sad people on this occasion. Confession is not a charge, but a flag of the end. If you confess with an impulse, you will not succeed. Today is destined to be a sad day for many single dogs. The group of pirates has always been more men than women, and women who can become pirates usually have stronger talents. Especially in the competitive environment within the beasts, they can appear on Ghost Island as elites, so their own strength is slightly stronger, and it is naturally difficult to pursue them. For example, a pirate has just encountered a setback in life. Don't joke, you are too ugly, not my type. Drake sat on the stool carelessly, the wine dripping from the corner of his mouth wet his clothes, and he was completely disdainful of the person in front of him. Too ugly. Ah, accept the reality, this is something you can't change. Patting him on the shoulder, Drake walked towards Jin and Shayna with a jar of wine. It looked quieter there, and no one around the cotters did such presumptuous behavior. She left indifferently, leaving only a frustrated pirate, but this situation did not last long. Soon he was dragged away by other single pirates and joined their single army. Kaido was drinking with others, and the people around him were decreasing rapidly at a visible speed. Not being able to drink more than Kaido was only part of the reason. The main reason was that they felt Kaido was a little drunk. Although it was still a wedding scene, they didn't dare to bet on whether Kaido would get drunk or not. If he was unlucky, he would have to lie in the Pokémon Center for several months at least. If it was more serious, he would be buried directly. Only some strong or courageous people dared to continue drinking with Kaido. Quinn was still improvising his dance. I don't know if anyone was watching. Anyway, he was dancing happily now. He also got a group of younger brothers to dance with him. The slightly drunk Kaido looked around and found that something seemed to be missing. Jin, Quinn, Shayna, where did that girl Olga go? Several senior cotters gathered here, but except for Zeraora, who was serving as the groom, even Olga was nowhere to be seen. However, this question lasted less than 5 seconds, and he turned his interest back to the wine in front of him. He is not the trainee anymore, so it is impossible that he was kidnapped on Ghost Island. At this time, Olga was squatting in the corner, monitoring her father. In the past, Athi should be dancing with Quinn, and they have a common topic in this regard, but today is different. The grand wedding scene affects not only young people, but also the elderly. Some people like Bingoro are reminiscing about the past, and some widows like Athi are also experiencing a second spring. He has lived in the dinosaur nest in Lantern Master's belly for more than 100 years. If those dinosaurs were not stupid, they would not have discovered if he is found to be an imposter, he would have died suddenly in the mouth of those dinosaurs. That kind of life is more boring than what Olga experienced. Olga can still run around with Elizabeth, but Athi is much more dangerous than her. After leaving there, they came to the Beast Pirates. During the time they were in contact with Nakin, they also had some relationship. After all, being single for too long makes him look good looking. Sometimes he even thinks some Pokémon are cute, such as the sweet cold queen who takes care of Tianzazu in the restaurant. And in a sense, this is not impossible. According to the historical records of the Pokémon world, many humans married Pokémon in ancient times. For example, Gardevoir, Sweet Cold Queen, Big Mouth Baby, Long-Eared Rabbit, etc. Later, some places even issued regulations to restrict this behavior. Olga, what are you doing? SHH, don't talk. Grabbing Elizabeth's neck, Olga pulled her over to eavesdrop. She didn't object to this. Her mother had been dead for nearly 200 years. She had no reason to let Azir maintain the status quo. She even cared about her father's situation. Don't you have hallucinations? There's no need to be so sneaky, right? Elizabeth didn't understand why Algie had a better way to hide, but chose this lowest method. You don't understand, Elizabeth, you are still unfamiliar with humans. Although that method is better, it is more interesting this way. It is meaningless to stand out openly for such a thing. As he said this, he adjusted the angle of the mirror in his hand and began to spy on his father's behavior. At this time, there were more than one person who was spying. For example, some pirates who could not hold back their thoughts appeared quietly in July. Although the wedding venue was on Ghost Island, their new house was in July. The two returned here just after the ceremony. After they went in for a while, some people quietly followed them. Be careful, just scare Brother Rayla. They just entered, so they definitely won't be so fast. It's not irritating to make trouble within a proper range. The leader is telling others to be careful. If they really irritate others, the consequences will be terrible. But before they could act, a strange sound suddenly came from their ears, and then several negative ghosts passed through their bodies. A maggot like me is living and wasting air. I shouldn't appear on the surface, I should burrow into the soil like an earthworm. Several people suddenly became negative. Negative ghosts are like rule-based weapons against ordinary people. They can't compete with this fruit ability at all. Ho, 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 this is the third batch of fools. Are you all so idle? Kumasi, leave it to you. She promised Setsuna and Ziraura long before today that she would not let irrelevant people get close to her. She likes to stay up late. She is more energetic at night than during the day. What's more, she has been promised a dark new house, so she works very hard. After these people were affected by the negative ghost, the bear-wearing man silently stepped forward, opened his arms and hugged all of them, then threw them directly into the river beside him, watched them being washed away, and then walked back to the dark. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 466, The Chatty Quinn, The Mysterious Whisper. Downstream of the river, a group of pirates picked them up. From their wet appearance, it can be seen that they had just swam out of the river not long ago. I said these guys couldn't succeed, am I right? They were the people Perona mentioned just now, and they were treated the same way. They were first destroyed by the negative ghost, and then thrown directly into the river by the bear-wearing man. They should thank the bear-wearing man for being able to control his power familiarly in order to take care of the children, otherwise that bear hug would have broken their ribs. The wedding was over, but not completely over. This was only the first wedding, and there would be 2 more weddings to be held later, and they were of different natures. The wedding of Zoe was to let the same tribe know about it, while the wedding of the outer island is a form of honor. If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in the night with brocade clothes. Sometimes announcing something to the outside world is also to show your strength. However, the venue there is not as exquisite as here, and there is no need to repeat the oath that has been concluded. The wedding of the outer island is more like a social and show of skill. Although everyone is nominally blessing the newlyweds, they also talk about a lot of business issues in private. Why didn't I know Quinn is so good at talking nonsense? Looking at Quinn speaking on the stage, Setsuna's face twitched a few times, and his business smile was almost gone. Because there were some things to discuss, Quinn was still the host of the venue this time, but he was not as brief as before, and he took nonsense literature to the extreme. First praise Kaido and Arceus, then show off the beast's pirates, and then show off a few times, and then agree with others before talking about business. Sometimes it is not intentional to let him take the blame, but his current lines can easily lead the blame to himself. Maybe I've been restraining myself for too long. Don't worry, it won't last long. The fur tribe is not common in the open sea, let alone a fur tribe wedding, but no one who came here showed any malicious eyes. Being able to get the invitation and come here shows that their power is close to the beasts, and no one wants to cause any trouble at this time. Sister Setsuna. Are you really married? When Setsuna and Ziraura were whispering, there was a shout from outside, and it looked very excited. Pakmas? How come you are here? Shauna recognized Pakmas at a glance. This was Yangjasi Khan's training for her. Yangjasi Khan believed that Shauna could take over his position. As the king of Zou, he should at least recognize all the citizens. So every time Shauna went back, Yangjasi Khan would introduce unfamiliar citizens to her, but among all the kings of Zou, only Yangjasi Khan did this, so Shauna did not inherit this talent. However, some people in key positions can still be remembered, such as the captain of the musket team, Dr. Sanyang, etc. She remembered Pakmas because his bean eyes were too obvious. As a lion fur, the bean eyes were completely inconsistent with his species, making him look nothing like a lion. So Shauna later brought him a pair of sunglasses from the open sea. Pakmas himself also liked this thing that could cover his eyes, but he lost it in the previous shipwreck. I followed Pedro to the sea, and then... Pakmas briefly explained his situation and his current experience. As he was talking, several chess soldiers and chefs came in carrying a huge wedding cake. Long time no see, both of you. This is the gift that Mom asked us to bring. Charlotte Moscato came in with Charlotte Blower and Charlotte Melies. They had met at the tea party before, so they were a little bit of friends. And their appearance also surprised some people a little. This is a pirate wedding, and the Navy certainly won't appear here openly, but they will send all intelligence personnel to sneak in. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate, the three most famous pirates on the sea are all remnants of rocks. Even if they don't show up, the contact of their subordinates will make some people nervous. They sneaked in just to make sure that this was not a blatant alliance. If they couldn't get the information if something like that happened, it would be a big trouble. That's Minister of Ice Cream Moscato. Are these two pirate groups really just doing business? In addition to these people, there are also people from various factions in the underground world. Some people have only heard of the relationship between Beasts and Big Mom. It is rare for Charlotte Linlin to send a normal gift, let alone send her children to congratulate in person. Even if Moscato's status is not as high as Katakuri and Cracker, he is also Charlotte Linlin's child and an important member of the pirate group. They who live in the New World cannot be unaware of this. This commercial wedding lasted for a long time, and most of the time was spent bragging. After finishing the things here, Zeraora took Setsuna to Zou. This time, Quinn did not follow. The ceremony at Zou did not need Quinn to act as the master of ceremonies, so it was better to let him stay here and continue to brag. The big thing is the mother's family. Although Zou's back cannot be made like a Nagashima, it also has a unique wild style. Through the contact of Den Den Mushi, Zou had already prepared the wedding, and Pedro and others who sent other members back to Zou also received the news that Pokemus was safe. However, he did not plan to return to Zou, but returned to Cake Island as a member of the Big Mom Pirates. He also attended one of the three weddings and asked Setsuna to report his safety to his parents on his behalf. He was worried that he would not be willing to leave Zou if he saw his parents. Moreover, he had sneaked out of Zou with Pedro at that age. If he went back like this, he would inevitably be taught a lesson. Not only Zeraora and Setsuna went to Zou, but also the new generation of beasts brought by Arceus. On the one hand, he went to serve as the male parent, and on the other hand, Yamato and others wanted to see what Zou, the country on the back of an elephant, looked like. Hatch and Ling had life cards to return to Zou, and several thousand-year-old dragons flew to Zou. It was their own business to be able to fly, and the means of transportation was a matter of face, otherwise some people would not bother to find a mount. The flight was very fast, but when approaching Zou, Arceus heard a dull sound. I'm so tired, how many years is there anyone who can let me rest? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 467, An Order Spanning 1,000 Years. Rest. Godfather, are you tired? Listening to Arceus's mumbling, Yamato looked at Arceus in confusion. It was the first time she heard this word from Arceus. In her cognition, Arceus had never said anything like tiredness. No, I just heard some special sounds. But no one spoke. Did you speak? Yamato asked the others behind him, but all he got was a negative answer. Even the frost milk fairy in her arms gave a negative answer. Godfather, you must be hallucinating. How can anyone talk so high up in the sky? Help! No, Godfather, I seem to hear something too. Someone is shouting for help. Yamato felt that he heard a cry for help, and the voice sounded familiar. You can't hear that voice now, but you did hear the cry for help. Look to the lower left. Yamato looked up and saw two shadows falling. That's Ultai and Pepet. What are they playing again? They didn't even take me with them. As the number of children in the Beast Pirates increased, many things became strange. For example, they didn't feel scared at all when they saw someone falling from a high altitude. After all, Peggy 1 has learned how to fly. The reason why he and Ultai fell down was also very simple. The back of the Millennium Dragon was so big, and it was normal to fall down during a fight. However, when she fell down, she grabbed Peggy 1's ankle and took him down with her. Peggy 1 changed her form in the air and flew up again like a jet. Sister! Can't you just be quiet? He suspected that Ultai brought him up just to play with him better, and even had some evidence. He could judge his mood based on the way Peggy 1 addressed him. If it was sister, it meant that he had no fluctuations in his heart, but when it was changed to big sister or elder sister, it meant that his heart was hit hard, and it was backstabbed by his own sister. What does it matter? Anyway, you can fly, little Pei. But if you don't make trouble, we won't fall down at all. It's not my fault. It's because Jack takes up too much space. Let's just fly over there. That way, there will be no perverts to threaten you. Sister, you didn't pull me down on purpose to stay away from Jack, did you? How is that possible? How could I do that? The structure of his head made it difficult for him to see Ultai's expression, but Peggy 1 felt that he had discovered the truth. Okay, Peggy, you have to trust me, your sister. Hurry up and catch up. They are flying far away. After some minor setbacks, they successfully arrived at Zou and met up with Ziraura in mid-air. This was because Setsuna was holding Ling's life card, and Ziraura's acceleration just caught up. Everything was ready in the furry principality. Although they could not attract the starlight, the citizens went out together to collect the flowers blooming on Zou's back and decorate them on the outer city walls. For Zou, a country with a small population, marriage among the same tribe has always been a big deal, especially since Setsuna himself has the special status of the Duke's heir. Even Yang Jizzy-kan participated in it. Although he has slightly shown his old age, he is still the same as before, organizing Zou's open-air venue. Here, Ziraura and Setsuna do not have such complicated dresses, but simply wear wreaths, which is the tradition of Zou. The children of the beasts quickly integrated into the atmosphere of Zou. The fur tribe here has always been very enthusiastic about recognized friends, especially since most of them are animal-type ability users. In the form, mammalian ability users such as Yamato are not even much different from the fur tribe. After participating in the wedding here as the male parent, Arceus did not participate in their carnival, but left here when everyone was celebrating. Following the road inside Zou, Arceus crossed the whale forest and came to a slightly higher place. This place is already outside the furry principality, and under his feet is the head of the Zou giant elephant. During the ceremony, he faintly heard the complaining voice again. Arceus was not sure in the sky just now, but now he has completely determined the source of the sound. The complaining sound came from the Zou giant elephant. Are you tired? Of course, can you hear me? There was a hint of surprise in the old voice. Its life was extremely long. Thousands of years ago, it had been walking on the sea with the furry principality on its back. All this was because of the mistake he made. Because of that mistake, he was punished to walk on the sea with the country on his back, and he must not stop unless there is an order from others. This order can be from anyone, as long as that person can understand his words, and what he says can also be understood by himself. Such a person is qualified to order him. It does not expect to get the order to be released, but with the order, he can at least move, otherwise even if it is attacked, it has no right to fight back. He had met such a person before, but such a person could only understand a few words from him and could not communicate with him. In fact, the giant elephant did not speak, but emitted a sound wave of a special frequency. This sound wave limited the person who could answer him, and it was also the person it had been waiting for. Stop if you are tired. The people of Zou are celebrating the wedding. You who have been carrying the furry principality for so many years naturally have a chance to rest. Really? On the head, a ray of light appeared in the eye sockets of the Zou giant elephant. Originally, its eye sockets were extremely dry and looked like hollows from a distance, but now, beautiful gem-colored pupils appeared in its eye sockets, which was a rare beauty. Of course it's true. Did you order me to rest? Are you sure this is an order? The giant elephant's tone became excited. The original rules were like procedures to it, so it eagerly hoped that it could follow the entire procedure later. I ordered you to rest, but someone on your back is getting married, so you should celebrate for them. Yes, sir. After 1,000 years, the giant elephant stopped again, and its 1,000-meter-long trunk was raised. Moo! The long elephant cry resounded through the sky, and even the clouds next to it were scattered by the huge sound. The entire furry principality was shrouded by the elephant lord's cry. Anyone could hear the joy in the elephant lord's heart. Even if they were of different species, they could feel that emotion from the cry. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey, it. Chapter 467, An order spanning 1,000 years. Rest. Godfather, are you tired? Listening to Arceus's mumbling, Yamato looked at Arceus in confusion. It was the first time she heard this word from Arceus. In her cognition, Arceus had never said anything like tired. No, I just heard some special sounds. But no one spoke. Did you speak? Yamato asked the others behind her, but all she got was a negative answer. Even the frost fairy in her arms gave a negative answer. Godfather, you must have auditory hallucinations, how can anyone speak in such a high sky? Help! No, Godfather, I seem to hear something too, someone is shouting for help. Yamato felt that she heard a cry for help, and the voice was very familiar. You can't hear that voice now, but you did hear the cry for help correctly, look to the lower left. Yamato looked over and saw two shadows falling. That's Altai and Peggy. What are they playing again? They didn't even take me with them. As the number of children in the Beast's Pirates increased, many things became strange. For example, they didn't feel scared when they saw someone falling from a high altitude. After all, Page 1 had learned how to fly. The reason why he and Altai fell down was also very simple. The back of the Millennium Dragon was so big, and it was normal to fall down while playing. However, when she fell, she took Page 1's ankle and took him down with her. Page 1 changed her form in the air and flew up again like a jet. Sister! Can't you just be quiet? He suspected that Altai brought him up just to play with him better, and even had some evidence. He could judge his mood based on the way Page 1 addressed him. If it was a sister, it meant that he didn't have any fluctuations in his heart, but when it was changed to a big sister or a big sister, it meant that his heart was hit hard, and it was backstabbed by his own sister. What's the matter? You can fly anyway, Peggy. But if you didn't make trouble, we wouldn't have fallen down. It's not my fault. It's because Jack takes up too much space. Let's just fly over there. There will be no perverts to threaten you. Sister, you didn't pull me down on purpose to stay away from Jack. How is that possible? How could I do that? The structure of his head made it difficult for him to see Altai's expression, but Peggy felt that he had discovered the truth. Okay, Peggy, you have to trust me, sister, and catch up quickly. They are going to fly far away. After some minor setbacks, they successfully arrived at Zou and met up with Ziraura and the others in mid-air. This was because Setsuna was holding Ling's life card, and Ziraura's acceleration just caught up with them. Everything was ready in the Furry Principality. Although they could not attract the starlight, the citizens went out together to collect the flowers blooming on Zou's back and decorate them on the outer city walls. For Zou, which has a sparse population, marriage among the same tribe has always been a big deal, especially since Setsuna himself has the special status of the Duke's heir. Even Yang Jizikon participated in it. Although he has slightly shown his old age, he is still the same as before, organizing Zou's open-air venue. Here, Ziraura and Setsuna do not have such complicated dresses, but simply wear wreaths, which is the tradition of Zou. The children of the beasts quickly integrated into the atmosphere of Zou. The fur tribe here has always been very enthusiastic about recognized friends, especially since most of them are animal-type ability users. In the form, mammal ability users such as Yamato are not even much different from the fur tribe. After participating in the wedding here as the male parent, Arceus did not participate in their carnival, but left here when everyone was celebrating. Following the road inside Zou, Arceus crossed the whale forest and came to a slightly higher place. This place was already outside the Furry Principality, and under his feet was the head of the Zou giant elephant. During the ceremony, he faintly heard the complaining voice again. Just now, he was not sure in the sky, but now Arceus completely confirmed the source of the voice, and the complaining voice came from the Zou giant elephant. Are you tired? Of course, can you hear me? There was a hint of surprise in the old voice. Its life was extremely long. As early as 1,000 years ago, he had been walking on the sea with the Furry Principality on his back. All this was because of the mistake he made. Because of that mistake, he was punished to walk on the sea with the country on his back, and he must not stop unless there was an order from someone else. This order can be anyone, as long as that person can understand his words and what he said can also be understood by himself, such a person is qualified to order him. It does not expect to get the order to be released, but with the order, he can at least move, otherwise even if it is attacked, it has no right to fight back. He had met such a person before, but such a person could only understand a few words he said and could not communicate with him. In fact, the giant elephant did not speak, but emitted a sound wave of a special frequency. This sound wave limited the person who could answer him, and it was also the person it had been waiting for. Stop if you are tired. The people of Zou are celebrating the wedding. You who have been carrying the Furry Principality for so many years naturally have a chance to rest. Really? On the head, a ray of light appeared in the eye sockets of the Zou giant elephant. Originally, its eye sockets were extremely dry and looked like hollow from a distance, but now in its eye sockets, beautiful gem-colored pupils appeared, which was a rare beauty. Of course it's true. Did you order me to rest? Are you sure this is an order? The elephant's tone became excited. The original rules were like procedures to it, so it eagerly hoped to follow the entire procedure later. I order you to rest, but someone on your back is getting married, so you should celebrate for them too. Yes. After 1,000 years, the elephant's steps stopped again, and the 1,000-meter-long trunk was raised. Moo! The long elephant cry resounded through the sky, and even the clouds next to it were scattered by this huge sound. The entire furry principality was shrouded by the call of the elephant master. Anyone can hear the joy in the elephant master's heart. Even if they are of different species, they can feel that emotion from the cry. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 468, Zoe's Waveguide King. Even if it is just a stroll, it is a grand project that has lasted for 1,000 years. For the elephant master, this is serving a sentence, and it is a sentence without a goal. It is waiting for a person, but not a fixed person. Similar people have appeared in the past 1,000 years, but they all seem to have failed in the end. So to this day, the elephant master is still walking on the sea. Until today, it is like living in a forgotten prison, and Arceus is the only warden who has handed it the key in 1,000 years. The elephant's cry is to celebrate their wedding for them, and also to express their inner joy. Take a proper rest when you are tired, but not for too long. The current furry principality is not suitable for being fixed in one place all the time. I understand. A short rest every day is enough. The scientific name of the elephant master is Notamianolita. Due to the body structure of the double-jointed legs, this giant creature rests while standing. This requirement is not complicated for him. The elephant master is now telling Arceus about his inner joy. Not only has he not rested for 1,000 years, he has not even communicated with other people in the past 1,000 years. Notamianolita is rare in number. It may be the last giant elephant in the world. Now there is a person who can communicate with it, or to be more precise, a creature. But no matter what, the elephant master can't help but feel happy. As a living fossil that has lived for nearly 1,000 years, Arceus naturally asked it about the stone tablet. I can't remember clearly. I have seen many meteorites in the past 1,000 years. I don't know which ones are what you want. Besides, after so many years, some islands have long disappeared. Although the elephant master did not give any answer, it did not affect anything. In the furry principality, Yang Jizikon and other fur tribes also noticed the elephant master's unusual movements. The elephant master actually stopped. Although the elephant master got a rest, it was not a good thing for the fur tribe. The furry principality depends on the elephant master for its existence. Generation after generation of fur tribes have reproduced on the back of the elephant master. If the elephant master fell, it would be a devastating disaster for the furry principality. If they hadn't all sensed joy in the elephant master's voice, they would have panicked at this time. However, Yang Jizikon still ordered others to check the elephant master's condition. When he and Ziraura came to the top of the elephant master's head, they knew what had happened. However, Yang Jizikon only knew that he was a very respected person in Ziraura's eyes. At this time, he realized that this respect was far more than that. Instant, come here. After hearing this, Setsuna came to Arceus's position, but she didn't understand what Arceus wanted to do. Lord Arceus, what are you going to do? How well have you mastered the power of Waveguide? Basic use is no problem. She had obtained Lucario for quite some time, and the power of Waveguide was Lucario's most basic ability, so she was naturally familiar with it. The development of the Waveguide arrow was the most direct proof. Sit here and feel the elephant's Waveguide. I believe you can do this, and I will help you. However, the power of Waveguide is not only used for combat, it is also an excellent means of communication. Everything has its own unique Waveguide. As long as the other party's Waveguide is found, Lucario can communicate with the other party through the Waveguide. Although he can communicate with the elephant, he does not intend to change the status quo rashly. The elephant's body is fearless on the sea, and there is no need to transform it immediately. Arceus will not stay here forever, so he needs another person who can communicate with the elephant, and Setsuna, who has Lucario's ability, is the best choice. Lucario, who controls the power of Waveguide, is one of the most suitable Pokémon for this. Setsuna entered the form of Lucario, and waves of waveguides emanated from the surface of her body. She was trying to feel the unique waveguides of the Elephant Master. Come on, so that you will have more opportunities to act in the future. Under the communication of Arceus, the Elephant Master also let go of his mind and cooperated with Setsuna. The blue waveguide power connected the Elephant Master from Setsuna's body. With the help of Arceus, she quickly established a new connection with the Elephant Master, and the Elephant Master's deep voice also sounded in her mind. Under the communication of Setsuna, the Elephant Master raised his huge nose, and the nose like a giant pillar stopped in front of Setsuna, as if shaking hands with her. Clang! The scepter in Yangjisi Khan's hand fell to the ground, and many fur tribes were also shocked. This was a situation they had never thought of from ancient times to the present. The Elephant Master could actually communicate. Looking at his hands, Yangjisi Khan found that his fur was not as bright as it used to be. With Setsuna's current performance, he confirmed his thoughts. Arceus did not stay here overnight, but left Zou in advance, and asked Zeraora to send Yamato and others back before leaving. Under the premise that Setsuna can communicate with the Elephant Master, even if someone brings a fleet, it is not the opponent of the Elephant Master. The wedding continued, but at noon the next day, Yangjisi Khan called Setsuna and Zeraora over. My Lord Duke, what are you going to do? Setsuna, you have grown up. You were still a little girl then, but now you are qualified to take over the throne of Zou. Wait, my Lord Duke, this seems a little early. I am not ready yet. Many years ago, her goal was to become the first female Duchess of Zou, but later she found that things were far from that simple. She felt overwhelmed even managing a simple farm in July, not to mention the more than 20,000 residents of Zou. And according to her plan, she should have a honeymoon with Zeraora first, then help Arceus search for the stone tablets, and finally travel around the world. After having a few children, it is time to take over the throne. It's enough. Although there is the help of that person, you are the first fur tribe who can communicate with the Elephant Master in 1,000 years. I should also take a rest. From today on, you are the Duke of Zou. The people of Zou will obey your command and you will lead Zou to move forward. As he said, Yangjisi took off the crown and handed it to Setsuna solemnly. Seeing that Yangjisi Khan had made a decision, Shan Na knew that it was difficult to refuse, but she had a new idea. Duke, will you obey my orders? Although it felt a bit strange, Yangjisi Khan still gave a positive answer. Yes, I am also a citizen of Zou, and I am no longer a duke. Okay, then I order you as the new Duke of Zou to temporarily take charge of Zou's affairs until I finish my business. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 469, I predicted your prediction, the combat device of the fur tribe. Yangjisi Khan's face was full of puzzled eyes. After being a duke for so many years, he also planned to take a break. The fur tribe with the moonstone can enter the moon lion state at any time, and the safety has been greatly improved. The aimless Elephant Master is not easy to find, not to mention that the elite musketeers and knights have already mastered the moon lion state. In addition, the strength of Zeraora and Setsuna has made Yangjisi Khan feel far behind. If he leaves Zou to them, he can live a peaceful retirement life. Not to mention that Setsuna can still communicate with the Elephant Master. The huge body may not be flexible enough, but the Elephant Master's every move is a terrible disaster for the outside world. In the past, being an enemy of the fur tribe meant being an enemy of the country, referring to the fur tribe of the entire country, but now it is different. This is really an enemy of the country. The attack launched by the Elephant Master has long exceeded the scope of manpower. Although he is a king who maintains the status quo, he knows the residents of Zou well enough. When he was a child, Setsuna was clamoring to be a duchess. Before, she said that she would wait until she got married. I thought they could become the new king in Zou as a couple now, but I didn't expect that he would be given such a trick now. Duke Yangjisi. No, I should call you senior now. Senior, this is the order of the new duke. I don't think I am suitable to rule Zou now, so this important task is handed over to you. It doesn't seem right to say this, anyway, everything should be as it is. In the past, she thought that the position of the duke was high and no one would stop him from doing anything, but now she understands that the position brings not only power, but also obligations and the future of the race. She has not had enough fun yet and is willing to contribute to the big ship of the fur tribe, but she is not ready to be the helmsman all the time. Wait, that's not right. Didn't I pass the position of duke to you? Yes, but I ordered you to be the agent as the duke. According to the outside countries, this should be called the regent. Anyway, you are very experienced. Just continue everything. I will come back in a few years. No, I am so old, it's time to take a rest. In this case, I will order you to take over this position again with my current power. Yang Jizi Khan tried to let the other party take over this position in the form of nesting dolls, but the facts were different from what he thought. No, I am the Duke now. You have already given me the position, right? Touching the empty top of his head, Yang Jizi Khan suddenly discovered this problem. The handover ceremony of Zhou was very simple. During this period of time, everyone had recognized Setsuna as the heir, so he only needed to announce it unilaterally. As long as he finished that sentence, it meant that the transfer of the Duke's position was over. From then on, as a retired Duke, he needed to obey the decrees of the new Duke, but the new Duke did not have to listen to him. This is also the reason why Setsuna asked Yang Jizi Khan to be the regent and did not reappoint him as the Duke. She has blocked the possibility of Yang Jizi Khan shirking his responsibility from the root. And in order to prevent accidents, she did not set a date at all. In a sense, the day she took over the throne is always tomorrow, not today. Don't worry, you only need to work hard for another 10 years at most. You are still in your prime now, don't rush to retire. According to the original timeline, at this time, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi Yang Jizi Khan had already taken over the position of Zhou, and he was nowhere to be found, but the situation is different now. With the material assistance, everything in Zhou is thriving. In this case, as the helmsman of Zhou, he will naturally feel better and his physical condition will also become healthier. Without Yang Jizi Khan knowing what to say, he was forced to take over the position of regent. After this decree was announced, the young people didn't feel anything, because it seemed to make no difference to them. Although the old people who knew Yang Jizi Khan's previous duke were slightly surprised, they just lamented that they couldn't keep up with the trend of young people. Although the Duke of Zhou in name has been replaced, everything has remained the same as before, and Shauna's behavior also reminded Yang Jizi Khan that he has begun to look for some more talented people among the Fur tribe to share these things. Looking at the tribesmen below, Yang Jizi Khan couldn't help but sigh that the world has changed, and the throne has become a hot thing. However, this kind of thing can only happen in the special environment of the Fur tribe. It is impossible to happen in ordinary countries. The competition for royal power has long made people lose their humanity. There are many cases of fathers and sons killing each other and brothers killing each other. Those who give up power in advance may not have their own security in their later years, so people in most countries will firmly grasp those powers as long as they have a breath left. After the celebration, everything was the same as before, but Yang Jizi Khan felt that his head was a lot balder, but this unsuccessful replacement ceremony was not without any effect. The Fur tribe's musketeers carried out a new round of clothing changes. There is a big difference between the Fur tribe and ordinary humans, that is, they are not afraid of static electricity. They can use the power of static electricity in their fur to fight, and the wool of the Meli sheep also has this characteristic. So a batch of combat uniforms made of untreated Meli sheep wool were sent to Zhou. They look like ordinary clothes and have no special abilities. Ordinary people will be tortured by static electricity when wearing them. The pain of touching the car door in the dry winter is not a good experience. But the Fur tribe is different. This static electricity can be combined with their own static electricity, so that they can use stronger current. Moreover, when powered on, this kind of clothing also inherits the fluffy nature of the wool of the Meli sheep, which can effectively reduce the possibility of the Fur tribe accidentally exploding when transforming. The style of the clothes is the same as the inherent clothing of the Fur tribe, the difference is that there is an additional storage belt on it. There is a groove in the position of the belt buckle, which can be used to inlay the moonstone. When needed, just press the switch on the belt, and the back will be opened, allowing the moonstone to come into contact with the Fur tribe's body, and then transform into a moon lion. At the end of the battle, press the switch again to isolate the contact between the moonstone and the body, thereby cancelling the transformation state. A very simple mechanism can complete this setting. This can also be regarded as an equipment update for the Fur tribe's musketeers and knights. The combat uniform and transformation belt are still a very cool thing just by sounding. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 470, it is recommended to change a new name here. Everything in Zhou is still going on. Perona, who came to Zhou with her adoptive parents, likes the living environment of the Fur tribe. The furry Fur tribe is very suitable for her cuteness, especially the bear Fur tribe. The only flaw is that the fur tribe can speak. She still prefers furry creatures that can't speak, such as her own wearing bear, but this time the wearing bear did not come to Zou with her. Everything in Zou is going on as usual. During the period when Setsuna had not left Zou, Yang Jizi-kan asked her and Ziraora to stay with him all the time on the grounds that she had to learn how to manage Zou, which was also a slight attack on Setsuna's nesting dolls. Soon after, Setsuna also found Pedro and Japo who had returned. Pakmas is fine. He joined another pirate group by chance. I told you not to worry. She had already told Pakmas' parents before. They didn't say anything about their son's choice to go out and explore, but they asked more about his situation. Pakmas went out with Pedro and the others, so he had to tell him. There was good news and bad news, but the bad news was told by Yang Jizi-kan. Jebo, your brother Bibo. Bibo? What happened to Bibo? A slightly tall white bear fur tribe member with a tuft of black hair on his head asked anxiously. The musketeers left Zou to observe the situation in the sea, and he also hid in the hanging basket secretly. They didn't notice Bibo, so he accidentally drifted away. The fur tribe left Zou probably because they were influenced by others. 2 years after Inuarashi and Nekomamushi left Zou, Setsuna also secretly left Zou because he was dissatisfied. After Pedro decided to go out to sea, Pokamus also chose to follow him. At that time, Bapo was too young, so Japo did not take him with him, and he accidentally lost himself while following his brother's footsteps. Did he bring the life card? We are not sure about this. The fur tribe who went out had to rely on the life card to return to Zou. At the beginning, Setsuna could not find the way home because he did not have a life card, let alone Bapo now. Finally, the Nox expedition team has a new goal. While continuing the previous goal, they also plan to find Bapo. As for whether they can find him, they have to rely on luck. However, because of the previous experience, Pedro kept all the members who could not control the moon lion. He underestimated the danger of the open sea. Pedro, I suggest your expedition team should change its name. Ah? Why? This pronunciation is a bit like rocks. I guess your high bounty is also related to the world. A bounty of 382 million berries is not weak in the new world. This bounty is even higher than that of Setsuna. However, Ziraora is basically responsible for her bounty not being able to go up. Although Lucario is also very strong in close combat, most of the time other people have no chance to get close to Setsuna. She only needs long-range firepower support, and even if someone can get close to her, they will only find that their prediction is wrong. She is an archer, and there is a huge difference between archers and musketeers. With a little training, even the elderly, weak women and children can pick up those old-fashioned flintlocks and fire. Range is the advantage of muskets. When facing an opponent rushing to their side, musketeers will be in a difficult situation. However, archers are different. Don't think that they are weak in close combat just because they are long-range means. Since ancient times, archers have been the elite of the army. Pulling a strong bow is much more tiring than swinging a sword. Archers are even stronger than infantry after picking up close combat weapons. It's just that infantry is formed quickly, and it takes time to cultivate a great archer, so no one is willing to let these elites go to close combat. Bows and arrows are the advantage of Setsuna, but close combat is not her weakness. It's just that the enemy rarely has the opportunity to fight her in close combat in front of Ziraora's speed. This leads to her being just a mascot in the Navy's intelligence, and the bounty is very ordinary, at the same level as Monderfesh's deputy, such as Pierman. Even Shayna's deputy Emmeline has a higher bounty than her. However, Pedro's bounty is not low because of the increase in the moon lion. They can't set the amount according to the normal situation when setting the bounty, and it must be arranged according to the strongest form of the enemy. Of course, Setsuna thinks that the reason why Pedro's bounty is so high may be related to someone's hearing loss. The spellings of rocks and Nox are somewhat similar. Although the government tried its best to conceal the existence of rocks, even the new generation of Navy Vice Admirals did not know this name, but Kaido, as a remnant of rocks, would naturally tell his people about what happened in the past. I quite like this name. It's just a personal suggestion. It doesn't matter if you don't change it. Anyway, you have been labeled. Then she began to tell Pedro what to pay attention to in the open sea. She has been hanging out overseas for much longer than Pedro, who has been at sea for less than a year. She knows much more about what to be careful about and who not to offend than Pedro. Then Setsuna and Ziraura took Yamato and the others to play in Zou for a while, and then left Zou under the slightly resentful eyes of Yang Jizi-kan. In the future, they will probably come back every few months, or she will come back when the Elephant Master arrives near Wano country for repairs. That was what she had communicated with the Lord of the Elephants before she left. As a monster that has lived for thousands of years, the Lord of the Elephants will not get lost in the current like a ship. It has a unique ability to identify directions. After resting, Pedro and Japo went out to sea again. He also had no objection to Setsuna becoming the new duke. In fact, according to the original plan, he planned to stay in Zou for a while. But he found that Yang Jizia wanted to drag him into the water. He also didn't want to be entangled in management matters, so he chose to continue to go to sea. With the wedding of Ziraura and Setsuna, the Beasts Pirates finalized a lot of new business. Some people were happy and some were worried. Those who made the business were naturally very happy, but some people were not so happy. For example, Umite, known as the deep-sea laminar flow, almost monopolized the underground shipping in the New World because he mastered a special shipping channel. Others did not have it, but they could not compare with him in speed and safety. He also made a lot of money when transporting things for the beasts, but the situation has changed recently. Bailey has been depreciating at a certain trend in recent years. With the depreciation of the currency, the prices of many things have begun to rise. The price in the underground world is even more so. It may only increase by a few thousand berries outside, but it has increased several times here. Most people can't do anything about this monopoly, but Beishao is different. They can transport most of the things by themselves. Originally, they used Umite to transport some secret small things. Since he raised the price, Beishao chose to go it alone. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. 2 updates today. Today, I will update twice. I was going to lie down for a while, but I fell asleep directly. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 471, Extreme Ocean Current in Laplace. This world is the home of the ocean. Whoever can master the special ocean current will have the advantage. The Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, and the undersea prison can establish a fast communication channel because of the closed triangular ocean current. The location of their construction also refers to the reason of ocean currents. Umite also became the king of shipping because of some secret ocean currents, but no matter how safe the ocean currents are, they are not as safe as the sea surface. As long as you sail on the sea, there is a possibility of encountering other ships, but it is different underwater. Submarine technology is not well developed, and there are not many weapons for underwater. The situation of the fishmen is not bad now. After recruiting a group of suitable fishmen, the underwater transport team unique to the beasts can be established. Some secret things can be arranged from underwater as long as waterproof measures are taken. Although there is no special ocean current in their territory, Alzuosi began to change the environment. The water droplets in the stone slabs constantly emit an invisible energy, which spreads to the nearby sea areas with the flow of the ocean current and gradually sinks into the mud on the seabed. It seems that nothing has happened, but the Magikarp living in the affected ocean current seems to have noticed something, and even the twisting of the body has become more powerful. The oceans of each world are different. The oceans in the One Piece world contain a large number of special components, so they restrain the ability users. In the oceans of other worlds, the ability users can swim freely without the influence of such particles. Similarly, some special things only exist in the world of Pokemon, such as the Gigantamax domain in some areas of Galar. There will be a phenomenon of Pokemon gigantism, which may happen to any Pokemon. The Pokemon after Gigantamax will have powerful power. Some of them can also undergo the phenomenon of Super Gigantamax. Super Gigantamax is not just a simple increase in size, but also a unique image and exclusive Super Gigantamax moves. However, in the Galar region, Gigantamax can only appear in specific situations. What Arceus is doing now is to increase the combat effectiveness of the underwater transport team. Pokemon like Gyarados are not suitable for transportation, both in terms of personality and size. A gentle personality, large carrying capacity, and amphibious are the most suitable. In this case, a group of Pokemon formerly known as Dragonite and now named Lapras appeared in this sea area. Lapras is called a carrying Pokemon. It has a grey shell under its overall blue appearance, but it cannot retract like a turtle. In addition to its kind nature, Lapras's IQ is also a higher type among Pokemon. It is very cold resistant and not afraid of the ice sea. It can come and go freely even in cold seas, and can understand human intentions in more detail. The supergiant Lapras can even allow more than 5,000 people to ride on the shell on its back. In addition to its own cargo transportation, it can also play a strategic role. FANFIC is stationed on the island. He and Rusalka still stay here. He missed the wedding on the Ghost Island, but there is nothing he can do about it. The territory of the beasts needs to be stationed, and many cotters are indispensable. Mao Yi. A slightly mournful voice came from the seaside, and swam into the island along the swimming path built by FANFIC. Although Lapras can crawl on land like turtles, they still live in the ocean most of the time. Ocean ice land, this is how Lapras choose their routes. Fish, did you hear any sound? I heard it. It should be the things arranged by the upper level. This time they are testing some new things. FANFIC looked in the direction of the sound. Brother FANFIC, I'm here. In addition to a few Lapras, there is also Jack. Lapras who are traveling for the first time don't know the way. In order to prevent them from losing their destination, Jack, as a fishman, takes on the task of navigator. It was just this time. Once he came here, Laplace would remember this island. When he came here for the second time, he would no longer need a guide. These are the creatures newly created by Lord Arceus. This time we came here to conduct a transportation test. He patted the special sealed box behind Laplace. After opening it, there was a dry white paper inside without any signs of being wet. In addition, some special materials needed by the island were also sent by Laplace. Some fragile items were also included. Overall, the transportation quality was not a big problem. As for safety issues, they were also tested on the way. There was no need to consider the problem of pirates in the deep sea. The only ones who might attack Laplace were sea beasts or sea kings. The transportation process was very smooth this time. Ordinary sea beasts were not Laplace's opponents, and they did not encounter sea kings during this voyage. In fact, as long as they did not enter the doldrums, the chances of encountering sea kings were minimal. As long as they avoided the areas where they lived, sea kings would not bother to go to areas outside the doldrums most of the time. Rusalka stroked Lapra's neck, and a cool feeling came to her hand. If she rode Lapras in summer, she would probably feel very comfortable. Then the two Lapras returned to the water again. This time they wanted to test the time to return to Nagashima at full speed. Previously, because of Jack, Lapras could not go at full speed. Because Jack's tonnage was too large, he grew faster and faster when he reached puberty. If Lapras did not undergo Gigantamax, he would look awkward sitting on it, so he was always by his side. Lapras is also a faster type among water-type Pokemon. This time it is a new speed collection. Watching Lapras re-enter the water, Jack also sent a message back to Nagashima. However, Nagashima was not the only party investigating the Pokemon situation. At this time, Vegapunk in the Research Institute also stopped his research due to some situation. Interesting, are the IQs of these creatures so high? At the beginning, those people captured 2 Gyarados and sent them here. After a period of research, Vegapunk successfully developed a machine that can control sea beasts. There was no problem controlling ordinary sea beasts, and there was no problem in the initial test on Gyarados. He thought he had developed a complete control device, but in the recent experiment, an accident occurred. The Gyarados made some noises in the ocean during the previous test. At first, he didn't pay attention to it, but in the last experiment, more Gyarados appeared nearby and successfully took away the 2 test subject. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 472, Red Gyarados, Robin about to set sail. If he was just taking it away, he would not be so surprised, but the intelligence of those Gyarados was beyond his imagination, and they actually knew how to destroy the controllers on the heads of the 2 Gyarados. Watching the monitor turn into black and white garbled characters, Vegapunk, with the number 2 written on his chest, touched his chin, and his plain face became more lively. From the upward angle of his mouth, it can be seen that he has a lot of interest in this matter. After a few taps on the keyboard in front of him, huge changes occurred in the studio, and many more defense measures were taken in the outside world. According to his past research on Gyarados, this creature should be very vengeful. In this case, they are likely to come back for revenge. Vegapunk's own guess is not wrong, but he underestimated the evolution of creatures. In the distant deep sea, 2 Gyarados that regained their freedom roared angrily. It was this sound that attracted other Gyarados before. If it was just according to the habits of Gyarados, they would indeed retaliate immediately, but these 2 Gyarados did not get the recognition of their companions, but were hit on the head by a wide tail. Through the dark sea water, it can be seen that it is a red Gyarados. Since Arceus transformed the Magikarp has spread all over the world. Under this huge base, some special individuals have also appeared among the Magikarp, such as the Golden Magikarp. Except for the giant carp that Arceus originally transformed, these Magikarps are the products of reproduction. They only remember one of Arceus' orders: search, return, and report. But this Magikarp seems to have achieved atavism. Arceus's order has a deeper impact on it, and its individual has become different. Compared with ordinary Gyarados, it is smarter and is also a special individual who has seen Arceus during the pilgrimage. Faced with such a unique Gyarados, Arceus also strengthened it to make it more unique. Roar! Under the coercion of this red Gyarados, the 2 Gyarados followed it and left in an orderly manner. This is the tribe consciousness of Gyarados. The powerful Gyarados is the leader. This red Gyarados is bigger and stronger, so it can naturally command them. When leaving, it even left pheromones belonging to the Gyarados tribe on the reefs in this sea area, warning other Gyarados to stay away from this dangerous area. At the same time, it also memorized the location of this island and planned to report all this during the next pilgrimage. Then there was another roar, and the group of Gyarados completely disappeared in the sea area. The day of their pilgrimage was approaching. As for whether Gyarados from other seas would be captured and brought here, whether Gyarados would accidentally break in, that was no longer something it considered. Although it was smarter than other Gyarados, this was almost its limit. Roar roar! After a while, in the sea near Wano country, as the last Gyarados dived into the water, this year's pilgrimage was considered over, and Arceus also received such a message. Quinn, from the location of Wano country, swim eastward at the speed of Gyarados for 12 days, and then swim southward for a month, and mark that location. Lord Arceus, what is this? It may be a research institute of Vegapunk. Haven't you heard of it before? Although it's not worth doing anything now, I don't know in the future. No, although we are in the same research group, we are just members of a group. Vegapunk has the most secrets, and the current research institute may be provided by the world government. Quinn did not ask Arceus why he knew this. He was used to these things. Although he was a scientist, he had seen too much theology. If nothing else, Pokemon, a creature that transcends biological common sense, is already enough to be theological. At the same time, Setsuna, who had left Zoe's chores to Yangjasi-kan, also ended her new honeymoon with Zeraora. At this time, they had returned to July's new house. The house was not very big, but it was very warm. At the same time, Perona also moved into the basement of the house. It was not that Setsuna and Zeraora abused her, but she liked the environment of the basement, which was decorated like a little princess's room. February 7, 1508, Snow. Although I am married, I have not felt the feeling that my mother said. Maybe I will know when I have a child, but I don't feel any burden to raise Perona. Maybe it's because she is not my own child, but I don't know when I will have a biological child. Yangjasi-kan would urge me to go back once a month to officially take over the position of Duke, but I still don't want to take over directly now. Sure enough, people's dreams will change when they grow up. As their knowledge increases, some people's dreams will change accordingly, but some people can stick to it. Setsuna can't say that she doesn't want to be a king at all, but now she feels that she can't bear such a big responsibility. I miss the carefree days when I was a kid, but now it seems to be fine. Looking at Zeraora outside the window, Setsuna closed her notebook again. Keeping a diary for years has become a habit for her. Not many people can stick to this habit. Even when someone in the Beast's Pirates forgets the details of some important things, they will look for Setsuna. Because if she flipped through her diary, she might find some details. However, there was another thing that happened this year. Nico Robin was 16 years old. This age was no different from an adult in the world of pirates. She had also reached the time to go out as agreed. According to the agreement that year, she would leave Wano country and explore some ruins in the outside world. Her identity was not registered with the world police, and she was not a wanted pirate, so she could do these things through normal channels. Compared to her, who had been wandering around various forces since she was 8 years old and experienced the dark side of the world, this was already a good life. Choosing to sail was also her own wish. Although she now had the tendency to transfer to a Pokemon doctor, she was still a doctor of history in essence. And whether it was the missing historical text or the stone slab that might be sealed in a certain ruin, it needed a more professional person to do it. She talked to Yamato about this a few days ago, but after that, Yamato seemed to have disappeared. It was not until today when she was about to sail that she saw Yamato again with a bruised face. "Ya, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I went to ask my father for something, come with me, I'll let Tutu draw something for you." For the fastest update of Arceus pirate journey. Chapter 473, Ghost Princess. Yamato dragged Robin to his room. Before Robin figured out what was going on, Tutu had already drawn a special skull pattern on her shoulder. There was no doubt that it was Kaido's pirate flag. "This is Father's pirate flag, although you are not wanted, it is better to take this out. You can cover it with this sleeve at ordinary times. If you really encounter any trouble, this flag will definitely help you." This is the cognition that Yamato has now, that is, Kaido's pirate flag has enough deterrence on the sea, which can deter many people, and in fact it is true. In the complex new world, the pirate flag of the Sea Emperor is the best shelter. The wound on your face wasn't it because of this. Looking at the bruised Yamato, Robin suddenly understood why she had been missing for the past few days. "Not really, my father is just like this, but he really hit hard this time. The super real rookie physique plus Kaido's blood physique, plus the physical enhancement of the improved version of the Big Mouth Real God, plus the will of the twin dragons in the body also has a certain enhancement. Even with the buffs stacked up, there are still obvious scars on her face, which fully shows how hard Kaido hit her." Robin was not wrong. She made this trip just to let Robin sail with Kaido's flag. Robin is now a free person and is not a wanted criminal in the world government. Moreover, O'Hara and the beasts are just a mutual assistance relationship. All they need is the other party's research on historical data. In this case, as a non-affiliated force, they are not qualified to use Kaido's flag. Providing convenience in other aspects is already a great convenience. After all, the beasts' pirates are Kaido's beasts' pirates. Lending flags to others must be approved by Kaido. Even if those senior cadres have the same power, the flags must be approved by Kaido after they are given out. Flags are like tokens for pirates. Burning and destroying the other party's pirate flag means a signal of declaration of war. Similarly, using other people's pirate flags without permission once discovered also means declaration of war. Impersonating other pirate groups usually costs a lot. Even though Yamato is the eldest daughter of the beasts' pirates, she still does not have the qualifications to lend a flag to someone alone, so in order to help her friend once, she chose to ask Kaido for a flag. And Kaido's answer is also very simple, yes, but it depends on whether she has the qualifications and the magnanimity to use her own flag. This method naturally only has the one way of fighting. In Kaido's view, the most effective way to prove value and qualifications is force. 14-year-old Yamato has also entered her puberty, and her body is developing rapidly in all aspects. She is much stronger than when she was a child. Without Kaido using his ability and releasing a C at the same time, she fought with Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights. Although these 3 days and 3 nights were just playing for Kaido, they were challenging Yamato's limits. As the last Wuxi Bingya exhausted his physical strength, Kaido also laughed wildly. "Give it to whoever you want. You can use my flag as you want in the future." After leaving such a sentence, Kaido threw Yamato on the training island and left alone until her physical strength was almost restored before returning to Onigashima. Kaido was very satisfied with this performance. Even if he didn't use his ability, there were not many people who could play with him in his normal state for 3 days. Even supernovas were basically one-on-one. Except for those who wore the resurrection armor card bug, it was not easy for the newcomers in the first half to let him play second. "Hey, there's this. I got this fabric from Brother Jin. It's waterproof, breathable, and light blocking. He doesn't feel uncomfortable wearing it on his face every day. There's no problem making a sleeve. I've already decided to leave, right? Why are you doing so much? What are you talking about? Aren't we friends? There's no need for so many things between friends. Oh, and here's this. I got it from my foster father." Yamato took out a red. The 1000 cosmic arm is hollow inside and looks more like a conch flute. "My godfather has created a lot of Pokemon in the past few years. There are also many Gyarados and Lapras in the sea. I heard from Jack that there are swampert and the like on Fishman Island. If you blow this at the beach, the Pokemon around will come over if they hear it. Getting this flute is not so dangerous. It's just a matter of words. Robin did not reject Yamato's kindness, but after struggling for a while, she still asked a question. Yamato, as for this flag, Lord Arceus also has the power to give it, right? Yes, my godfather and father don't care about such things. Then why don't you ask Lord Arceus directly? Hey! Although it was a bit heartbreaking, Robin still asked this question. In fact, Yamato also wanted to go out together at that time. She and Robin were only 2 years apart in age, but Arceus directly rejected it. Looking at Yamato, who looked confused, Robin suddenly understood Arceus's idea. If no one was watching her when she sailed, she would be easily sold out. Although those people probably couldn't beat her, she would still be taught a lesson in the end. Yeah, why don't I go directly to my foster father? The difference was not particularly big, just the difference between fighting hard for 3 days and 1 sentence, but she didn't think so much at the time, just thought that Kaido's flag should go to Kaido, and forgot to make adjustments. But her actions were not without gains. Robin did not set off immediately. Her initial route was still planned, so she now walked towards the cafeteria of Onigashima as usual. But the pirates who saw Yamato changed her name to her. It was no longer Miss Yamato, but Onigashima-sama. Only the cotters still used the name Miss Yamato. Hey, wait a minute, why are you calling me Onihime? Onihime, this is what Governor Kaido meant. He made this request after he came back. This is not just a change of title. The title of Miss Yamato means that she is just Kaido's daughter, and when her title becomes Onihime, it means that in Kaido's eyes, Yamato has become a qualified heir. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 474, Come, Fight. The main text of Arceus' pirate journey, Chapter 474, Come, Fight. Yamato inexplicably has such a title of Onihime. While she accepts this new title, Kaido and Arceus are doing another thing. In the entire Onigashima, the adopted orphans and the women among the children of the members of the pirate group are gathered together. They have one thing in common, that is, they are generally younger than Yamato. They are selecting a team for Yamato. Although Maria and Jack are familiar with Yamato, they are being trained as the current cotters of the beasts. Even Ulti and Page 1 are the same. Even the weakest Iska and the least visible Perona are friends of her generation. For the heir of a power, they need not only friends but also subordinates. What Yamato needs at this time is a group of subordinates of her own team. They don't need to be too strong, because no matter how strong they can't be better than Yamato. This is just to train her way of doing things in advance. Jack, Maria, and others are very young. After Yamato takes over Kaido's position, these are ready-made teams. These people are just to let her get familiar with the management model. That none trained them well, what do you think? Miso continued the original monastery style and made the monastery uniforms by herself, but the logo of the Thousand Universe arm on the chest is very obvious. However, this uniform has received the full support of Shayna. Originally, many things within the Beast's pirates were handed over to other people to do, and they did not report such trivial matters at all. Coupled with the character of Miso, the fanatic, these children who grew up in the monastery have a kind of worship for Arceus. Don't talk about this. Isn't it for Yamato to select the team? You come first. After my selection is over, these people will have no strength. Compared to Kaido, Arceus's assessment content is very simple. It is just an exam, such as dealing with sudden situations, what to do when Yamato stubbornly performs a dangerous task, etc. He does not require Yamato's deputy to be strong, at least he must learn to report back the news. The expressions of the children below are very excited. Those who were orphans have developed a special worship for Arceus under Miso's preaching. Only the descendants of pirates are because of their parents' instructions. Most of their parents are old pirates who initially fought with Kaido. Some of them are even pirates. In their concept, they don't think there is anything wrong with their children being pirates like themselves. Kaido is quite nice to these old subordinates who have survived to this day. In Arceus' previous arrangement, the small leaders of the security places and armed departments in Wano country are mostly these retired pirates. This time he explained to those old pirates that he wanted to select a few confidants for Yamato. For them, this is no different from a test that determines their fate. It is a step to success, which will definitely save them a lot of detours than struggling on their own. A 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister, even if he is just a serviceman, is much more comfortable than a small cotter outside. Work hard. Their parents repeatedly asked them to do their best and to do it at all costs. The assessment of Arceus went very fast, and half of the people were eliminated. Many people's answers were not satisfactory, such as what to do when Onisama acted impulsively. Some people's answers were to take the lead, which was understandable, but the subsequent questions, such as what to do when Onisama met an unmatched opponent. Some people actually answered to go up to help, which was a serious ignorance of strength. Most of the time, they were not qualified to act as meat shields when facing enemies that Yamato could not fight against. Even if they went up, they could only cause trouble. Asking for help was the only result. At the same time, there were people who only filled in one answer no matter what the question was, such as listening to Onisama's arrangements. Although such people were loyal and could stand the test, their autonomy was too poor, so they were naturally passed. After another round of re-examination, only a dozen people were left. Almost done, you can pick these people. After selecting the approximate group, Arceus handed the rest to Kaido, and they only realized at this time how gentle Arceus's test was compared to Kaido's selection. Come on, fight! Looking at the remaining dozen people, Kaido succinctly stated his requirements. You don't need so many people around Yamato, well, 3 is enough, now you can start fighting until only 3 people are left standing, and the last 3 people can follow Yamato. Although the strength of these people is not important, Kaido's inherent thinking still hopes that they can be relatively stronger, at least they must be the stronger ones among the competitors. This is also the reason why he asked Arceus to come first, otherwise they will not have the energy to take the exam after the fight here. What, don't you understand what I say? No weapons are allowed, start now. As Kaido gave the order again, someone with a smart mind finally reacted and punched the person who usually had a general relationship with him. The growth process of the offspring of pirates is destined to be different from that of ordinary people. Fighting training is commonplace. With the first person to take action, the melee will begin. Kaido also watched with great interest. For him, this was a real fight between children, but he admired those who fought for their goals. Of course, the premise is that this person is one of his own. Determining one's own value by force has always been one of the things he admires most. People who are more familiar with each other began to huddle together for warmth. More than a dozen people were divided into several factions, all fighting for the ultimate goal. Is it meaningful? Of course, although they can't compare with Yamato, it's best to be able to fight some, but this kind of melee it's hard to say who will win. Kaido's childhood has been fighting on the battlefield. At the beginning, he didn't have the strong physique he has now, so he understood that in a multi-person melee with similar strength, strength alone cannot win, which also tests their combat thinking. He is not optimistic about the group that is fighting the most fiercely now. Although there are the most people, they are too obvious. Their purpose is very clear, first solve the external enemy and then compete internally. If others are smarter, they will be attacked by the group. If they don't have the strength to crush others, doing this on the battlefield is to seek death. The trial ended quickly, and in the end there were only 3 people left on the field. 2 of them relied on the team, and the other was a lone traveler who persisted to the end in the melee. Very good, Salisha, Speed, Mizuka, you 3 are selected. White Pigeon. Chapter 475, Phantom Fruit and Finger Swinging Skill. Salisha, Speed, Mizuka, the 3 real fighters of the Beast Pirates in the original timeline, now also got their promotion qualifications in advance. Of course, they are all like Yamato at the beginning, with bruises and bloodstains on their bodies. This is the normal way to fight at this age. Violent people like Yamato holding maces are the real heretics. The rest of the people were not sent home directly. After all, they passed the preliminary test. Compared with those who did not even pass the preliminary test, they would naturally have some priority. But that was all for the future. These people were sent to the Pokémon Center for simple treatment. They did not have the exaggerated physique of Yamato that could restore their physical strength by breathing. It was still necessary to go to the hospital for a physical examination. However, they did inherit the characteristics of bravery and fierceness among pirates. If they were given weapons, I am afraid they could really kill people just now. Then Yamato and the others held a simple farewell party for Robin, and then they waiting for Tezuro's return. He had roughly finalized the issue of the mining company in Fishman Island before, and now a large amount of mineral deposits are transported from the seabed every month. At the same time, his filming of the movie was almost finished, and the filming work required on the seabed was basically completed. The remaining things were some special effects and editing. Those things could not be done in Fishman Island, and they could only be done by returning to the Red Earth continent. Since the establishment of the film and television department of the Beast Fruit, Tesoro has been recruiting people all over the sea. To be precise, since he joined the Beast Fruit and became the chief CEO, this process has never stopped. Bakura and Tanaka are both talents he found in this process. Unlike Kaido's pursuit of force, Tesoro is more concerned with practicality, so the two who possessed the Lucky Fruit and the Piercing Fruit were recruited under his command, and during that period of time, he found an interesting girl. An superhuman illusion fruit ability user, although the illusion created is not like Zoroark, which can deceive people's perception, but if you insist, it can also be used as a substitute for Olga's ability substitute. The biggest difference between these two abilities is that Olga's ability depends on her own brain power calculations. What she can think of is what she can simulate, while Anne's illusion is different. The illusion created by the illusion fruit is completely based on the picture. As long as the creature depicted in the illustration or photo is touched, the illusion can be created. No matter how small the illustration is, the illusion created is the same size as the real thing. In addition, the illusion can also copy the person's actions and words. If the object is a devil fruit ability user, it can even completely copy its ability, but these are all harmless false things. As long as there is an illustration, she can create and control any illusion. The deception, durability, and flexibility are not as good as Olga. As long as you pay a little attention, you can see through it, but it is more labor-saving than Olga. After all, Olga's ability can deceive the other party's perception, while she can only deceive the other party's vision. The illusion lasts for a very short time, and it is almost impossible to communicate with her. You can only watch the other party repeat some actions and recordings like a video. But her ability has a unique feature. Her phantom can reproduce information and abilities that only An himself knows, which is unknown to her. In other words, as long as you can get the opponent's photo, you can infer the opponent's ability through the phantom's actions and further collect all the information. Of course, the stronger the enemy, the more difficult it is to do. Olga can make a phantom of Kaido fight all the time with her imagination, but the phantom made by An will probably disappear after a few seconds. But it is enough for Tesoro. Now she is a very important intelligence officer in the Beast Fruit. Through her and Bakura's lucky abilities, Tesoro can always grasp some habits of his competitors and make some arrangements in advance, which makes those who compete with him feel that every step of theirs is under the control of the opponent. At the same time, she is also an important member of the film and television department. Her main job is dubbing and making special effects. Although she is only 11 years old, she was already a singer when she was poached by Tesoro. He found An when he passed by an island. At that time, she was almost taken away by a group of pirates. Her original folk performing troupe was attacked by pirates and no longer existed. Only she relied on some illusions to persist for a while. After dealing with the pirates, Tesoro naturally brought An back and made her a contracted artist of the Beast Fruit products on the condition that he would make her famous in the future. He and Stella were both well known in the entertainment industry, and the Beast Fruit products was also a serious enterprise, so she easily believed Tesoro. At this time, she was busy making special effects inside the company, and Tesoro brought Bakura to the Ghost Island again. His report was written in detail, emphasizing the role of Bakura's ability in the development of the company, so Bakura obtained a designated skill finger wave. By waving fingers to stimulate the brain, it is possible to use any magical skill. The biggest feature of this skill is uncertainty. It is possible to shake the fingers for a long time and only shake out a water splash, or it is possible to hit a powerful skill with 4 times restraint. Bakura's fruit ability can be said to be a perfect match for this skill. In theory, with the lucky fruit superimposed on the finger swing, she can always use the most appropriate skill. However, theory is theory, and reality is a bit cruel. Bakura, who just used the finger swing, successfully used the seed machine gun and shot the target in front of her cleanly, but the price was that she almost fell flat. Ordinary people use their physical strength when using the abilities of Pokemon, but Bakura's physical strength is just that of an ordinary person, and even weaker among ordinary people. A few skills will drain her physical strength. The seed machine gun, a skill that consumes little energy, made her breathless. I'm afraid she can't shake some powerful skills at all, and the pre-shake is still very long. Tesoro, let her exercise more after returning. Her physical fitness is too poor. I understand. I will pay attention to this. If you have nothing else to do, I will go back first. If the movie wants to be released, we have to smooth the relationship. You also know what kind of virtues those world nobles are. Nothing, but you have to take one more person with you this time, Robin. Nico Robin was called out by Arceus. Looking at this girl, Teasalo did not understand what Arceus meant. From now on, she will be your assistant for the time being. You take her to get familiar with the environment outside. When you think she can handle some things skillfully, you can let her leave. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 476, I Betrayed You First. Unlike Robin in the original timeline who wandered between various forces at the age of 8, Robin now has less experience after all. It is difficult to grow up without experiencing some things in person. All the companies under the Beast Fruit are legal companies registered with the world government, but even if the companies are legal, the business they do is not that simple, and there are too many black deals. Nowadays, all the companies that can rank in Mary Gosa are like this, and they have their own trading partners behind them. Robin was arranged to learn from Teasaro for a period of time, and then let her act on her own after she is familiar with these things. In addition to some clothes and books, she brought only gifts from friends and the tearful lizard. Elizabeth had no feelings for her offspring at all, and she handed it to Robin with confidence. At first, Teasaro didn't take it seriously, just as an intern. 16 years old can be regarded as an adult after all, and he can handle Bakura Inan, so in his opinion, adult it shouldn't be difficult to find Robin in 2017. By the way, pay more attention to the tattoo on your shoulder. Don't expose it. If someone finds it, remember to tell me and I will deal with it. Some things are seen through but not revealed. Even if those people know that the 100 Beasts fruit is the white glove of the 100 Beasts pirates, they still let it develop in the face of huge profits. Just like the world tolerated Morgans, as long as the benefits brought are large enough and do not destroy their balance, it can exist. However, face engineering still needs to be given. The same name can be said to be similar, but they will not accept someone to freely enter and exit the Red Earth continent with a pirate flag. Therefore, the 100 Beasts fruit has its own unique logo, and people with pirate flag tattoos on their bodies will not be exposed. Don't worry, it won't cause trouble. Robin covered the sleeves at that position and even demonstrated her ability. The petals on the shoulder were flying, and a piece of skin covered the tattoo originally drawn. She said that even if the sleeves fell off accidentally, she had a way to cover it up. That was her extra use of the ability of the flower fruit. The ability of the flower fruit is to create more body parts like flowers. In addition to the conventional hands, feet, and facial features, skin is also within her manufacturing range. This is actually not difficult, and it is still the basic ability of the flower fruit. In the past, she did not have time to develop her own fruit. With the help of others, she made some extra development of the fruit. For example, she generated skin to cover something. Since it was her own skin, she could not see any big difference at all. However, it takes time and energy to activate the ability, so most of the time she chose to cover that part with a sleeve. In the following period of time, Teasalo found that Robin was a little bit wrong. It was not that she learned too slowly, but that she learned too fast. At first, she just followed behind Teasalo and listened to his negotiations with some people. No one thought it was strange that Teasalo brought a new woman to such an occasion. To be precise, the only female companion of Teasalo before was Stella, which was what they found strange. Although Bakura would follow Teasalo, the difference in status between the two was obvious. At first, they did not have that kind of relationship. However, Robin did not have that kind of respectful feeling towards Teasalo, but more like a collaborator. Changing female companions is a normal thing for men here. Such a Teasaro made them more accustomed to it, but after only a few months, they no longer wanted to see Robin. She was even more terrifying than Teasaro in negotiation, and her dark side made her even more difficult to deal with than Teasaro sometimes. Teasaro could only rely on Anne's ability to estimate the habits of his opponents, but Robin directly eavesdropped on the other party's conversation, and they didn't even notice that there was an extra ear in the blind spot of their sight. After working in the Beast Fruit as a secretary for a few months, Teasaro had to say that he had nothing to teach her, so he let her do whatever she wanted. This identity was quite good outside, and it was very convenient for her to act on the Red Earth continent. However, there were no ruins on the Red Earth continent that she wanted to investigate, and the archaeological teams generally did not dare to go to the places they wanted to investigate. Those who dared to act there were some illegal organizations. This was the impact of the O'Hara incident. The strategy of killing the chicken to scare the monkey played a certain deterrent role. Many archaeological islands had to consider many things before exploring. She needed to enter an illegal organization to find some opportunities to explore the ruins, so under the operation of Tesoro, she temporarily left the beast fruit. Then she dressed up a little and joined a shell company of an organization as an accountant who made false accounts, because according to the information found by the beast, this organization has been quietly exploring a ruin. She was just a secretary, not a wanted criminal, and no one knew her specific identity, so she easily mixed into the organization and followed their people to find a ruin on an unknown island. Hey, Robin, make the account more beautiful, if those guys see it, it will bleed again. I know, I have done it a long time ago. Their voyage was just a means of money laundering, the purpose was to make the money in their hands cleaner, which was also the purpose of their exploration of this ruin. If they could find the treasure, it would be good, but if they couldn't, there would be no pity. What a pity, there is only a broken stone on this island, and the remaining treasure is not enough to be divided. One of them complained about this problem. However, there has been a strange way of dividing things since ancient times. If the resources to be distributed cannot be increased, then the number of people to be distributed will be reduced. The civil strife also occurred in this organization. Do you really want to do this? Looking at the muzzle of the gun pointed at his head, Robin did not panic at all, but asked the other party calmly. Well, although the treasure is not much, it is enough for us to divide. Although you have done a good job in accounting, if you are alive, you may be discovered by the upper level, so I can only bid you goodbye. Get used to it in the next life. Betrayal is commonplace in such an organization. Thank you for reminding me, but I have to return this sentence to you. I have betrayed you from the beginning. It should be said that we are not the same kind of people. Before Robin finished speaking, the other party felt something was wrong. He wanted to shoot, but his fingers were powerless. A thin tail with a blade had cut off his arm. Elizabeth appeared here at some point, and on the coast, the Shadow Fox also showed up for the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 477, Archaeology is the primary productive force. This is the biggest difference between fighting alone and team action. In the original timeline, she could only rely on herself. Even if she wanted to explore history, she had to rely on other organizations, and she had to prevent this situation from happening. But it is different now. She has plenty of time to study slowly afterwards. As long as she is sure that the things she found are valuable, she can apply for assistance. With the positioning of the life card, the people nearby can find her quickly. Treasures, stone tablets, historical texts, devil fruits, famous swords, anything valuable is fine. This is also the agreement when the beasts took them away from O'Hara. The documents are available for them to study, but the things with actual value belong to the beasts. There is a historical text inside. Although it is not the last missing red signpost text, the beasts also need the historical texts that record important information. Things that have been circulated for so long may contain some secrets, and the mysteries of hundreds of years ago are also what they want to know. Although Jin and Shayna are the survivors of the Lunaria tribe, some information has long been lost. Now archaeology is the only solution. Elizabeth shook her tail, and there was no blood on the sharp tail blade. Then a few drops of water appeared on her fingertips. The water drops with strong penetrating power were shot out by her like bullets, instantly piercing the hearts of several people in the distance. At the same time, a series of explosions occurred in their ships anchored in the bay. The ships of this organization sank directly under the firebombing of the Shadow Fox. The nictitating membrane covering Elizabeth's eyes is still not opened. As a special structure of reptiles, the nictitating membrane of the thousand-faced chameleon not only plays a biological role in protecting the eyes and moistening the eyeballs, but also serves as the radar of this tribe. The special structure on the nictitating membrane can analyze the enemy's weaknesses and see some things that cannot be seen by the naked eye, such as a tearful lizard behind a stone. She is the biological mother of this tearful lizard, but the first person it saw when it was born was Robin. Elizabeth has no special feelings for her, so she is just teaching the younger generation. For example, the angle just now can fire water guns and the like. Although there is a big difference between the tearful lizard and the thousand-face chameleon, the tearful lizard cannot shoot high-speed water bullets freely like the thousand-face chameleon, but their water guns are not for watering flowers. At worst, the ingredients in the tear glands can be integrated into the water gun. Even if the substance is diluted, it is a powerful tear gas for humans. Although Elizabeth has not experienced the first two forms of the thousand-face chameleon, as the final evolution of the tearful lizard, the abilities of the two have certain similarities. While Elizabeth was educating her juniors, Olga also came here with her own people. "Little Robin, did you find anything?" "A piece of historical text, but I haven't seen the specific content yet." "I know, I will take it back." The Beast's pirates collected not only rubbings of historical texts, but also the original historical texts, although in the eyes of the world, the most important thing about historical texts is the information recorded on them. However, as a special stone that has not been destroyed for hundreds of years, there may be unknown secrets on it. If the situation permits, taking these things back is the best solution. Take the treasures with you. Money can't be wasted. Since they were here, they naturally wouldn't let go of the treasures. They arranged for a few people to pack up the treasures outside, and the rest followed Robin into the ruins. "We are just parrots, Robin, is this what you mean?" Olga can now understand ancient texts, but she is a novice in some aspects. She can't even tell the translations herself. Robin is the most professional translator. There's nothing wrong with understanding it this way. This seems to be a research log, talking about some special technologies hundreds of years ago, but what's wrong? Look here, and here, the text in these places means it seems that this world had more advanced technology hundreds of years ago. The future is more advanced than the ancient times, most people think so, but the information in this text seems to refute this view. In a sense, it's not surprising. Aquaman is a mermaid princess, but Pluto has always been a huge warship in the records. They are called ancient weapons and were naturally made in ancient times. But now this thing is gone, which means that some technologies nowadays are not as good as those in ancient times. This situation is not uncommon in some worlds. For example, some Protoss seal up their weapons because they think their weapons are too powerful, so that when facing the Zerg invasion, the fastest way to develop weapons is not research, but archaeology. The warships left over from the Golden Age have become the reliance of the Protoss in later generations. From this point of view, there are similar situations in this sea. The existence of the world has not promoted progress, but has led to regression. And those things from the ancient times are in their hands, and they can use this to achieve dimensionality reduction. No wonder they are so afraid of exploring history. Forget it, don't worry about it for now. The things recorded in this historical text are not comprehensive. If we can't find the context, we can only guess. Based on the inferences of those few words, they were unable to finalize some details, and finally took this historical text on board and took it away, intending to let the doctors on the Ghost Island study it slowly. Olga returned directly to the Ghost Island with the historical text, but did not take Luo. Instead of taking Robin away, she was placed on a nearby island. The discovery of the ruins made her more curious about what happened in the past and determined her goal of exploration. According to the information compiled by other scholars in O'Hara, she first set her sights on the Four Seas, which were safer and easier to explore than Paradise and the New World. Robin's departure did not affect Onigashima, but other forces suffered. Robin had a strong talent for learning and learned a lot during the time she followed Tezzero. With those things in her own dark side, she thrived in various forces, but the organization that took her in often encountered accidents, but she was able to get out of it every time. Gradually, she also made some names in the underground world, but it was not a good reputation. Although she is very capable, the forces that dare to let her work are often destroyed by internal strife, so in the past year, she has won the title of the Underground Black Widow with the destruction of 3 underground organizations. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 478, Excited Night Stairs. The Underground Black Widow, after joining any organization, that organization will be unlucky in a short time, but there are still organizations that dare to accept her, just like the people who were previously solved by Elizabeth said, betrayal is the norm in such organizations. Because they are used to this norm, they value ability. As long as the ability is sufficient, they dare to accept people with ulterior motives. Everyone has different ideas. In the end, who can be the one who is 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 the one? And Robin's ability is somewhat superior. She did many things without any flaws. Outsiders did not find that the destruction of the organization was related to her at all, and they admired her ability to escape. Even the encirclement of the navy did not catch her. However, there was a reason why those people didn't catch her. It was she who contacted Tizero to report to the navy. If she was caught, it would be a joke. So the underground world just thought that this person's luck was problematic, and hadn't found any other problems. Some people even thought that their fate could suppress this Black Widow, and took the initiative to recruit her. While Robin continued to explore history, some groups of people who stayed up late were born in Onigashima, such as Setsuna, who stayed up late to write diaries. She would write a diary regardless of wind or rain, and even if today was particularly dull, she would write a sentence or two. January 18, 1509, sunny. Life is still full of fun, and I don't feel the dullness that my mother said. Maybe Ziraura is completely different from my father. Perona can stay up late more and more, and I have to find a way to let her go to bed early, but her skin is really good. Even if she stays up late like this, she doesn't have acne and dark circles. It's also a special case among humans. The fur tribe will basically not be bothered by this problem. Because of their special electrostatic skin, they never worry about skin problems. The only thing that bothers them is hair removal. Compared with humans' trouble with hair loss, middle-aged fur tribes are more troubled by hair loss. It is difficult for humans to understand the horror of seeing a bed of hair when they wake up. However, people with alopecia can also understand that seeing their own hair falling is like cutting flesh. Putting down the feather pen in his hand, Setsuna looked at Perona, who was still playing with the bear, and shouted to her, "Go to bed. Don't you have to watch the game tomorrow?" Perona is very well behaved most of the time. Except for staying up late, she basically obeys her every word. It seems that the spiritual fruit makes her mental power different from ordinary people. So Setsuna's requirements for her are much looser than those for ordinary children, but now it is already early morning. Even if she is a wolf fur, she plans to rest, so naturally she shouts Perona to go to bed quickly. At this time, she is not the only one who advises others to go to bed early. There is also Page 1 in Ghost Island. "Sister, it's time to go to bed, don't you feel sleepy?" Page 1 is 7 years old this year and no longer lives in the same room with Ultai. Even siblings have to avoid some things as they grow older. However, Page 1 did not live in Jack's room, but lived in 2 rooms of a suite with Ultai. At this time, Ultai took Page 1 to practice in the living room of the suite. "Little Page, tomorrow is the day of the competition, aren't you nervous?" "Sister, you are too nervous, that ranking has nothing to do with us now, right? The competition they are talking about is the internal position-changing battle of the beasts. In theory, the challenge can be launched at any time, but it is difficult to find this time on weekdays. Now is the time of the annual meeting for the beasts. Taking advantage of this time, a special sports meeting will be organized within the Beasts Pirates. The position of the new numberer will be determined in this event, which is also the reason why many people are so excited that they can't sleep. Why doesn't it matter? That ranking affects the treatment. The higher the ranking, the more benefits you will get. Apart from anything else, part of the income from the beast's fruit is taken out as a bonus. The most ordinary members only have food and accommodation, and can only get dividends by fighting. With a number, even if you do nothing, you will get a lot of Bailey every month. This is how Manderfesh saved enough money to buy an island. But we are still learning, is the usual pocket money enough? No, Ziope, I understand that the idiot Kaido doesn't care about things at all. Although he is the captain, it is Lord Arceus who affects other things. She felt a pain in her ass when she mentioned this name. Shayna taught her enough lessons. Look, that guy Mew brought back the stone tablet. Even some disrespectful behavior can be forgiven. As long as we get a higher status, we can become stronger, then we will go find a slate and come back. This way, Lord Arceus will be very happy, and we can move out and get an independent house, far away from that pervert Jack, and it will be enough for the two of us to live together. At first, Page 1 was still listening carefully to Ultai's arrangements. After all, those words made sense, but as he spoke, something was not right. It turned out that he still overestimated his sister's thinking. In this respect, she is somewhat similar to Yamato. When facing Kaido, Yamato will passively increase his combat IQ to the maximum, and this brother control can also adopt a variety of coquettish ways when facing his younger brother, so that Page 1 has to pay attention to her. So tomorrow is the first time, we have to get a rank first. As he said this, he turned his head and hit the human-shaped target in the room. Looking at the marks left by his axe teeth, Ulti smiled. Come on, Xiao Pei, I believe you can do it. Let's practice for a while and then we'll go to rest. They were not only practicing before the battle, but also excited about participating in such a large-scale event for the first time. This situation did not only happen to them, but also to some new members. For example, who was still in the Rabbit Bowl mine at this time, had a hard time after joining the Beast's Pirates, but he had survived that stage and was preparing to seek a suitable position in this trial. Like Ulti at the beginning, after experiencing some things, he also found out the situation inside the Beast's Pirates, but this did not affect his personal worship of Kaido. In the mining field, he was colliding with the tall Boscodora. Roar! Boscodora's heavy body ran and collided with, who had turned into an ability. And did not dodge, but confronted Boscodora head-on, which was also his way of training during this period in the mining field. From the initial collapse to the current ability to wrestle with Boscodora, Mew has also experienced his own growth. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 479, Shuang is the world where only Quinn is injured. If it is said that only some people like Shayna are giving him trouble, then the Pokémon will not hold back in the sparring with him. Even if Arceus values those mythical beasts more, he is still the creator of these Pokémon. As a Pokémon created by Arceus himself, Mew successfully made his favorability negative at the beginning. After so much time, it took a lot of effort to make his favorability positive. The facial bones of the castle dragon are very hard. In the collision with Boscodora, his ability to resist attacks is constantly improving. Hey! You guys don't sleep. You're disturbing people. The tonnage of the two of them is almost like two small tanks, and they are both rock and steel. When they collide, it's like a dull gong. Prisoners have no human rights, and they can only endure the guards' behavior. Other Pokémon watched the excitement in various corners. Pang Yanghua even dug a more comfortable pit for himself. The night watchers didn't bother to pay attention to them, but the people who took turns to rest were different. Babanuki, wearing a nightcap, walked out with an unhappy face, picked up a stone and threw it at Mew. No matter what happens in the future, he is still the other party's boss now. You kid is too excited. Go to rest quickly, or go on duty. Then he went back to the house and fell asleep. Then the mining field was temporarily quiet, and only Mew was practicing something silently. Like Ulti, he also wanted to climb to a higher position, but he wanted to be closer to Kaido. Kaido had given him special training for a few days as promised, but it was only a few days. After giving him some pointers, he stopped caring about him. Occasionally, when he heard the cry for help from a Nagashima during his vacation, he would even feel jealous. He also wanted to receive more guidance from Kaido. If Yamato, who had been trained by Kaido, was allowed to spend some time with him, she would probably think he was crazy. The next day, the renovated Nagashima was opened again, but there was no wedding venue. This time, it was opened only to make room for enough space. As time passed, the strength of the Beast's Pirates continued to grow, and the number of gods and givers within the group continued to increase. The promotion of gods was more exciting for the members than the new year. At the wedding, these people were just joining in the fun, but now the increase in strength made them more excited. It was just different this time because the Beast's Pirates changed a host, a member of the Beast's Fruit Editing Department and Dubbing Department, who was also a host and a singer. Teezero would also appear in the Beast's Pirates several times a year. This time, it was also to help the development of its artists and let an adapt to the big scene in advance. Before, she only performed in some villages. Although she had good talent, she was a little stage frightened. Although the number of people in a Nagashima was only slightly larger, there was a special atmosphere here. If she could adapt to the environment here, most of the scenes would not be a problem for An, so at the request of Teezero, the Beast's Pirates temporarily changed the host of the show. Tisk, how can that little girl be as good as me? Wait, she will definitely mess up this ceremony. Quinn Below was very unhappy about this. In the past, he had always been the host of the internal celebration of the beasts. This time he was a little unhappy about the change of host. Hey, you guys, isn't my dancing graceful? Quinn asked the younger brothers in front of him, and he got a series of flattery. Yes, yes, Brother Quinn's dancing is the best. Similar answers are everywhere. Under the right circumstances, they should step on one and praise the other, but no one dares to say bad things about Kaido or Arceus here. At most, they would say a few bad things about Tesoro to satisfy Quinn's heart. But with the appearance of the new host, everything changed. The hair is a gradient green, with 2 bangs hanging down from both sides of the cheeks. The hair at the back is slightly permed and combed into 2 hair groups. There are some freckles on the face. The appearance is not particularly outstanding, but it is also considered to be above average. After all, there are very few women who are impeccable in all aspects, and An is not rare. Compared to the fat house of Quinn, these pirates certainly prefer young girl hosts. Hello everyone, I'm An, today's host. This is my first time hosting a show. Please bear with me. In the past, she mostly dubbed and recorded songs behind the scenes. This is also the main way for singers in the pirate world to do business. Without enough reputation, holding a concert would only make her lose everything. There are not so many people in the small village, and they are not as enthusiastic as these pirates. It's her first time hosting, and she is not particularly adapted to the pirate environment, so she is inevitably a little stage fright. Oh. No problem, don't worry, little sister, we will bear with it. Perform a show, don't just stand there. A series of shouts came from all around, most of them were cheering her up, including the people who just agreed with Quinn. You guys! Looking at the little brothers who rebelled in an instant, Quinn's forehead had a few more wrinkles. Have you never seen a woman? How can this guy's hosting be compared to mine? She didn't even have an opening dance. As soon as Quinn finished speaking, An had 3 more cards in her hand. Today we will have the ceremony of conferring the god's favor. Under the glory of Lord Arceus, we will have 3 new gods' favor today. She is a professional, and although she was a little nervous at the beginning, she quickly adapted to the environment. Although her heart beats fast, she has no problem speaking normally. According to the script she memorized in advance, everything is going well. 3 cards passed through her palm, and soon the phantoms of 3 Pokémon appeared in the field and moved vividly. This is the ability of her illusion fruit, but Pokémon are not creatures of this world, so the illusion fruit can only simulate the appearance of Pokémon. In the front is a black and blue lion, an electric type, and the eye Pokémon Rentgen Cat, but it looks like a lion no matter how you look at it. Then there is a pink mantis, a grass type, and the flower sickle Pokémon Lanthana. The last is a group of pink coral, water and rock, and the coral Pokémon Sun Coral. This is the ability that the 3 adults below will obtain. Now, please welcome the new God-given ones. Oh! Amid the cheers of the pirates around him, Quinn had a bad feeling. For some reason, he felt that he was going to be unemployed. White Pigeon. Chapter 480, Perspective Eyes and Sunlight Blades. The other party's ability completely crushed him in terms of hosting. At least this special effects production was where he couldn't compete. Although he could make some projection machines in advance, the gap in ability was too big compared to that one who could be seen as a fruit ability. Hosting a show is his personal hobby. If he loses the qualification to host because of this, it will not be fun. What do you think, Brother Quinn? This girl is quite capable, right? Tesoro came to Quinn at some point and was still praising Anne's ability. Tisk, what's good about that? Did you bring her here to take my place? I just brought her here to get used to it. Don't mind it, Brother Quinn. She doesn't have as much experience as you do in this area. Give the newcomer some opportunities. Her stage will not be limited to Onigashima in the future. Tesoro had long understood this principle, so a few words made Quinn ignore this matter. After all, Quinn was not a professional artist. He was just a little bit obsessed with it. Give you face, let this little girl try. This was also a way for him to find a way out. The fact that he was replaced meant that Arceus had agreed. Even if he had a few more courage, he would not dare to challenge Kaido or Arceus. He hadn't lived long enough. If other people fought with him, he would still be able to resist. Kaido and Arceus basically killed him instantly. Now, please welcome the 3 gifters who have obtained abilities. After today, we will have 3 new God-givers. The first to come up is Francis Drake, the deputy of Lord Jin, the fire disaster. Then comes Lord Shayna's deputy, Delatora Emmeline. Lord Monderfish's deputy, Drew Pierman. Drake, Emmeline, and Pierman are the newly promoted God-givers. The ability granting ceremony ended yesterday, and today is just a commendation ceremony as usual. The positions of the phantoms created by An are their positions. Drake stands in the position of the Rentgen Cat, the ability of the orchid flower belongs to Emmeline, and Pierman has obtained the ability of the Sun Coral. This time, all three of them are given abilities that are not afraid of sea water, so all three of them have the ability to swim. The power of Lord Arceus is really fascinating. Drake looked at the flashing electric light in his hand and even smiled at the corner of his mouth. The scar on his face also moved a few times, but she didn't care about the scar at all. That's it. She used to be a captain of a pirate group. Like Mew, she surrendered voluntarily because she admired the power of the beasts. She advocated to move forward bravely, overcome, plunder, and then prosper. She had no interest in saving money. Most of her property was distributed to her younger brothers. She was a very generous big sister in the eyes of her younger brothers. She liked the pleasure of spending money. The price was to hang out in the free cafeteria of the beasts every day, otherwise she would starve to death sooner or later. Then Drake's muscles squirmed, and the blue skin wrapped around the original limbs, and most of the body was covered with fluffy black fur. There was also a tail with a star at the end behind him, and the mane on his body was slightly shorter than that of an ordinary male lion. That was the difference between a female Rentgen cat. Although the name is cat, Rentgen cat is similar to cat boss, except that one looks like a leopard and the other looks more like a lion. However, the most special ability of Rentgen cat is not in the body, but in the eyes. After entering the beast form, Drake's eye whites turned blood red, and her pupils turned yellow. As the electrical energy in her body gathered in her eyes, the wall in front of her gradually became illusory, and finally disappeared. This is the perspective ability of the Rentgen cat. Wild Rentgen cats use this pair of perspective eyes to capture prey, but perspective requires a lot of electrical energy, which is a considerable consumption of the ability user's own physical strength. This ability is really strong. Drake licked the corner of her mouth, and through the electric light in the corner of her eyes, it can be seen that she is not thinking about anything serious. Hey, Emmeline, we just got new abilities, let's fight once. Emmeline's ranking is number 9, and Drake's ranking is number 10. The single digit is the ultimate goal of most numbered people. Although 10 is also a very high ranking, it is not the first echelon after all. Although they are all just gifters, there are far more gifters than god blessers in the beasts. The number of gifters in recent years is also the same. Most of them are gifters rather than god blessers. There have been no large-scale battles in the past few years. They have accumulated merits little by little. Okay, let's just start like this. Pillman, ladies first, you move aside first. Seeing this, Pillman tactfully gave way. Although he was also promoted to a god blesser, his original ranking was outside the top 20, so he could not participate in the battle between Drake and Emmeline. As the host, Anne also discovered the following changes. This is different from the script she rehearsed, but as a host, she must be able to adapt to changes. After a slight panic, she quickly became familiar with the situation and announced the start of the position change battle in advance. Do you need more time to familiarize yourself with the ability? No, I've already been familiar with it since I got it from Lord Arceus yesterday. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this ability is quite suitable for me. Emmeline's ability is Blue Mantis, and her original skill is Leaf Blade. They are different paths to the same end. Blue Mantis's fighting style is extremely similar to Leaf Blade's. Although it is a grass-type Pokémon, Blue Mantis is more like a combination of mantis and plants. The overall color is pink and white. Due to the bright colors and gorgeous posture, Blue Mantis has the title of the most gorgeous grass-type Pokémon. The lines on the body are like petals, and some of the limbs are green. Like the mantis, Blue Mantis has a pair of huge red sickles at the end of its arms, a touch of white along the bottom edge of the sickle, and green claws at the front of the sickle. However, they are not composed of insect limbs, but very sharp petals and branches. It is very simple to judge the strength of the orchid mantis. The more colorful the orchid mantis is, the better it develops. At this time, Emmeline was already wrapped in pink, and her arms were already in an attacking posture. Number 10 Drake challenges number 9 Emmeline, the position change battle starts now. Following Anne's command, Emmeline has already moved, and the sickle blades of her arms began to flash, and the power of sunlight was gradually absorbed into them. Sunlight Blade, a move that absorbs the power of sunlight like Sun Flame, is almost its signature skill for Orchid Mantis as the only Pokémon that can learn Sunlight Blade independently. White Pigeon. Chapter 480, Perspective Eyes and Sunlight Blade. The opponent's ability completely crushes himself in terms of hosting. At least this special effects production is where he can't compete. Although he can make some projection machines in advance, the gap is too big compared to the ability of the fruit ability. Hosting a show is his personal hobby. If he loses the qualification of hosting because of this, it will not be fun. What do you think, Brother Quinn? Isn't this girl quite capable? Teezero came to Quinn without knowing when, and was still praising Anne's ability. Tisk, what's not bad? Did you bring her here to take my place? Just bring her here to adapt, don't mind it, Brother Quinn, she is not as experienced as you in this area, give newcomers some opportunities, and her stage will not be limited to a Nagashima in the future. Teezalo had long understood this truth, so a few words made Quinn ignore this aspect. After all, Quinn was not a professional artist, but just a little bit stubborn for a while. Give you face, let this little girl try. This was also a way for him to find a way out. The fact that he could be replaced meant that Arceus had agreed, and he would not dare to challenge Kaido or Arceus even if he had a few more courage. Arceus, he hasn't lived long enough. He still has the ability to resist when others fight him, but Kaido and Arceus can kill him instantly. Please welcome the 3 gifters who have obtained abilities. After today, we will have 3 new God-givers. The first to come up is Francis Drake, the deputy of Lord Jin, the fire disaster. Then comes Lord Shayna's deputy, De La Torre Emmeline. Lord Monderfish's deputy, Drew Pierman. Drake, Emmeline, and Pierman are the newly promoted God-givers. The ceremony of granting abilities ended yesterday, and today is just a commendation ceremony as usual. The position of the phantom created by An is their position, with Drake standing in the position of the Rentgen cat. The ability of the blue mantis flower belongs to Emmeline, and Pierman has obtained the ability of the sun coral. This time, all 3 of them are given the ability to not be afraid of sea water, so all 3 of them have the ability to swim. The power of Lord Arceus is really fascinating. Drake smiled as she looked at the flashing lightning in her hand, and the scar on her face moved a few times, but she didn't care about the scar at all. She used to be a captain of a pirate group. Like Mew, she surrendered voluntarily because she admired the power of the beasts. She advocated bravely moving forward, overcoming, plundering, and then prospering. She had no interest in saving money. Most of her property was distributed to her younger brothers. She was a very bold big sister in the eyes of her younger brothers and liked the pleasure of spending money. The price was to hang out in the free cafeteria of the beasts every day, otherwise she would starve to death sooner or later. Then Drake's muscles squirmed, and the blue skin wrapped around the original limbs, and most of the body was covered with fluffy black fur. There was also a tail with a star at the end behind her, and the mane on her body was slightly shorter than that of an ordinary male lion, which was the difference between a female Rentgen cat. Although the name is cat, the Rentgen cat is similar to the cat boss, except that one looks like a leopard and the other looks more like a lion. However, the most special ability of the Rentgen cat is not in the body, but in the eyes. After entering the beast form, Drake's whites of the eyes turned blood red, and the pupils turned yellow. As the electrical energy in the body gathered in the eyes, the wall in front of her gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. This is the perspective ability of the Rentgen cat. Wild Rentgen cats use this pair of perspective eyes to capture prey, but perspective requires a lot of electrical energy, which is a considerable consumption of the ability user's own physical strength. This ability is really strong. Drake licked the corner of her mouth. Through the electric light in the corner of her eyes, it can be seen that what she is thinking about is not serious. Hey, Emmeline, we just got new abilities, let's have a fight. Emmeline's ranking is number 9, and Drake's ranking is number 10. Single digits are the ultimate goal of most numbered people. Although 10 is also a very high ranking, it is not the first echelon after all. Although they are all just gifters, there are far more gifters than diviners in the beasts, and the number of increase in recent years is also the same. Most of them are gifters rather than diviners. There have been no large-scale battles in recent years, and they have accumulated merits little by little. Okay, let's just start like this, Pierman, ladies first, you get out of the way first. Seeing this, Pierman wisely gave way. Although he was also promoted to a diviner, his original ranking was outside the top 20, so he could not participate in the battle between Drake and Emmeline. As the host, Anne also discovered the following changes. This is different from the script she rehearsed, but as a host, you have to be able to adapt to changes. After a slight panic, she quickly familiarized herself with the situation and announced the start of the position-changing battle in advance. Should I give you more time to familiarize yourself with the ability? No need. I was already familiar with it after I got this ability from Lord Arceus yesterday. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This ability is quite suitable for me. Emmeline's ability is Blue Mantis, and her original skill is Leaf Blade. They are different paths but the same goal. Blue Mantis's fighting style is extremely similar to Leaf Blade's. Although it is a grass-type Pokémon, Blue Mantis is more like a combination of mantis and plants. The overall color is pink and white. Due to the bright colors and gorgeous posture, Blue Mantis has the title of the most gorgeous grass-type Pokémon. The patterns on the body are like petals, and some of the limbs are green. Like the mantis, Blue Mantis has a pair of huge red sickles at the end of its arms, a touch of white along the bottom edge of the sickle, and green claws at the front of the sickle. However, they are not composed of insect limbs, but very sharp petals and branches. It is very simple to judge the strength of the mantis flower. The more colorful the mantis flower is, the better it develops. At this time, Emmeline was already wrapped in pink, and her arms were already in an attacking posture. Number 10 Drake challenges number 9 Emmeline. The position change battle starts now. Following Anne's command, Emmeline has already moved, and the sickle blades of her arms began to flash, and the power of sunlight was gradually absorbed into them. Sunlight Blade, a move that absorbs the power of sunlight like Sun Flame, is almost the signature skill of Mantis Flower as the only Pokémon that can learn Sunlight Blade on its own. For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 481, the most dangerous is of course the audience. Although the arms are made of petals, the arms of Mantis Flower can absorb the power of sunlight. The high-temperature sickle blade can easily melt even steel plates. Whether it is hunting or defense, it is its killer weapon. However, although the Sunlight Blade and Sunlight Flame are both powerful, they have the same disadvantages. They need to be charged and cannot kill people in the position-changing battle. Other than that, everything is no different from actual combat. As the only remaining members of the same clan, Yin and Shayna have always had a good relationship. As their deputy, Emmeline also knows who Drake is. Now she looks very humble and will never hold back when she starts fighting. So Emmeline chose to attack. After crossing her arms, a whirlwind appeared around her body, and a lot of pink petals also emerged. Under her control, a large number of petals were scattered around with the whirlwind. The falling petals will attack all enemies around like flying snow. At the same time, the wind pressure can also affect the opponent's actions. The sharp petals can also hinder the opponent's vision while attacking. After Emmeline just used this skill, a curse sounded around. Hey, hey! Watch out! We are the audience, is it okay to attack on such a large scale? This is when they are most unbridled. The people above are busy with their own battles and don't care who is protesting below. Similarly, no one cares about their safety. It can be seen that most of the front rows of the audience seats are vacant. This is also a feature of the Beast's Pirates. You can sit anywhere you want during the position change battle. As long as you are brave enough, it's okay to sit next to Kaido. The risk is that Kaido may pat your shoulder or thigh when he is excited. Few people like to watch a game and see themselves in the hospital, so there are no ordinary members around Kaido. As for other positions, as long as you have the confidence to take on the aftermath of the battle, you can move forward. Emmeline's attack is an example. This large-scale attack even affects the audience in the front row. When the attack came, Tesoro flashed behind Quinn. At this time, hiding behind Quinn is much safer. Kaido is even more careless and lets the attack hit him. Others also had their own defense methods. The most luxurious one was Yamato. Diancie directly propped up a diamond barrier to block all the flying petals outside. Moreover, because the transparency of diamonds was high enough, this barrier did not affect their continued watching of the battle. Zeraora had a fine electric current defense. Although he and Setsuna were not afraid of this level of aftermath, he did not like the feeling of being attacked like Kaido. As for Perona, those attacks went directly through her body. At this time, her body was sleeping peacefully in the bear's arms. Only her spirit was watching the battle. This was also one of the sources of her staying up late. She could let her body rest first, and her soul would leave her body to do other things. People without ability could only choose to watch from a distance. If they did not even have this ability, they could only watch Rotom's live broadcast from a distance. However, that would be despised by the beasts. After all, it was a manifestation of cowardice. Emmeline, this little trick is useless. Drake's body burst into a burst of lightning, and his eyes were filled with lightning. At this time, the content in her vision was completely different from that of ordinary people. The petals gradually became transparent in her eyes, and the world turned grey. This was her ability to see through. Although she could see through some things, she could not see the color. Some special things could not be seen through, such as the body of a creature. Shayna's mask was part of the body of the flame chicken, so her perspective could not see through it, and Jin's mask was mixed with some special Pokemon materials. But Emmeline's petals were no problem. She roared in her throat, facing the damage caused by the petals and wind pressure, and pounced on it like a lioness. Because after Emmeline released the falling petals, a ball of light appeared above her body. Anyone who saw the light ball above her head felt that something was wrong. Drake didn't want to wait for Emmeline to finish charging. The animal-type battle couldn't get rid of claws and teeth, and the claws attached with lightning grabbed Emmeline one after another. Her battle was not as elegant as the blue mantis flower, but only the wildness and madness of the Rentgen cat. However, most of the electric current attached to the claws was resisted by the properties of the blue mantis flower, and more damage was caused by pure brute force. After Emmeline took several consecutive claws, the sun ball above began to gradually merge into her body, and the mantis-like arm was also wrapped in light. "You're almost there, it's time to fight enough." Emmeline crossed her arms and swung at Drake, but was dodged by an iron bridge. A few strands of hair fell with it, and the smell of burnt hair also reached Drake's nose. The charged sunlight blade had not yet been received. Although Drake dodged the first round of attacks, Emmeline soon turned the sickle blade and the huge light blade slashed at her in an X shape. Boom! A huge X shape appeared on the field, and a charred wound appeared on Drake's thigh. "You want to kill me, right? Because I owe you 20 million Baileys. What a joke, who can I ask to pay the money if I kill you? You can definitely take that blow, and you will only lie down for half a month at most. Tisk, I think you just want revenge. I won't pay you interest if you do this. I didn't expect you to pay it, and you stole my limited edition cosmetics." After a brief exchange, they fought again, and the scars on their bodies continued to increase. "Hehe, they are all good young people, Big Kazuki, watch out, you have to be much stronger than them." Kaido is still instilling the idea of strength in Yamato, and she is not the only one who has been educated. Although the internal celebrations such as weddings will not invite people from the Kojiki family, Kojiki Hiri will attend every large-scale replacement battle. Although this attendance has some coercive meaning. "General Hiri, don't you think these battles are exciting? The stronger the Cotters are, the safer the country of Wano will be." The Jin next to him said the objective facts in his eyes. "The stronger the strength of the beasts, the safer the country of Wano will be." There is nothing wrong with this sentence itself, but it is different when it is directed at the Kojiki family. It is the Wano country of the beasts that is safe, not the Wano country of Kojiki. This sentence is tantamount to the biggest sarcasm for Kojiki Hiri, and she is powerless to refute anything. Both she and her remaining retainers understand that this is the regular military deterrence of the beasts. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 482, Consensus reached by the brother protecting demon. Being your own mascot honestly, you will have everything, including wealth and honor. If you dare to make trouble, the weapons of these Cotters can change from guardians to enemies at any time. Although Hiri inherited the blood of Kojiki Odin, she did not inherit the other's physique and eyesight at all. She could not understand the following battle situation and could only sigh that it was so strong and so powerful. However, Kikunoho and Denjiro are different. They have a clearer understanding of strength. A few years ago, their understanding was only that Kaido was an unmatched monster and the three disasters were all powerful Cotters. And in recent years, they have watched the monsters of the beasts pirates increase, and the number of Cotters is gradually increasing. The most important thing is that the children born in these years are far more familiar with the beasts pirates than the Kojiki family. They may not know Kojiki, but they know beasts. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, and everything in Wano country are closely related to beasts, especially the preferential treatment of mothers by the Beasts Pokemon Center. Giving birth has always been a hurdle. Everyone has their own family. Advanced medical technology reduces the consequences of difficult labor. For their own family, even if the older generation is a bit conservative, their children will still choose to go to the hospital. This is a subtle influence, and the goal of beasts is gradually being realized. For young people, the generals of the Kojiki family are the high-ranking figures who only appear during festivals, and Pokemon have no greater impact on their lives. Some people in conservative families have this concept, not to mention the local families in Wano country such as Kentaro's family who have lived with Pokemon. What makes them most helpless is still the classroom. In history class, they will talk about Koshiki Odin and tell the truth about what Odin did. They can't refute it even if they want to, because those stupid things were done by Koshiki Odin. The teacher assigned by the beasts did not deliberately discredit him, because there was no need. The kind-hearted but brainless fool was their definition of Koshiki Odin, and most people had already accepted this result. While Jin was showing off his military power to them, the battle between Emmeline and Drake also came to an end. Emmeline won with her attribute advantage, but her actual combat experience was indeed much richer than Drake. Compared with Drake's Berserker faction, her battle was more rational. When Drake's first offensive failed to achieve results, she had basically lost. The arena was not friendly to her Berserker faction. After all, the best means of these fighting lunatics is to exchange injuries for lives, which will affect their performance in the position-changing battle with limited killing. The game is over. Miss Emmeline defended her position. Let us congratulate the winner. Anne, who hosted this kind of event for the first time, felt a little excited. These battles were much more exciting than ordinary activities. This was also her nature. Otherwise, she would not have developed into a person who specialized in hosting pirate activities in the original timeline. Not having a way out is only one aspect. If you can't accept it, there is nothing you can do. Although I am a little stage fright now, I am just not used to it. Emmeline pulled up Drake and then threw her a few bottles of unpackaged medicine. The wound medicine for the cotters of the beasts was used only in the war in the past, but the position-changing war was an exception. They usually had to go through more than one battle. In order to reduce the time required for the battle, today's medicine was unlimited. The battle between Emmeline and Drake was not the end, but a beginning. Whether it was those who wanted to go further or those who defended their positions, they had already taken action at this time. Ziraura, I'll leave for a while. I guess they will be restless again. There are not many people who challenge her at ordinary times, but when it comes to the annual position-changing war, most people will become very restless. There are no traces of numbers on her body, but if you look closely at her nails, you can see the pattern of the number 1 on them. This is based on personal habits. Some people like to be high profile, while others don't like to attract attention. Davigo's number is written directly on his face, for fear that others will not see it. Setsuna used this number to make a nail polish. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the position of the number. And Setsuna doesn't face many challenges normally. Most people won't challenge the first place rashly. The 10th place usually faces the most challenges. But this time is different. Setsuna faces an old acquaintance. Mander Fesh? Didn't you say before that the 3rd place is enough? That was before. Actually, I am also preparing to get married. I have to work harder for the future, right? That makes sense, but I won't let you go, otherwise it will not look good for Ziraura. Mander Fesh. And Setsuna walked out. As challengers, they were qualified to occupy the home field. As water-type Pokemon users, the place with water was their home field, so Mander Fesh fought in the ocean field. Similar challenges also occurred in other places, such as number 4 Babanuki challenging number 2 Elizabeth. Although it was just a simple position-changing battle, there were many troublesome things, such as the attribute restraint between the gods, which occasionally caused a closed loop in the field. That is, the 2nd place could not beat the 1st place, and the 3rd place could not beat the 2nd place but could beat the 1st place. When this situation occurred, a cycle battle of endurance competition would be launched to see who could not hold on and retired first in the battle, but this kind of thing is still rare at present. Geoblast and Gorgon were repairing the field that Emmeline had damaged. Although there was more than one field, they still had to line up. At this time, Ultai also pulled page 1 to sign up, intending to challenge from the last numbered person. They also have the qualifications to participate in the battle. Although they are still children, their abilities are no joke. Most of the people ranked behind are gifted, and they may not be the opponents of Ultai and page 1. And most of the elders in the beasts have also accepted the cognition that children are monsters. They can't awaken the conqueror's haki at the age of 8 and fight Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights in their teens. But some people don't know that there is no privilege in the position-changing battle. Whoever signs up first will come first. Although many people stayed up late yesterday, Ultai and page 1 lived on Ghost Island, so they could sign up directly after getting up. It's different from you, who lives in the Rabbit Bowl Quarry, so he was a little unhappy when he saw page 1 and Ultai in front of him. "Little ghost, go home and play house. It's too early for little guys like you to stand next to brother Kaido. How about saving some time for adults?" Before Ultai had time to venom him, a big hand suddenly placed on Mu's shoulder, and Jack's dull voice sounded from behind him. "Who are you talking about as a little guy?" To read Arceus Pirate Journey for the fastest update. Chapter 483, Number 0. Strictly speaking, Jack is also a minor, but he is well developed. Page 1 and Ultai are just normal human bodies, and there is no possibility of comparison with the 20-year-old Luke. But Jack is different. Although he is not yet 15 years old, he has reached puberty and is growing rapidly. His height has now reached 6.6 meters. Luke, who is just over 3 meters tall, is a real little guy in front of Jack. Fighting is very common within the Beast's pirates. Even fighting is nothing strange. This kind of verbal abuse is nothing at all. But Jack admits that he has a bit of double standards. If Luke talks about others, he won't care. If he talks about Ultai, he won't care, but page 1 can't. That's the little brother he values the most, the kind who never forgets to bring gifts when going out. In the original timeline, he was able to become one of the 3 calamities at the age of 28. Although he looked silly and did silly things, his strength could not be denied. Among the young people in the Beast's pirates, his talent was only inferior to Yamato, and his endurance was even more unmatched. In the more intense competition environment of the Beast's pirates, you can't reach that position without strength. Although he is still many years away from 28 years old, he has acquired abilities in advance, and the abilities of the King Bronze Elephant are stronger than the Mammoth. He has also trained in Fishman Island for a year. Although there is still a certain gap from the peak, he is stronger than most pirates. His future will definitely be stronger, and the change in his state of mind will also lead to the enhancement of his strength. He will only be stronger in the future than he was in the original time. Although he is still growing now, the same is true for Mu. The pressure from that big hand is something he can't bear. When he was a pirate captain, he was also known for his strength, but it was different when facing Jack, who was born as a fishman. If you join here, you must abide by the rules here and line up honestly. This is the order within the Beast's pirates, a special order formed by absolute strength. These pirates may be quarreling, but no one dares to fight or cut in line. This is the influence of the residual rules. Ultai rarely finds Jack, a pervert, a little pleasing to the eye. Her method of judging a person is very simple. Those who are close to page 1 but don't compete with her for page 1 are good people. Jack's previous perverted behavior made her very resistant to Jack, but now she has a slightly unified front. After all, the foreign enemy has appeared. Since the position will be challenged soon, Mu did not continue to speak, snorted coldly and stood back. Fierce battles are also unfolding in different venues. For example, on the battlefield by the sea, Setsuna and Manderfesh fought extremely fiercely. One of the two people wants to pursue a higher status for his future wife, and the other does not want her husband to lose face. It can be said that they have done their best. When she 10 stars. The waveguide force formed the bowstring and arrows at the same time, and the arrows formed by the waveguide force also carried the static electricity generated by her fur. The lightning power between the 10 waveguide arrows was still attracting each other, and finally formed a lightning net and flew towards Manderfesh. And Manderfesh, who was standing on the water, pulled his tail in the sea, and a large amount of sea water pressed towards the waveguide arrows in the sky. Because the arrows are composed of waveguide power, these arrows have a certain tracking ability. Although they will not chase to the ends of the earth, they cannot be shaken off in a short time. Lightning has a strong restraint on Manderfesh, and he is not want to taste what those arrows taste like. Raising the waves is also to build his own home field. Their battle is very three-dimensional. Both Gyarados and Setsuna, who has electromagnetic levitation, have the ability to fly, but Manderfield has an extra underwater. But this is a ring match, not a free fight. He can't hide in the water all the time. And he might be killed by Setsuna's kite. The water here is just a shallow beach, not a deep sea, and it is not enough to offset the power of Setsuna's arrows. If he wants to win, he must find a way to get close to the opponent. With the cover of the waves and the jet of flames, he successfully reached Setsuna's side. This distance is no longer suitable for archers to draw bows, so he realized what close combat of archers is. Although some skills do not have stone tablets, they can be self-learned as the strength of some Pokemon ability users improves. Setsuna used a special bow to perform bone sticks. Unlike in the game, ground-type skills are absolutely ineffective against flying-type skills. They are just difficult to hit. Cliff Sword can poke flying birds down, and bone sticks can naturally hit targets. Even if they can fly, they will be hurt by earthquakes if they are pressed to the ground. This is the difference between ground-type skills and those in the game. Manderfesh used his domineering power to resist Setsuna's attack and approached her, and his tail wrapped in water also entangled the opponent. You can't use electricity now. The fur tribe can use electric shocks, but they are not immune to lightning attacks. When they are wet, the fur tribe will also be subject to certain restrictions. Then Manderfesh wanted to press Setsuna into the water below. If he succeeded, the opponent's Moon Lion's trump card would most likely become unusable. Manderfesh succeeded, but only half of the time. Although he brought Setsuna into the water, Setsuna did not use Moon Lion, but entered another state, Mega State. There is a certain difference between the fur tribe and humans. Because they have the genes of wild beasts in their bodies, they are more fully integrated with the abilities of Pokemon than human ability users. When they got married, Arceus gave her the ability of Mega. Later, she successfully mastered this power and became the second person in the Beast Pirates to master Mega Evolution. The huge wave power pushed Manfesh's tail away, and Setsuna floated in the sky again. There were a few special braids behind her head, and a few more steel thorns on her body. After Mega Evolution, the fighting blood in her body had been completely awakened. The static electricity on the surface of the body began to flow slightly, and quickly dried the hair on the surface of the body. As if she felt that she had lost face, Setsuna had an extra moonstone in her hand, and the hair on her body became more fluffy. She also successfully used the trump card of the fur tribe, the Moon Lion. Seeing Setsuna superimposed the power of Mega Evolution and Moon Lion, Manderfesh suddenly panicked, but thinking about Rusalka, he did not choose to admit defeat, but chose to take the initiative. However, facing an opponent whose status was already fully stacked, he was really no match for him who had not yet mastered the ability of Mega Evolution, and he was quickly defeated. But his battle was exciting enough, even Kaido noticed this. Manderfesh is a good guy, but unfortunately, the opponent is too strong. It just so happens that the position of number 0 has been vacant. Let Setsuna fill the position of 0, and Manderfesh will take over the position of 1. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 484, The dust settled in the replacement battle, the pirate flag that is only useful for smart people. Arceus and Kaido can see that Manderfesh has tried his best. Whether it is combat thinking or skills, bravery or perseverance, he has done his best, but he met Setsuna. He is not the only one who protects his wife, but also Ziraura. As the eldest son of Arceus, and the wife of the eldest son who is very favored, Setsuna has gained a lot. Kaido's training, Lucario's blessing, and the 2 killer weapons of Mega Evolution and Moon Lion. Her succession to the throne means that Yang Jizikon has recognized her strength. The blessing brought by the Moon Lion of the fur tribe at this level is very terrifying. Not to mention that Setsuna is double superimposed. If Manderfesh can beat Setsuna in this state, then the 3 disasters should add a seat. And his luck is also very bad. The talent of the fur tribe is a restraint for him, but luck is also a part of strength. Manderfesh's good luck and bad luck have always appeared alternately, perfectly practicing the law of conservation of luck. As Kaido said, it is not that Manderfesh is weak, but that Setsuna is too strong. When the numberer proposed it, it was the 101st number from 0 to 100, among which the 0th seat is the most special, and this position means a powerful strength comparable to the 3 disasters. So it has been vacant before, and now Setsuna's performance is enough to bear the number 0. Her explosive power is very impressive under the blessing of double buffs. And Manderfesh's strength is also not weak, so naturally some subtle changes have been made. The battles in other venues continued. Emmeline and Drake continued to move forward. Even Pierman, who had gained new abilities, began to challenge. Although the Sun Coral was not as good as the Rentgen Cat and the Blue Mantis, the combined properties of water and rock were also good. The extra coral thorns on his body also made his rolling power stronger, and it was slowly increasing. Ul had shot. As an iron-headed kid, Ultai liked to use his head to hit people, even if he was now a double-axe war dragon, and even the sharp axe fang makes her headshot more powerful. And Page 1 in the field next to him also broke out from the ground. The Garchomp transformed from the Spinosaurus is also a dominant Pokemon, and its huge body makes up for its age disadvantage. For Garchomp, there is no difference between land and sea water. He can swim freely in it, and the huge shark that broke out of the ground also successfully caused considerable damage to the enemy. At the same time, Mew also defeated an opponent, but before he could continue to challenge upwards, he met his challenger Jack. As a brother protecting demon like Ulti, Jack decided to use his strength to tell the other party not to look down on children casually, especially the people he protected. Boom! Bang! Bang! The sound of metal collision continued to ring, and the king also had a fierce collision with the metal body of the city dragon. There was no excitement in the battle between Setsuna and Manderfesh, nor the flexibility in the battle between Drake and Emmeline. There was only a fist-to-flesh fight. Facing the attack of the Jack did not even dodge, but chose to take it head-on. This kind of fighting is the most effective way to defeat a person. However, he dared to do so because he was confident in his physique. It would not be wise for the to learn from him. Although the defense of the city dragon is very high, his defense is ultimately external. The attack of blunt weapons will still have an impact on the body, not to mention that Jack is a fishman. The two of them fought for an unknown number of punches, and they began to breathe heavily. At this time, Jack also felt that he should give him the last blow. Fishman karate same wa zheng chuan. The fishmen are not weak, or their ancestors are not weak. Only when the armed color domineering is cultivated to a high level can internal destruction be achieved, but the basis of fishman karate is to vibrate the water in the enemy's body to cause higher damage. It can be said that fishman karate can cause greater damage more easily, but most people have not practiced it to the home, just relying on brute force to fight hard. Even if the power of the fishman is greater, it is also a waste of fishman karate. This punch hit the face, and the defensive power of the guardian dragon's facial bones did not play much of a role in front of the fishman karate. The newly placed Mew also fainted directly. After 2 full days of fighting, this position change battle finally came to an end. This position change battle can be said to be a big reshuffle. Except for the previous part, there was not much change, and many powerful newcomers occupied higher seats. No. 0 Setsuna Lucario. No. 1 Mendelfesh Gyarados. No. 2 Elizabeth Thousand-Faced Chameleon. No. 3 Babanuki Leave King. No. 4 Della Torre Emmeline Lan Mantis. No. 5 Francis Drake Rentgen Cat. No. 6 Davigo Armored Warrior. No. 7 Hold'em Pyro. No. 8 Scourge Magnemite. No. 9 Drew Pillman Sun Coral. No one was dissatisfied because this kind of battle was relatively fair. Although some people felt that they would not lose to them if they had the ability, it was because they did not have enough merit. The beasts never covet the merits of meritorious people, so some losers applied to be transferred from a Nagashima to find opportunities to fight outside to gain higher merits. Page 1 and Ulti also obtained a certain seat at the end and kept it in the subsequent challenges. Jack is not interested in this for the time being. If it weren't for Mew's rude words to Peggy Wan, he might not have participated in the competition. He plans to challenge them again in a few years to avoid delaying his training due to trivial matters. Therefore, after defeating Mew, he did not continue to challenge the people in front. Maria's idea is similar to Jack's, and Mew could have obtained a higher position. However, because the battle with Jack consumed too much physical strength, the wound medicine provided would only heal the wound, not restore physical strength, otherwise it would not be possible to test endurance. Even if he challenged again after waking up, he was somewhat powerless and did not get a higher position, but only appeared at the end. The ranking of some people has also achieved the Master of Reverse Attributes. The attributes will affect the results, but not all. If the gap in their own strength is too large, it is difficult to defeat the opponent even with the blessing of attributes. Among them, Davigo, Hold'em and Scotch fell into a closed loop of internal fighting. Hold'em can't beat Davigo, Davigo can't beat Scotch, and Scotch can't beat Hold'em. However, in the final endurance battle, Davigo succeeded in winning. Scourge was not flexible enough because he was a cyborg, and Quinn, who transformed him, was not as attentive as he was when he transformed himself, which eventually led to this ranking. With the end of the internal battle of the beasts, the cotters stationed outside also began to return to their bases, and overseas, the beasts' pirates were still in action. On an island in the North Sea, Doflamingo's face became very ugly, because Nico Robin was sitting in front of him, and it was Nico Robin with the flag on her shoulder exposed. The flag of the Sea Emperor has a certain deterrent power, at least for smart people. This flag has a strong effect. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, Please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 485, Industry Competition in the North Sea. Time went forward for a while, and Nico Robin's private activities continued. After mixing into certain organizations, she followed their action targets to improve her plans. However, the ruins are not everywhere, and sometimes she would waste some time doing useless work. Although O'Hara summarized some information about the ruins, that information was recorded many years ago. As time goes by, everything on the sea is changing, and that information is not 100% effective. Sometimes it can only provide a general clue, but it is not specific. She still has to explore the things in person. For historians like them, history explores information, but these people generally do not have enough funds to form an expedition team, and those who have the capital to form an expedition team are not very interested in history. What they want is the added value. From ancient weapons to ordinary treasures, those are what they need, and some antiques taken from the ruins are also valuable. Robin came to the North Sea because there is a well-known antiquities dealer here, who has a lot of things taken out of the ruins. According to the information she got from the previous organization, there is a vase in it that may record clues about a ruin. The organization originally planned to rob this person, but an accident occurred halfway. As for why the organization had an accident, it was unfortunately reported by other legal companies during the event and then eliminated by the Navy. As for which legal company was so kind-hearted, it didn't matter. Then Robin mixed into the organization and became a secretary. It took a while to successfully sneak into this person's house, but more than one person was targeting him. The Don Quixote family, which was also active in the North Sea, also targeted this antiquities dealer. The forces in the North Sea are much more complicated than the other three oceans. Now the Don Quixote family and the Vinsmoke family are the most active in the underground world of the North Sea. The Don Quixote family has only begun to rise in the North Sea in recent years under the leadership of Doflamingo. Assassination, smuggling, mercenaries, as long as the price is right, they will do anything. Of course, the resale of devil fruits is also their main business. Doflamingo knows some secrets that ordinary people don't know, so he has some special channels. The Vinsmoke family is the local snake in the North Sea. It is a well-known killer family in the underground world of the North Sea, and it is also the royal family of the Germa kingdom. The Vinsmoke family is a royal family. It once controlled the entire North Sea for 66 days by force, so it is also called Germa 66. However, they have no territory. They walk on the sea with houses like building blocks carried by giant snails. They are even qualified to participate in the World Conference. The Vinsmoke family has a long history of nearly 300 years. The peak period was naturally the days when they dominated the North Sea with force. It was the world government that stopped them. Later, Mads was disbanded, and Judge returned here with new technology, and even killed the four kings of the North Sea, which can be regarded as reshaping the reputation of Germa. The Warrior of the Sea, the Sky, this comic book began to circulate in the North Sea after that. Also continuing the work of assassins, the two families naturally have certain contradictions. Vinsmoke has his own foundation, but Doflamingo is different. He needs to accumulate his own funds through other businesses. Doflamingo only wants funds, in order to have more preparations when entering the Grand Line in the future. The current Don Quixote family are all people he regards as future cotters, and there are not even many cannon fodder brothers. It was similar to Kaido's original idea. In his opinion, ordinary people in the Four Seas were not even good enough to be cannon fodder. Even if they wanted to be miscellaneous soldiers, they had to have some qualifications. As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo looked down on the North Sea, and his goal was also very clear, to seek the country of his ancestors. After all, most of the powerful people in this world are in the Grand Line. The goal of pirates all over the world is to move towards the Grand Line at the beginning. Most of those who do not go to the Grand Line but stay in the Four Seas are small fish. Even if Moria and Crocodile were beaten to lose their spirit, they just withdrew from the New World and stayed in the first half of the Grand Line. This is the case with the cultural relic dealer that Robin was lurking at this time. He was targeted by the Don Quixote family. It took Robin some time to gain the trust of that person. When he was observing where there was a secret room in the room, a series of gunshots rang out outside the room. Those seemingly mighty bodyguards fell one after another, and then a group of people broke in. The bodyguards in the room had just taken out the pistols in their arms, and the bullets had already been fired at them. Bang! 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 The leading baby 5's left leg turned into a flintlock, an unscientific flintlock that could fire continuously. As a weapon fruit user, she can transform her body into various weapons. Following behind her were Buffalo and Luo. This was the Don Quixote family's trial of children. Except for the very young half-fishman Derringer, their hands were stained with blood. Luo's face also had a lot of white spots. Although the medicine of the beasts was good for the body, it was only a health medicine after all. Platinum lead disease was still slowly developing in his body. The battle did not last long. These bodyguards could deal with ordinary people, but they were not good enough to face these people trained by the Don Quixote family. Soon they fell in a pool of blood one by one, leaving only the bald antiquities dealer in the middle and a few servants. Those servants did not want to run, but they did not know what to do when they were pointed at by guns, and Robin just touched the tearful lizard's head to let it not be afraid. Due to its personality, the tearful lizard is far less calm than the thousand-faced chameleon. If it cries out of fear, it will be the biggest trouble for Robin. Who are you and what do you want? Being able to run a smuggling business, the man has experienced some storms. Although he was pointed at his head with a gun, he was not too panicked. The treasure you hid. Luo simply stated his request, and then shot at the butler next to him. You'd better cooperate, otherwise this will be your end. At this time, Luo's inner goal was to pull everyone was buried with him, and he didn't care about the life of a passerby at all. Under the threat of death, the antiquities dealer quickly told where his things were hidden, but he was not released, but was shot through the head. This was the order Doflamingo gave them, but just when they were about to continue to kill them, a few more arms appeared on their bodies for no reason. 30 rounds of flowers, hook claws. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 486, Minga in front of Kaido is just Mingdi. When she first went to sea a year ago, she would hesitate to do some things, but as she went undercover in various organizations, she learned more and more about the outside world and became more and more decisive. This is also the reason why she spends most of her time undercover in illegal organizations, so that she can be more decisive when she takes action, without any hesitation. From the actions of those children just now, it can be seen that they are definitely not good people. Her training on Onigashima was different from that of Yamato and the others. She didn't get beaten up every day like a devil. She just kept strengthening her body. She spent more time learning other things, so she only knew a little bit of armament haki. However, she also learned other things from others. That is, she learned more about the structure of the human body from Nikin, and had a deeper understanding of joint skills. At the same time, she also had a certain understanding of the acupuncture points and blood vessels of the human body. This is a big problem in the pirate world, because there are too many strange body shapes. Not to mention the long-legged tribe and the long-handed tribe with many joints, even ordinary people have all kinds of strange structures. What cone head, drill nose, carrot body, short legs and so on, it is very difficult to match the conventional acupuncture points. Even Nikin had to try a little bit, and it took many years to integrate it into his own physical skills. Although her Chinese medicine boxing is named after Chinese medicine, it is more about acupuncture. At the age of 80, she can fight with Hancock in his prime after rejuvenating with secret medicine. She is also a cotter on the walled ship. Nikin is also considered a strong man among pirates. What she learned from her allowed Robin to find the fatal weakness more accurately when attacking the enemy, and use the fragility of joints and nerves to complete her smash, rather than using brute force to break the enemy's bones. Nikin highly evaluated Robin's learning talent. If it was a fixed target and the opponent's body was not deformed, then she could probably stab the opponent more than a dozen times without touching the vital points. Luo and his body all had 10 more arms. The arm strength derived from Robin's ability came from her body strength. After more detailed training, her physique has also improved. She was going to break their spine and cervical vertebrae while hugging them with her arms. The antiquities dealer had previously revealed the location of some things, and she was planning to reap the benefits now. However, when she was about to take action, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged in her heart, and she quickly removed her ability, but there were still a few more blood marks on her arm. This is the weakness of her ability. If the derived limbs are injured, the main body will also be injured, and what hurt her ability is the thin silk threads, one of which is still hanging with blood beads. Isn't this the Black Widow who has a good reputation recently? How could you, a poisonous spider, appear in such a place? At this time, the French window on the second floor had been opened, and Doflamingo was squatting there carelessly, twisting his fingers on the silk thread he had just attacked. Doflamingo still cares about his cotters, provided that the person is valuable and does not hinder him, otherwise he will kill the other party even if he is a blood relative. His younger brother Rosinante commented on him as a natural. Baby 5. They are all Don Quixote family cotters in reserve. This is a test for them, but other adult cotters are also following behind them. Originally, Doflamingo did not intend to show up, but Robin's appearance disrupted his plan. His eyes have always been on the place where monsters gather in the New World. Although he is in the North Sea, Doflamingo has been in contact with the forces of the Grand Line. Nico Robin has also been a little famous in the underground world recently. Every organization has been almost wiped out by her, but she has always been able to escape unscathed. At first, some people thought that she was lucky, or that the person who recruited her was unlucky, so she gave her such a nickname. In Doflamingo's opinion, this nickname is also very suitable, but he does not believe that it is luck. Once or twice is okay, but Robin took a year to destroy 4.5 organizations. She is clearly the weaver behind the scenes. Those self-righteous people are just insects that fell into her net. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chicacha, Miss Robin actually knows me? It's really rare. Have you considered joining me? He values Robin's ability very much. Her ability may help him a lot in his future actions. As for the crisis of trust, he feels that he is different from those idiots. Robin can't do anything in his hands. Unfortunately, I refuse this invitation. When she came here, she had inquired about the information here. The Don Quixote family had just started to contact the underground world of the Grand Line, but the Beasts and Big Mom were both local snakes there, so Robin had some understanding of this person. The direction of his actions was completely contrary to hers, and this organization was not suitable for her. Oh? Can I think you are going to give up your life? He didn't intend to let this kind of person go. If Robin refused, Doflamingo he didn't intend to let her leave alive. Of course not, I'm just thinking about you, after all, you can't afford the consequences of this robbery. Robin pulled down the armband on his shoulder, and the devil's horn skull was very conspicuous. Mr. Doflamingo, you should know this flag. If you can convince Mr. Kaido, I have no objection. Compared with smart people and fools, Robin would rather meet the former, because the flag of the beasts may not be effective for those brainless reckless people, and sometimes it will arouse their desire to challenge. But smart people with vision are different, such as Doflamingo who has been developing his own underground world network. They will never take the risk to offend a sea emperor. And the fact is the same as Robin guessed. After seeing the flag, Doflamingo's face became obviously ugly. He was unwilling to bet whether the beasts knew the details here, and whether he would be retaliated if he did something. As a former celestial dragon, he has a clear understanding of the world's military power. Whether it is the Sea Emperor or the Admiral of the Navy, they are not enemies he can face, otherwise he would not be chased by Crane everywhere. He would rather offend the Admiral than a pirate like Kaido. With the secrets in his hands, he is confident that the world government will stop the actions of the Navy, but pirates are different. Those lawless people act completely according to their own preferences. If he offends a monster like Kaido, he will die faster. With his fingers slightly retracted, Doflamingo retracted the released line. However, looking at the flag on Robin's shoulder, Law on the side showed a different look. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 487, Doflamingo is being backstabbed. Neither Doflamingo nor Law considered whether Robin was an imposter, because no one dared to fake the flag of the Emperor of the Sea. If they don't know that they are powerful, they won't use the other party's flag. If they know that they are too powerful, they dare not use their flag. Moreover, there are too many ignorant rats on the sea. This time it is because Doflamingo is a smart man and he knows how terrible Kaido is. For a native of the North Sea, Kaido's flag may not be as threatening as a person with a bounty of 20 million in the North Sea, so there is no one pretending to be a subordinate of the Sea Emperor in the Four Seas. And just in case, even if Robin is fake, he will treat it as real, so that he will not lose anything. Once he really touches Kaido's people, he will probably not be able to enter the new world in this life. The lone hero incident made all the ambitious people understand what the consequences of offending those monsters would be. Say hello to Mr. Kaido for me, and the treasure this time will be given to you, but it's okay for me to take my family away. No need, I just want a vase. As for saying hello, Mr. Kaido probably doesn't have the time. Robin stood up and walked towards the place where the antique dealer said the things were stored, which also showed his attitude. Wait, you don't want the animal-type devil fruit either. The sunglasses blocked his eyes. Although Robin's appearance disrupted his actions, he was not angry because he knew that the child's behavior would not work. Instead of sulking at someone you can't afford to offend, it's better to seize this opportunity. If you can get in touch with the beast's pirates, some things in the future will definitely be smoother. Animal-type devil fruits have always been what the beast's pirates are looking for. As a devil fruit dealer in the North Sea, he also has a lot of devil fruits in his hands. This is the only opportunity he can think of. Call this number and someone will trade you something related. Robin was also responsible for searching for some things when she went out. She would definitely not refuse such a deal that was delivered to her door, and she casually threw a Den Mushi number to Doflamingo. Seeing Robin give him the contact information so neatly, he was more convinced that the other party was a member of the beasts, otherwise he would not be so happy. After all, according to the information exposed by the beasts, no matter who trades them animal-type devil fruits, they will take them. If Robin keeps shirking even this, then her identity is a bit suspicious. Ms. Robin, is there anywhere you want to go? I can still help a little in the North Sea. No, but ordinary fruits are not worth our special trip. Of course there won't be only one ordinary fruit, so I won't bother Miss Robin. Baby 5, Buffalo, Luo, let's go. Although the treasures here are not low in value, those things will not run away. He can wait until Robin takes what she wants before collecting the rest. So he immediately took Baby 5 and the others away, but some people didn't cooperate with him so much. Wait, Luo, where are you going? Didn't you hear what the young master said? Except for Treble and others who first regarded him as the leader because of his domineering color, everyone else called him the young master, especially the children raised by the Don Quixote family. But for Luo, the people of the beasts are very important to him. Don't go. What's the matter with Sister Misu? I don't know what you are talking about. Looking at the white spots on Luo's face, and the fact that he accurately said Misu's name, Robin naturally thought of the platinum lead disease problem. It seems that this is also an orphan of Frivans. But she didn't explain the reason for this to the other party. Purchasing devil fruits is the usual style of the beasts. Doflamingo can get the goods at hand. She is self. Although he could give out the contact information, he would not expose other things, otherwise it would be putting the cart before the horse. Your medicine is totally fake. It is useless for platinum lead disease. Oh. Before he finished his next words, Doflamingo suddenly appeared behind him and covered his mouth. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. In Doflamingo's view, the pharmaceutical industry of the 100 Beasts fruit is a big chess game. If Law continues to talk, he might anger him. And Robin ignored him, took his things and left here. At this time, Nico Robin had already left here, and Doflamingo also threw Law aside unceremoniously. Luo, you seem to have forgotten something. His tone was not friendly, because even if it was a family cotter, he would not tolerate the other party interfering with his plan. Obviously, Law just now had some obstacles to his plan. Naturally, Law, who made Doflamingo unhappy, was taught a lesson by him, and then he contacted the other party according to the phone number given by Robin. He really had the animal fruit in his hand, and now he planned to seize this opportunity. And Law also revealed his real name in the conversation with Buffalo and Baby 5 afterwards. In his opinion, Robin ignored it because everything was fake, so he didn't have much life left, so there was no need to keep this secret, and all this happened to be heard by Rosinante. Although he is Doflamingo's younger brother, his current identity is a Navy undercover directly under the warring states. He was rude to the children of the family because he wanted to drive them away and keep them away from Doflamingo. After hearing that there was D in Law's name, he had other thoughts. He didn't know what D meant, but he knew the saying of God's natural enemy. After a conversation, he and Law got to know each other better, and he also took Law to temporarily leave the Don Quixote family and embark on the road to seek medical treatment. However, several calls were made from these people one after another. Dawson Bay, it's me, Xiao Miguo. Xiao Miguo is the code name of Rosinante, and Dawson Bay's code name belongs to Sengoku. Rosinante, what's wrong? I have some personal matters to deal with. I hope to postpone the progress of the mission, and Doflamingo seems to have a connection with Kaido. After that, for some reason, Doflamingo felt that Crane's pursuit of him became tighter, but he was not always caught by the other party like before. Virgo also successfully entered the Navy sequence and began to climb up, and on Ghost Island, a series of actions were also being prepared. Quinn, this war support mission is yours, right? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 488, Quinn Task Force. Looking at some of the itineraries in front of him, Arceus asked Quinn calmly, but Quinn felt that the scene was a little subtle. Yes, Lord Arceus, is there any problem? What's the problem? A war in the East Sea Kingdom is at least a few months away from here. Are you taking this mission to collect their bodies? No one can predict the occurrence of war, especially in the world of pirates. Reputation is very important in the underground world. Now the beast pirates have a 100% mission completion rate. Quinn is responsible for most of the tasks. Not long ago, he accepted the war aid application issued by the East Sea Kingdom of Kogia. Originally, this was not in the fixed task sequence, but Quinn looked at the price and didn't pay attention to the address, and took the task directly. This I think they should be able to hold on for a while. Do you think a country that can hold on by itself will be so anxious to spend a lot of money to ask for help? The reason for asking for help is because they can't win. Arceus thinks that the Kingdom of Kogia can hold on for 10 days and half a month, but at the normal sailing speed, it will be just right to collect the bodies after 3 or 4 months. No, even the corpse collection can be omitted, because it will take at least half a year for the large fleet to arrive. After all, the beasts pirates are not the Navy, and they cannot station troops all over the world. Nowadays, only the Navy and the world power can dispatch reinforcements as quickly as possible no matter where the crisis occurs. The problem now is that Quinn has already taken on this job. If it is reported that the beasts cannot complete their next mission, then it will be embarrassing. Lord Arceus, I think we can send a flying squadron over there. As long as the top combat power arrives, there will be no problem. Very good advice, so Quinn, this mission is handed over to you. Hey! Shayna has already taken the fleet out, Jin has a mission in the country, Olga is now in the Sabayati archipelago, Ziraura and Setsuna have returned to Zou, and Mander Fesh is in Fishman Island. Do you want me to lead the team or Kaido to lead the team? Because it was a temporary mission that Quinn took, most of the other cotters did not have time to deal with it. Kaido and Arceus were temporarily free, but a country in the East China Sea was not worthy of Arceus or Kaido to take action personally. This is no longer a problem that Bailey can solve. Unless it is extremely valuable, they will never do such a thing. Quinn himself is also known as the Plague. Although his bounty has been rising again and again, neither Kaido nor Arceus intends to let him stay in Wano country all the time. He had to leave when he had to. He hadn't made any other moves in the past few years. In the eyes of ordinary members the position is declining day by day, and it just happens that such an opportunity is needed. What? Is your body rusted to the point that you can't fight? Do you want me to ask Kaido to help you loosen up your muscles? No. No need to bother you. I'm ready to go. Listening to Arceus' words, Quinn immediately said that he was ready. This time, you take GT6 to GT10 and test the combat capabilities of the new machine. Genesect is the only mythical beast currently produced in large quantities. Now the machine number has reached 10, and there is no plan to continue to expand the number in the near future. Even if it is transformed from a robot, it is a considerable consumption. So after GT5, Arceus tried a new transformation method, which is to only transform part of Genesect. In Pokemon, Genesect is a very special existence. They not only have the characteristics of insects, but also the characteristics of robots. The 5 Genesects from GT6 to GT10 are weaker than the previous 5, but they have another characteristic. As long as the head is still there, even if the body is destroyed, it will not die, because Arceus only modified that part, and the rest are special machines made of Arceus steel. However, these Genesects can still maintain their original speed, so they will be dispatched to follow Quinn to perform the mission. 5. I understand, Lord Arceus, leave it to me, I will handle this matter. This time the enemy is an old acquaintance. The invader is Germa 66, and the leader Vinsmoke Judge is Quinn's former teammate, but the relationship between the two is not so harmonious. Based on Quinn's estimation of his current strength, plus the 5 Genesects, he is very confident about this operation. Take Yamato with you, let her experience this battle. Lord Arceus, are you sure you won't go with him this time? Listening to Arceus's arrangement, Quinn suddenly had a doubt. In theory, Arceus would never let Yamato be handed over to him, but Arceus didn't mean to go with him, which seemed very strange. Of course not. She's grown up. I can't always watch her. Hurry up and prepare. You'd better pray that the kingdom of Korkia can hold on for a while. By the way, there's a deal in the North Sea. I'll go trade with them on the way back. Understood, I'll take care of it. Until Yamato stood on Genesek's back and left with Quinn, Arceus didn't follow him. This made Quinn feel very strange. Even Yamato was a little unexpected, but she was still excited to go out and explore. But she kept looking around, as if looking for something. Uncle Quinn, is my godfather really not here? That's what Lord Arceus said, but Miss Yamato, let's discuss it. How about not calling me uncle? I'm not much older than Jin and Shayna. No, you look much older than them. Quinn felt like his heart was stabbed, but there was nothing he could do. Although he didn't have to call her Oni-sama like ordinary members, he couldn't forcibly change Yamato's address. Forget it, Miss Yamato, let me describe the details of this mission to you. This time we were invited by the Kingdom of Korgi to fight against the invaders for them. The identity of the invaders is Germa 66, and Vinsmoke Judge, the leader, is an old acquaintance of mine. He himself is not very strong, but he created a special combat suit through the research of bloodline factors. You should have read the manga Warrior of the Sea, and the abilities of those combat suits in it are real. Quinn began to tell the information he had, but it was not certain how much Yamato actually listened to. And Arceus, as he said, really did not follow this time, because he made another preparation. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 489, Just beat them away, right? The top of Fujiyama is still that mysterious space. The willpower of Reshiram and Zekrom is becoming more and more perfect. As long as the body is built, they can appear in this world. Each of them has a trace of will in Yamato's body. Although their bodies have not yet been born, they can descend temporarily as their powers gradually improve. Yamato, who has not yet been recognized, cannot use their power, but under the order of Arceus, they can act as guards. In other words, although Arceus did not follow, he left a double insurance in Yamato's body. Even if the burst of power does not last long, it is enough for Yamato to reach a safe place. Not long ago, Vinsmoke Judge made his own decision to attack the non-member country of the East China Sea, the Kingdom of Korgi. The current Germa Kingdom is still a special country with the qualification to participate in the World Conference. So it is impossible for them to attack the member countries. They can only choose the non-member countries ignored by the world. Even the Navy cannot directly cross the Red Earth continent, but will change ships at the port. But the Vinsmoke family is different. They crossed the Red Earth continent in 3 weeks. For those special snails, even vertical rock walls can be climbed as if they were walking on flat ground. Although Korkia is located in the East China Sea, it is still a kingdom and will not be conquered in 2 or 3 days. However, judging from the current situation, their defeat is only a matter of time. Because they are facing a group of fearless special troops. At the beginning, the main research topic of MADS was bloodline factors, and for bloodline factors, each of them has something they are good at. Judge and his team cloned and transformed soldiers by using the bloodline factors of several outstanding soldiers through research, making the soldiers absolutely obedient and excellent flesh and blood machines. They are not afraid of life and death, they only know to obey orders, and they do not need their parents to raise them with great difficulty. As long as there are enough nutrients, a qualified soldier can be cultivated in 5 years. There are different models according to different situations. Some clone soldiers are faster, some clone soldiers are stronger, and so on. Clone soldiers have appeared as consumables since the day they appeared, even if those clone soldiers themselves do not know that they are clones. Quinn led the team to test Genesect, and Judge's behavior was also testing his own clone army. General, the test is basically over. These clone soldiers are perfect warriors without fear of death and never betrayal. A doctor wearing glasses introduced the specific situation to Judge. In addition, Lord Iji, Lord Niji, Lord Yangji, and Lord Reijo all performed very well in this battle. Compared to ordinary clone soldiers, Judge also transformed his children. Iji, Niji, and Yangji are all fearless machines, and they have gained stronger bodies at the cost of abandoning emotions. Although Reijo still retains some emotions, she is also unable to refuse Judge's orders. His children are more like tools to him. And the only one of his children, Sanji, was abandoned by him when he just arrived here. Judge asked him to leave here to fend for himself on the grounds that he could not kill his son personally as a father. Launch a general attack and end this battle as soon as possible. Yes, Lord General. At the same time, facing the increasingly fierce attacks of Gemel, the kingdom of Korkia began to be unable to hold on. The city gate was soon breached, and the king had to retreat to the inner city. Reinforcements, where are the reinforcements? Didn't those people agree? Why haven't they come yet? The king was anxiously circling around, complaining constantly, although he had heard about Judge killing 4 kings in the North Sea. He knew very well that even if he surrendered, he might not survive with Judge's character, so he issued a notice asking for help with a large sum of money. In the face of his questioning, he did not answer him, because these ministers did not know what to do. Time passed little by little, and the king became more and more nervous. The rotating second hand seemed to him to be the countdown to his death. However, when his psychological pressure was about to reach the limit, he finally got good news. The reinforcements finally came. Just looking at Quinn and Yamato, the king's expression did not relax. What about the army? Are you the commander of the army? This is not your problem. Since we have accepted this task, we will handle it well. But can you settle the money first? Quinn started to collect the debt while holding his cigar. This is the rule of the beasts. You have to pay first and settle the money before you can be a customer. Otherwise, the fall of this kingdom has nothing to do with him. If the amount was not very tempting, Quinn would not have ignored the address and accepted this task. Then someone said a few words in the king's ear. After that, his eyes changed when he looked at Quinn. He happily took out the treasure of the treasury. In the process, Quinn vaguely heard something like 1 billion. Outside the royal city, Jean Sect had already rushed into the enemy camp and started his killing. On one side were emotionless replica soldiers, and on the other side were ruthless killing machines. The battlefield suddenly became a silent killing. Germa's replica soldiers rushed towards Jean Sect fearlessly, and Jean Sect was waving his claws constantly. The enlarged Jean Sect could blow away a large number of soldiers every time he swung his claws. At the same time, the light cannon behind him was also firing non-stop, which soon eased the tense situation here. What's going on? Where did those monsters come from? Judge put down the telescope in his hand, looking at the slaughtering Jean Sect with a serious expression. He saw the number on Jean Sect's chest. The kingdom of Korgia definitely doesn't have such a thing, otherwise they would have sent it out long ago. Their appearance at this time means that a third party has intervened. At the same time, a slightly familiar voice appeared in his ears. Mhahaha, Judge, you bastard, you haven't forgotten me, right? Yamato and Quinn did not participate in the battle against the replica soldiers. Quinn knew that those things had no feelings at all, and only the general commander could be dealt with, so he chose to use Jean Sect to deal with those miscellaneous soldiers, and he went to deal with Judge. Miss Yamato, did you remember everything I said? Quinn asked Yamato before the battle began, but her answer made Quinn feel like something was stuck in his throat. I forgot, but it doesn't matter, just beat those guys away, right? That's right. At this point, he didn't have time to repeat the plan again. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with Yamato's words. As long as he defeated that guy Judge, everything would be solved. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 490, Don't Ruin My Reputation. Although he couldn't beat Shayna, Jin, or Zeraora, he was in trouble when the buffs were fully stacked in the burst state, not to mention Kaido and Arceus, but he didn't believe that he couldn't beat Judge. After all, these years of fighting were not in vain. If you can't beat him, you have to find a way to resist. In order not to be beaten too badly and to have more breathing time during Kaido's training, Quinn made unimaginable efforts. Quinn? Why are you here, you rubbish? Isn't the lesson I taught you enough? Lesson? Stop bragging, Judge, your war is doomed to fail. For the sake of our old acquaintance, how about if you surrender now and I only let you mine for 50 years? Their relationship is not friendly. Even though they were both members of MADS, they often looked down on each other. Judge applied the technology of bloodline factor to equipment, while Quinn applied it to himself. This is their biggest difference and also a divergence in research. They are also geniuses in their respective fields, so they naturally look down on each other's technology, and no one can convince each other. Moreover, their conflicts are gradually accumulating because of trivial matters, and mutual criticism is a normal state. You are just a pirate, How can you stop me? And when did you start to be passionate about peace? While talking to Quinn, Judge also gestured to the soldiers around him, indicating that they should prepare some anti-aircraft weapons. As the commander-in-chief of Germa 66, Judge is the strongest fighter in the entire Germa 66. But he had no intention of taking action. Among all the people in Mads, Vegapunk and Caesar Clown were temporarily attached to the scientific forces of the world government, and Quinn joined the Beast Pirates. They all had people above them who could command them. But Judge was different. After returning to the North Sea, he picked up the foundation of the Vinsmoke family and ruled Germa 66 as the king of the Germa kingdom. He was not only the commander-in-chief, but also the king, and the king would not take action easily. Peace-loving? If you hadn't attacked here, do you think I would be here? Do you know how long it took me to get here? Quinn's sudden roar confused Judge. He still didn't understand what his attack on a non-member country had to do with him. This was the result of Quinn's selective amnesia. If he hadn't taken on the mission without looking at the address, he wouldn't have had to go through this. But he would never admit to Judge that it was his mistake, so he just threw the pot on him. Quinn didn't say anything else, and a simple exchange of insults was considered a greeting to Judge. He knew very well that Judge would not choose to retreat just because of a few words from him, so he fired a large number of plant bullets at him. Although the seed machine gun was not the strongest in the skill set, it was the one Quinn used most easily, and he habitually used this trick to clean up the trash. Wall. Facing Quinn's attack, Judge didn't dodge, but uttered a word. He was not a person with special abilities. This so-called wall was actually a human wall. Several tall Gemel soldiers immediately stood in a row in front of him. If you look closely, you will find that these people look exactly the same. This is Judge's use of clone soldiers. Compared to the cheap dodge, he chose to use the lives of these artificial people to form a barrier. The penetration power of the seed machine gun is not strong, and the human body is the strongest barrier in the pirate world. Those bullets did not penetrate them, but they also harvested the lives of a group of cyborgs. What do you think of the lives of your men? This kind of thing is nothing to Quinn. He knows that they are clones. Even if they are not clones, he will not care. Although he is much more restrained now, he still does not care about the lives of ordinary people, but he will not attack indiscriminately. But Yamato is different. Although she has seen the cruelty of Frivans and the humanity of the Sabayati archipelago, it is the first time she has seen someone who ignores the lives of his younger brothers and uses them as human shields. Quinn, is that your work? It's not a good thing to be too emotional. You are a waste. What you don't care about yourself actually makes your work care about it. Yamato is now standing on Quinn's back. With Judge's understanding of Quinn, he will not accept this. Although it is unknown what kind of transformation Quinn has made to himself so that he has the ability to fly, it is not in line with his character to let people step on him, unless that is also his work. Although everyone's technology is developed in different directions, they all come from the same source. It is not surprising that Quinn creates a modified warrior. And Yamato is a mystery to the outside world. Before this incident, the outside world did not know that Kaido had such a daughter. She was hidden very well, so Judge had this misunderstanding. Judge's answer made Quinn sweat more on his forehead, and he quickly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not the kind of person who ignores the lives of my subordinates, only scum like you would do such a thing." The future heir of the beasts is standing on his back, and he knows very well what will happen if the future boss doesn't like him. Mew is an example, although Arceus doesn't care about him, Kaido is the person he admires. Although he disliked him, he had offended many other Cotters, otherwise he would not have been bullied. At least now Yamato's perception of him is not disgusted, but it would be troublesome if Judge destroyed him. However, what happened next proved that Quinn was overthinking. Their goal was to beat Judge away, and Judge's behavior made Yamato's perception of him plummet, so she just wanted to beat Judge away now. Before Quinn landed, she had already jumped down with her own Jian. Thunder. Bagua. This height is not dangerous for her. Although there is no technological component in her body, she is also an alternative cyborg, a Superman specially transformed by the power of Arceus. With the monster physique inherited from Kaido, she is much stronger than those perfect creations in Judge's mind. With the momentum of falling, Thunder Bagua aimed at Judge's head and hit him. Seeing the gradually approaching figure, Judge felt a serious sense of crisis in his heart, and his boots quickly sprayed a strong airflow to retreat. Although this attack did not hit Judge, it also left a big hole on the ground, but then Yamato found a group of cyborg soldiers surrounding him. Is such a guy worth your life? But no clone soldiers paid attention to her. The biggest difference between these clone soldiers and robots is that they are more likely to die, and they have no emotions. AP. Go to view. Chapter 491, Smart Quinn. No matter what Judge does, these clone soldiers will still obey his orders. This is also the reason why the Vinsmoke family is so strong in the North Sea. Rather than a country, they are more like a manor owner. Except for scientific research technicians and some doctors, cooks, maids and the like who are human, other citizens are such clones. As long as the plundered wealth is enough, they will have a steady stream of soldiers produced from the factory. Yamato, who tried to attack the commander-in-chief Judge, was naturally their enemy. Even without Judge's order, these guards rushed forward one after another. Looking at the big hole on the ground smashed by Yamato, Judge's expression became ugly. No matter which child is better than the other, toxic pink, spark red, electric blue, winch green, and invisible black are different combat suits developed by him through bloodline factors. His wife was dissatisfied with Judge turning the child into an emotionless machine. She took drugs that affected the bloodline factor during pregnancy, causing Sanji to be a normal person, so invisible black has no user now. And none of the remaining children can do it. As the owner of Winch Green, Youngji has been transformed to be almost like a robot. His body is almost mechanized, he can change the appearance of his limbs and has a strong strange power. Even if his head is knocked crooked, he can hammer it back with a hydraulic hammer, but he can't do it. Although there is a gap in age, as their father and creator, Judge knows their upper limit. Even if they reach Yamato's age, they can't surpass him. In his opinion, Yamato is not a pure person, but Quinn's work. This is what he can't accept. He can't accept that he was defeated by Quinn in his field of expertise. These scientists have a kind of paranoia. Since they can't surpass, they will destroy it. All members attack and destroy the man with horns. He found that Yamato seemed to pity those clones. In this case, let the clones consume the opponent's physical strength. Anyway, the next batch of soldiers has been trained. He won't feel sorry for leaving all these soldiers here. So under Judge's order, the clone soldiers around him attacked Yamato in groups with human wave tactics. Bastard! These clones are not a trouble for her. It's just a matter of one person and one stick, but these people entangled her steps. After several unsuccessful communications, she also understood the specialness of these clones. They didn't have any emotions that humans should have, so she was ready to use the domineering color to clear the field. In order to train her, Kaido used the domineering aura of the Conqueror as an alarm clock. Although Yamato could not accurately lock the domineering aura on one person, he could control it freely and clear the miscellaneous soldiers. However, just as she was about to take action, a large number of vines burst out from the ground around her, binding all the Gemel clone soldiers. Go, Miss Yamato, leave these miscellaneous soldiers to me. Those parasitic seeds were fired by Quinn in the seed machine gun. His original plan was to use his air advantage to cover the firepower, but now it doesn't matter. Anyway, Yamato didn't plan to follow the plan. On the way here, he had been thinking about Arceus' words. At this time, he had figured out one thing. 5 genesects were more than enough to deal with the battle situation of a small kingdom. Although Yamato was young, he was also a powerful fighting force. And he would never believe that Yamato didn't have Arceus's backhand. The current battle situation basically guaranteed the safety of the kingdom. In this case, the main target should be changed. As long as Yamato is happy, then this problem is perfectly solved. The current situation is that she is unhappy with Judge, so she lets Yamato deal with Judge, while he is lazy on the side. No, he is helping Yamato clean up the characters that interfere with her. This time it is a win-win situation. He has more than a dozen ways to eliminate these clone soldiers, but Yamato doesn't seem to want to eliminate them now. So he chose a gentler way, parasitic seeds plus paralysis toxins and other natural graces. Among the codders of the beast's pirates, he is indeed not ranked in single combat, but in this large-scale legion battle, he is the master of the battlefield. Tail, braids, and modified weapons are pouring out their firepower. Quinn directly helped Yamato open a path to Judge. Thank you, Uncle Quinn. While running, Yamato's body gradually entered the big mouth of the true god form. The dragon tail behind her is the biggest difference between her and the original version. The mace is wrapped with domineering and smashed towards Judge. Zilla Zi. Judge also has a spear in his hand, and lightning is wrapped around the tip of the spear. In addition to the modified superhuman physique, 90% of his force is in his own equipment. Any equipment on him can be said to be the highest achievement of Germa. Don't underestimate me, kid. When Germa was roaming the North Sea, you didn't know where you were. Do you think you can beat me? Electromagnetic stab. The lightning on the spear was compressed and stabbed towards Yamato. The dazzling electric light almost blinded others, but a thin layer of lens appeared on the gap of the eyes of Judge's helmet. The lens of unknown material did not affect Judge. If the leaders of Germa are all guys like you who ignore life, then this organization should disappear. Yamato slightly changed the posture of holding the stick and the pace of his feet. Although the strong light made it difficult for people to open their eyes, Judge's speed was much worse than Kaido. She had already had a way to deal with Kaido's surprise attacks every day. Judge still rotated the handle of the spear and stabbed forward. The information conveyed by his eyes to his brain told him that he had stabbed the target, but the touch from the front was completely wrong. He only stabbed the afterimage. Divine Foot White Snake Drive. Through the acceleration brought by the instantaneous burst, Yamato has come to the side of Judge, and Jian has a layer of frost on his body, smashing towards Judge's chest. Judge's spear had already thrust out, and it was impossible to retract the spear blade immediately at this distance. An inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. Long weapons are inevitably faced with this kind of embarrassment when they are close to each other. He could only choose to use the spear handle to hit Yamato, and at the same time, the cloak behind him was wrapped around his upper body as if it was attracted. Although it looked like a tights, the combat suit of Germa 66 was actually made of special shape memory armor, which was very strong. The cloak was also a special shield made of the same material. With double protection, he thought he could block this attack. However, when the mace hit his chest, he realized how wrong his judgment was. Go to check. White Dove. Chapter 492, Is the mecha the right way? The double defense of the combat suit and the cloak did not have a significant effect. Who let Kaido's weapon of the same lineage be the mace? The armor-breaking effect of blunt weapons is much stronger than that of swords. Even though the characteristics of the combat suit allowed him to temporarily avoid Yamato's coldness, the strange force still passed through his defense and hit his body. Judging from the feedback from his body, his ribs were definitely broken. However, at the same time as being hit by Yamato, his gun barrel also hit Yamato's shoulder, but the touch here was also wrong. He seemed to hit an iron lump this time. Crack! A burst of shattering sound came into Judge's ears. Yamato's body surface began to crack from the shoulder, and cracks covered the whole body, and finally broke like ice crystals. Jingshan. This is the ice armor she made with her own ice. The all-round defense allows her to resist most attacks. Feeling the pain from her chest, Judge's combat boots spewed air to let him reach a high altitude. From the performance just now, it is not difficult to see that Yamato does not seem to have the ability to fly, and Germa's combat boots are equipped with suspension devices and acceleration devices. With these two devices, they can fly freely. The temporarily safe Judge pressed the button of his combat suit, and the combat suit at the injured position automatically locked and fixed the broken bones. At the same time, a painkiller was injected into his body. Ability user miss, it seems that you are not a work of art. I knew that Quinn could not make such a perfect work of art. Quinn's address to Yamato combined with her expressiveness made him overturn his previous thoughts. He felt relieved when he thought about it. At least it showed that he did not lose to Quinn in technology. He was thinking about what to do next in the sky, but suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air, and then a Caliceri slashed at him. Although he blocked the attack, the force from his hand also made him feel numb in his palm, and the huge number of GT8 also appeared in his field of vision. The scarlet eyes flashed with red light, and the cannon behind him looked very dangerous. If it were not for the fact that the size of Gene Sect was enlarged, the light cannon behind him could not attack Judge now, and he would feel the feeling of being hit by a cannon. If Yamato's identity was a misunderstanding, then the artificial aura on Gene Sect was too obvious. He also recognized that this was the monster that had disturbed his army before. When he looked at the battlefield in the distance again, Germa's army had turned from an offensive to a stalemate. Led by Gene Sect, the defenders of the Kingdom of Korgia had launched a counterattack. The position of number 8 was the weak point of Germa's attack. After he judged that it was no longer needed there, he turned to Yamato. Then GT8 temporarily left the battle with Judge and came to Yamato and turned into a flying saucer. Lord Onuhime, please come up, I will be your mount. Oh, thank you for your help. Yamato jumped directly behind GT8 and flew towards Judge, while the light cannon behind GT8 began to charge. After pulling away, Judge re-entered its firing range. In the sky, the gun blade in Judge's hand slashed at Genesek's body, but the gun blade made of special alloy only left a shallow mark under the premise of high-temperature lightning. Facing Arceus steel, Judge, who relied entirely on weapons, did not gain an advantage. Looking at the opponent's deformable battle mecha and the solid alloy shell that his gun blade could not leave a mark on, Judge suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the end, he was still crushed by Quinn's technology. After this thought appeared in his mind, it became uncontrollable, and some previous news about Quinn also surfaced in his mind. Just like he felt very happy when he confirmed that Yamato was not a cyborg, he was more accepting of being crushed in strength than in technology. He did not continue to think about it. In the current situation, he had no time to think about this problem. Not only did he lose his air superiority, but he was also at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. He attacked Genesek to make Yamato lose the ability to fight in the air. The disadvantage of Yamato's inability to fly had already been reflected. But he had no way to deal with this. Yamato not only used Genesek to fight in the air, but they even cooperated. After Yamato jumped up with Genesect as a pedal, Genesect would remove its transformed posture and participate in the battle. When its airborne time was about to reach its limit, it would turn into a flying pedal again, and it also had a powerful strange artillery. To put it bluntly, the Genesects from GT6 to GT10 were weakened products. Their light cannons did not have the ability to switch attributes, but their power was also good, but they were less targeted. Although Judge was unwilling to admit defeat, the idea that Mecha was the right one inevitably appeared in his mind. Both his battle and the battle of the Clone Corps were at a disadvantage, and Judge had no intention of continuing to fight. After all, he had already obtained the data he wanted. Now he couldn't beat the other side, and he felt that he had touched some technological thresholds. He wanted to wait for technological breakthroughs before studying other things. After giving the Clone Corps a special order to cover the rear, his sons began to retreat back to Germa's fleet, and Judge began to think about how to get out. The way those clone soldiers covered the rear was suicide attacks, which was their only way to delay Genesek's pace. Although there were heavy casualties, Yamato was not stupid enough to stop the friendly attack because of pity for the enemy. In her eyes, the Genesect created by Arceus was also alive, and it was much more important than the enemy. Her contempt for Judge's disregard for the lives of his men was not contradictory to this matter. War would inevitably kill people. She had long understood this truth, and the best way to reduce casualties was to defeat the enemy's main general as quickly as possible. Those clone soldiers can't fly, and their weapons can't lock on Genesect, but at this time someone helped Judge, and several CPOs in white suits suddenly appeared here. Their target is not Judge. At this time, the Germa Kingdom is still a member of the Allied nations, and they have no reason to take action. Their target is Quinn. As the key suspect of the world government did not miss this opportunity. This team was originally performing other escort missions nearby, but they received intelligence temporarily and handed over the original escort mission to CP9, and turned to implement a new capture plan. Go to check. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 493, Quinn Capture Plan. There are naval surveillance ships in the outer waters of Wano country, but due to the special currents of Wano country, those surveillance ships are a certain distance away from Wano country. There are many people with flying abilities in the Beast's pirates, so they have many ways to avoid the surveillance ships. In addition, the Ammonite has infiltrated the Den Mushi of the CP0 team like a sieve, and they have been reversely monitored. Quinn's whereabouts were discovered not long ago, and the reason for the discovery was that the king of the Kingdom of Korgia reported Quinn's identity. Although they are non-member countries, they have the contact information of the world government, because there is a creature in this world called a licking dog, and many non-member countries live like licking dogs. The world government disdains them, does not care about their safety, and will not send people to protect them, but these non-member countries just want to get the favor of the world government and get the opportunity to join the world government. Although it is very sad, this is indeed the best way for a country to exist in this deformed world, to find an umbrella. Collecting protection fees and protecting the safety of the country, both the world government and some pirates do this. Although pirates such as Kaido, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Linlin are still pirates in name, their essence is already a warlord who has established a separatist regime. But they are still called thieves. Unless they are a pirate nation from the beginning, most people still choose to trust the Navy and the world government. Although the sky gold is very high and there are stains in the Navy, they are still much stronger than most pirates. Trusting Quinn, they have to pay a huge price after Quinn defeats Germa. Thinking of Quinn's on-live bounty, they have new ideas. Maybe they can take this opportunity to successfully become a member country. So the royal family of this country sold Quinn out neatly, which also led to the current situation. As the most trusted executioners of the world government, CP0 knows a lot of secret information, such as Quinn's bounty soared because of his scientific research ability, and his own strength is just so-so. Of course, Quinn himself is also very clear that his 1 billion bounty is estimated to be 800 million for the pot, and as the king of the beast pot, he is also helpless about this. These people have actually arrived a long time ago, but they have been observing each other in secret. Quinn's external strength is too mysterious, and they want to know more about Quinn's strength. Kama, is it really okay for us to give up the original mission? This is an order from above, just execute it, and isn't that guy a genius together with Rob Lucci? It's just a fruit, which is nothing. The leading CPO replied lightly. Kama is not his name, but his code name. CPO has many teams, and each team has its own unique code name. Then he continued to instruct his subordinates. Germa seems to be in trouble. That Quinn seems to have incredible skills. Jiao Xing, Xiangch, you go to deal with that little girl. He seems to care about her. Feish, you go with me to deal with Quinn. Kama quickly made arrangements, and his subordinates followed their orders and acted separately. The Jin sect under Yamato made him pay more attention to the other party. Through his previous observation, those machines seemed to be very complicated. Originally, Quinn was bullying those ordinary Gemel clone soldiers wantonly. Under the absolute firepower suppression, those guys couldn't get close to Quinn even if they wanted to carry out suicide attacks. With the arrival of GT8, Quinn was more relaxed. He knew very well what level Judge was. In the Mads Institute, excluding Vegapunk and his research objects, he, Quinn, was the strongest. Caesar is a scumbag. Although he has natural abilities, he is weak. Most people can deal with him as long as they know the armament haki. Judge is stronger than him, but most of his strength lies in his weapons and equipment. Only Quinn trained his body when he transformed his body. After joining the beasts, he has sufficient physical strength and two-color domineering. It is not that he is gifted, but the living environment of the beasts can train anyone. However, the appearance of CPO disrupted Quinn's rhythm. Keikuyuki and Kagura appeared beside Yamato first, interrupting her plan to continue chasing Judge. Seeing the CPO who appeared here, Judge did not stop, but left here directly with Germa. These CP0s are killing machines that have undergone years of training. When the goal is clear, they have no intention of talking at all. Kagura raised her hand and sprinkled a cloud of dust like Yamato. He is the most capable person in this team. He can release powerful hypnotic toxins, which is very convenient when performing secret missions. However, these sleeping powders did not affect Yamato at all, because the Jin sect under her suddenly emitted a strong suction force. All the hypnotic powders were sucked into its body. Lady Anuhime, be careful, this powder is poisonous, and inhalation may cause unknown effects. As a steel-type Pokemon, and most of its body is a special machine structure, the toxin has no effect on Jin sect at all, and it can completely act as a mobile air filter. When Keikuyuki and Xiangch attacked Yamato, Quinn had already discovered them. This was also Kama's plan. He hoped to use Yamato's attack to distract Quinn. It turned out that he succeeded. These people who suddenly appeared here to attack Yamato did distract Quinn. If Yamato had an accident, he would not be in a good situation. He was not worried about Judge because he knew Judge well enough, but now it was different. When he wanted to support Yamato, Kama used the razor to appear in front of Quinn in an instant. Opportunity. Raising his thigh high, Kama flashed a purple light, and then stepped directly on Quinn's head. Boom! Quinn's head, which had turned into a tropical dragon, slammed heavily on the ground, and several cracks spread along the land. Captain, is it so easy to solve? Looking at Quinn, who was almost unresponsive, Feish walked out in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion was knocked down by a single blow. Then, without waiting for Kama to answer, he and Kama used the moon step to dodge upwards at the same time, and as soon as they dodged, a laser shot out from Quinn's tail, leaving a charred gully at the original position. Then Quinn pulled his head out of the soil, shook it, and looked up at the sky with disdain. Do you think this little attack can knock down Grandpa Quinn? Your attack is far inferior to those perverts. Go to check. White Dove. Chapter 494, What have you done? This time, he was caught off guard by a surprise attack. After all, he was completely crushed before. Observation haki also requires physical strength. He is not blind, so there is no need to cover his body with observation haki all the time, which allowed the CP0 to successfully hit him. But hitting is hitting, and whether it has any effect is another matter. Compared with Kaido's stick, this is just a tickle. Shaking his head, Quinn looked around. Judge had already led the Germa Corps to retreat, and the remaining clone corps were few and far between. Jean Sect was cleaning up the battlefield. In addition to the CPO in front of him, Yamato also had 2 CP0 members. Although they had different masks, they were the only group of people in the sea who wore uniform white suits. Judge's reinforcements? No, how did these guys find them? It's not surprising that CP0 attacked him. After all, he knew that he had too many responsibilities. It's not surprising that the world government took action for those mysterious technologies, but he was surprised how he was discovered. The nearby CPO must not have sent out any news, otherwise the Ammonite would have been warned long ago. Since it was transformed, it has evolved into a social, and the anti-eavesdropping function of the white Den Mushi is basically ineffective against it. On the way here, he and Yamato basically never left the back of Jean Sect, and they were always on the high-altitude platform. Only when they reached the East China Sea could they be discovered. Did they meet spies on the way, or did the king do it? But this reaction was ridiculously fast. Quinn cursed a few words in his heart and temporarily ignored this question. How they came was not very important. After dealing with this problem first, he had plenty of time to think about it slowly. The big problem is not being able to handle the problem in front of him. If Yamato has a problem, his fate will be miserable. If he falls into the hands of the world demon, it is estimated that he will not have a good fate either. Therefore, leaving here safely with Yamato is his only choice. It is okay to get injured. After all, according to the statistical results, the most serious injuries on Yamato are caused by Kaido. The goal has changed, with protecting Miss Yamato as the highest priority task, and all restrictions have been lifted. In front of Kama and Faish, Quinn said something they couldn't understand, but the other 4 Jean Sects on the battlefield in the distance all moved. GT0 to GT5 are complete Jean Sects, their overall strength is stronger, and they are also more complete creatures. GT6 to GT10, who came with Quinn, have more artificial parts. Although their overall strength is not as good as that of complete Jean Sects, they also have their own advantages. To command complete Jean Sects, at least they have to hear their voices, but these semi-mechanized Jean Sects are different. Special signal receivers are implanted in their replaceable bodies, and Quinn, who is also a cyborg, can directly issue commands within the signal range. As for the so-called lifting of restrictions, it actually refers to self-destruction. Their life parts are all in the head part, and the body can be replaced at will. In this case, the self-destruction function is naturally added. However, the manufacture of their bodies is also a big project. They will not self-destruct unless it is absolutely necessary. Although the source of Arceus steel is unlimited, it also has extremely high value. Quinn opened the authority just in case. He knew that Arceus definitely had a backhand, but he didn't know what the backhand was. At the same time, he also knew another thing. As long as Yamato was fine, it didn't matter if all these machines were destroyed here. The worst case was to go back and remake them. Jean Sect, who received the new mission, changed the target of attack in an instant, and Quinn also picked up the 2 machetes hanging on his waist. Come on, let you know how powerful Uncle Quinn is, you will regret carrying out this mission. He didn't want to waste time. The fact that so many people came meant that his position had been exposed. Who knew if there were other reinforcements behind him? He didn't know any swordsmanship, and the weapon in his hand seemed to be swinging randomly, but with the weapons modified in various parts of his body and the ability of the tropical dragon itself, the dense firepower temporarily overwhelmed the 2 CP0s. Boom! Another energy cannon shot from the tail hit the ground, and the charred land emitted heat, and the white suits on Gamma and Faish were not as neat as before, and even became a little tattered. Are you guys only able to hide? Where did your skills just now go? Quinn's wings recovered, and a large number of flying leaf knives flew towards the 2 of them. The sharp leaves covered the land in front of them like rain. The density of this attack even exceeded their paper-drawn dodge limit, and they could only use shaving and moon steps to dodge to other positions. As for the iron block, Gamma's suit became rotten in this way. If Faish hadn't helped him out, I'm afraid he would have died under Quinn's firepower suppression. At this time, the sun in the sky was very hot. It was a sunny day that Quinn actively released. In this weather, he could quickly recover his physical strength through photosynthesis. His bullets were modified and converted from the power of Pokemon. In this case, the bullets converted by his own physical strength are endless for Quinn. Once he is restrained by his attack, it becomes extremely difficult to get out. Xiongq and Keikuyuki have no advantage. Originally, hypnotic powder was the most commonly used trick for this team to capture the enemy, but the modified gene sect completely ignored this ability. Under the siege of 6 machines and Yamato, they could not take advantage at all. Captain! Keikuyuki can't hold on. I know, let's deal with Quinn first. There is a problem with the intelligence. This guy's strength is not that simple. As he said that, Gamma actually stopped on the spot and began to return his life to adjust the power in his body. Quinn naturally did not miss this opportunity. A variety of attacks were immediately shot towards this side, but in the end they were empty. When he locked onto the opponent's target again, he had already come to him. Storm Kick Earth Dragon Flash. Storm Kick is supposed to be a flying slash from a distance, but Guama abandoned the attack range of Storm Kick and integrated stronger power into the kicking technique. With a flash of white light, a heavy object fell to the ground, and Quinn's eyes became dull, allowing Faish, who was looking for an opportunity, to punch him on the head. But this time he didn't move at all, and his slender neck was as solid as a pillar. Do you know those 3 bananas not fully ripe yet? Quinn felt his empty chin, and his anger reached its peak at this moment. Go to check. White Dove. Chapter 495, Not everyone can bear the power of Krypton Gold. Banana ripens 3 times a year. In order to breed better, he doesn't eat much himself, so every time before the banana ripens, it is the moment he looks forward to the most. Although bananas can be picked in advance to ripen, the taste of bananas that are naturally ripe to perfection is completely different from those that are picked in advance for transportation and preservation. The fallen bananas obviously cannot be taken back, which means that the time he has been looking forward to the most in the past few months has been ruined by the other party. For some reason, Gamma and Faish sensed an abnormal and terrifying aura on Quinn. He was completely different from what he was just now. I'm really angry. Roll Queen. The weapon in his left hand was thrown away, and the mechanical hand installed on his left arm suddenly stretched out, and the pliers at the front tightly grasped Gamma's waist, and the huge grip made him unable to break free. This is Germa's. Germa's abilities are not a secret. After all, they have been drawn into comics. As long as you know that the prototype of the villain in Warriors of the Sea and Sky is Germa 66, you can know what Germa's abilities are, not to mention that they are also the government's intelligence agency. What Germa's? This is my technology. Some things are not only known by Kaji alone. After the banana was cut off, they committed Quinn's second taboo, which was to mention Germa's technology in front of him. He and Kaji had never been convinced by each other since they were in DS. Quinn developed these technologies to prove that his abilities were never weaker than the other. He transformed all the technologies that Kaji put on the combat suit into his body, and then the extended mechanical arm began to retract, and Kama also sensed another huge suction force. Unlike the mechanical arm that controlled him, he felt his physical strength was constantly draining away. You have to pay for what you did, and taste the taste of Ultimate Drain. Drain, Super Drain, Ultimate Drain, the series of skills of grass Pokemon. The effect is the same, taking the enemy's physical strength to restore their own physical strength, but the power is greater as time goes by. Since the banana was destroyed, Quinn launched his ultimate drain completely according to the power of draining the opponent. The huge winch force developed by the bloodline factor made it impossible for him to break free, not to mention that the ultimate drain was still plundering his physical strength. When the existing physical strength was exhausted, the continued ultimate drain was plundering his vitality. Captain! The flying car next to him wanted to come over to help when he saw this, but Quinn had already prepared something to deal with him. You kid, let me experience the feast of explosion. Before Quinn finished speaking, seeds like bouncing mines suddenly floated on the ground. These were seed bombs, and their source was the seed machine gun Quinn had just fired. The book recommended to me by an old book friend who has known me for 10 years, It's really fucking useful. I use this to read and listen to books to kill time while driving or before going to bed. You can download it here. Each seed is now a terrible bomb. As for the number, he himself doesn't know how many bullets he fired in the previous firepower. With Quinn's induction, this place turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Even if it is the 1.0 version of the bomb power that has not been upgraded, these continuous seed bombs are not something the opponent can withstand. He doesn't have a field like the divine power space that can avoid explosive attacks in minutes. Time is slowly passing, the flying car in the explosion has stopped moving, and the resistance of the horse in Quinn's hand is getting smaller and smaller. After he almost turned into a mummy, Quinn cut him in half with a knife. And Yamato doesn't seem to need his help. The battle there has long ended, but GT9 and GT10 only have one head left, which is now suspended in the air using a flamethrower. These Genesects handled the problem in a more mechanical way. After analyzing the battle situation, they chose the fastest way to fight. With Yamato as the highest priority, the cost was not important. As for who was stronger between Yamato and the two P0s, they did not take it into consideration. So in the battle, they chose to disintegrate themselves, restraining the opponent at the cost of 2 machines, and then let other Genesects conduct concentrated fire attacks and start the self-destruction program at the same time. The price paid was not small, but the results were also obvious. Are you really not in pain? Looking at the 2 Genesects with only their heads left, Yamato's voice was a little distressed. No, Lady Oni, our bodies are just machines. We can replace them with new ones after we return. This is the most efficient way to fight. Please don't worry. At this time, Quinn also came here and said to Yamato, looking at the devastated battlefield, Miss Yamato, we should leave. This place is not safe. If it were him, he would not worry about anything. This P0 should have been wiped out, and he did not see them passing on the news, but it is better to be careful now. The reward for Kogia has been received. Although the king notified the world government, they still paid the payment first. His idea is to wait for the world government to defeat Quinn before taking the money back, but now it seems that there is no such opportunity. As for revenge, they can't figure out where this P0 came from now, and they didn't leave anyone alive for torture. He plans to study this issue after leaving here. Even if it is really the kingdom of Kogia they did it, and they couldn't escape. Not everyone can leave directly like ants dragging a country. Okay, shall we go to the North Sea next? According to the original itinerary, they still have a mission in the North Sea, but now Quinn is not sure whether they need to continue this. So he chose to contact Onigashima. Just in case, he still used Rotom to contact. Dendenmushi still has the risk of being eavesdropped, but there is currently no known creature or machine that can eavesdrop on Rotom's information. Lord Arceus, we encountered a little trouble, but it has been resolved. What do you think next? Quinn briefly explained what happened here to Arceus and began to ask about the next plan. Continue according to the plan before departure, don't worry too much. XXXX. Neither Zekrom nor Rezilram started, which meant that the other party was safe. Then Quinn was taken away by Yamato. The main topic was the issue of Genesect. Don't worry, their bodies will be made soon. Just let number 7 bring them back first. Hearing Arceus' promise, Yamato followed Quinn with confidence and continued his actions. On the battlefield of the kingdom of Kogia, Kama, who was sucked into a mummy and then chopped in half, actually climbed up again. White Pigeon. Chapter 496, Germa's Changing Style. The shriveled eyelids opened again, and the zombie-like palms struggled to support their bodies and climbed up. Quinn, this guy. Kama's voice was extremely hoarse. Both the war machines and the abilities displayed by Quinn himself far exceeded their expectations, although Quinn had shown in previous battles that his abilities were not ordinary brachiosaurs. But this ability to plunder vitality was far beyond his expectations. If he was not a person with abilities, he would probably have been wiped out with the team. There were some scattered footsteps not far away. They were the observers sent by the kingdom of Corgi after seeing that the fighting opportunity here was over. But the next moment, their chests were pierced by unknown attacks. It's just in time. It was Kama's fingers that pierced them. His body was inexplicably extended like an indescribable thing. Animal-type bug fruit earthworm form. This fruit did not increase his power in battle very much, and it was so ugly after the transformation that it was hard to describe, so Kama rarely used him in battle. He used the life-saving ability brought by the earthworm the most. Strictly speaking, the earthworm is not an insect, but because of this appearance, it was still put into the bug fruit. The earthworm will not die after being cut in half, but can generate 2 new earthworms, provided that the knife is not cut vertically. The ability of the earthworm is not completely replicated on him. At least he will not become 2 kamas, but will grow new limbs from the upper body. Through this ability, he has also achieved the regeneration of broken limbs in the past few missions. And this rebirth consumes physical strength. If he only lost an arm, he could replenish his consumption by eating a lot of food and returning his life, but now he can't. Quinn has sucked him dry, and his body was cut in half. He didn't have time to recover slowly, so he could only replenish his needs by plundering other people's lives. Quinn was careful enough. After sucking him dry, he also made a finishing blow. The only mistake was that he didn't cut the head. Kyoyan is not immortal. As long as the position of the cut is accurate enough, he can still kill the opponent. Whether it is beheading or vertical chopping, it can do this perfectly, but Quinn didn't expect that the opponent is a capable person. After all, it is rare for people who don't use their abilities until they die. And this is also Gama's judgment. Even if he uses his ability, he may not be the opponent of the opponent. Instead of fighting with Quinn, it is far better to save his life honestly. Facts have proved that he is still right. The shrunken body was slowly recovering, at the cost of the death of several other soldiers. The first thing he did was to take off a pair of pants. He was not one of the natural and mythical beasts who could enter the state of ability with clothes. The original suit pants had been blown to pieces, and the new limbs were bare, so he naturally had to find something to cover them. Then he continued to search on the battlefield, and he was not looking for the bodies of his companions. When they were still alive, these people were his subordinates, but dead was dead, and there was no point in finding the bodies. He was looking for the fragments of the gene sect explosion. Finally, he left here with some metal fragments. CP0 has secret supply stations all over the world. He was going to report the situation here. Judging from the current performance, they seemed to underestimate Quinn's own strength. While Gama retreated to the safe house, Kaji also led the Germa kingdom to retreat towards the Red Earth continent. This war was undoubtedly a failure, and they did not capture the kingdom of Korkia. But they also had their own gains. First of all, the clone soldiers were undoubtedly successful. After retreating to a safe place, he gathered all the scientific researchers in Germa together. This team is one of the foundations of Germa. They are not clones, but geniuses recruited by Kaji in various fields. He is also the leader of this team. At this time, he has proposed a new idea, bloodline factor armor. Germa's combat suit is made of special materials. This material can make the clothes harder than steel. Of course, there are other uses. Under Kaji's leadership, a mecha plan that can only be driven by Germa super soldiers was proposed. Moreover, according to biology, pure humanoid mechas are not suitable for combat, and the size of wild beasts is much more convenient than humans in various battles. But it would be difficult for the driver to simulate that. Referring to the transformation ability of Gene Sect, he thought that the mecha should be able to transform and switch between human and beast forms. General, there is no problem with this idea in theory, but we don't have the kind of metal material that can be transformed. If we want to achieve transformation in high-intensity combat, the materials we already have cannot achieve this problem. Don't worry about this problem. I also know a little about the research of memory metal. It won't take much time. This is the benefit they got when they worked with Vegapunk. Kaji, Quinn, and Caesar Kulang may have bad personalities and different talents, but their scientific research capabilities are top-notch in this world. Positive research may not be possible, but reverse deduction is still no problem. Vegapunk has also touched on the subject of memory metal. Even Germa's combat suit has a certain shadow of memory alloy, but not much. Although the Wapo alloy made by Wapo's ability has some defects, it can still be used. After Kaji raised the new topic, he naturally had a way to study the problem in that area, and the mechanical aspect was also his main focus. Now that the children have started to be normal, there is no problem with the clone soldiers, so it is just the right time to start new research. After getting Kaji's confirmation, these people also began to diverge their thinking and study the so-called mecha, and some even proposed that they could consider fusion for greater power. On the other side, Quinn and Yamato were on their way to the North Sea. At this time, there were only 2 gene sects left with them. The remaining intact one had returned to Wano country in advance with 2 self-destructing gene sects. Quinn looked very sad, but he was just feeling sorry for his banana. Even if he killed all those people, he would not feel relieved. For him, those people were not as important as his banana. As for the bounty, he no longer cared. More debts would not weigh on him, and a few more pots would not affect anything. It can also be confirmed from the eavesdropping of Ammonite that they have always been highly suspicious of him, rather than affirming him. The Navy is not stupid. Although they often make mistakes, the beasts have not kept Arceus' abilities secret. The situation obtained from the inside is completely different from what is observed from the outside. Although they have basically confirmed that there is something wrong with him before, they have not completely given up investigating Arceus. Chapter 496, Germa's Changing Style. His shriveled eyelids opened again, and his zombie-like palms struggled to support his body and climbed up. Quinn, this guy. Kama's voice was extremely hoarse. Both the war machines and the abilities displayed by Quinn himself far exceeded their expectations, although Quinn had shown in previous battles that his abilities were not ordinary brachiosaurs. But this ability to plunder vitality was far beyond his expectations. If he was not a capable person, he would probably have been wiped out with the team. There were some scattered footsteps not far away. They were the observers sent by the kingdom of Kogia after seeing that the fighting opportunity here was over, but the next moment, their chests were pierced by unknown attacks. It's just in time. It was Kama's finger that pierced them, and his body inexplicably extended like an indescribable object. Zoology mosquito fruit earthworm form. This fruit did not increase his power in battle very much, and after the transformation, it was so ugly that it was hard to describe, so Kama rarely used it in battle. What he used most was the life-saving ability brought by the earthworm. Strictly speaking, the earthworm is not an insect, but because of this appearance, it was still put into the wormworm fruit. After being cut in half, the earthworm will not die, but can generate 2 new earthworms, provided that the knife is not cut vertically. The ability of the earthworm is not completely replicated on him, at least he will not become 2 Kamas, but will grow new limbs from the upper body. Through this ability, he has also achieved the regeneration of broken limbs in the past few missions. And this regeneration consumes physical strength. If he only lost an arm, he can replenish his consumption by eating a lot of food and returning life, but now it is not possible. Quinn had already sucked him dry, and his body was cut in half. He didn't have time to recover slowly, so he could only replenish his needs by plundering other people's lives. Quinn was careful enough. After sucking him dry, he also made a finishing blow. The only mistake was that he didn't cut off the head. The earthworm was not immortal. As long as the position of the cut was accurate, he could still kill the opponent. Whether it was beheading or vertical chopping, it could be done perfectly, but Quinn didn't expect that the opponent was a capable person. After all, it was rare for someone to not use his ability until death. This was also Gama's judgment. Even if he used his ability, he might not be the opponent of the opponent. Instead of fighting with Quinn, it was far better to save his life honestly. Facts proved that he was right to bet. The shriveled body was slowly recovering, but the price was the death of several other soldiers. Then the first thing he did was to take off a pair of pants. He was not a natural type or a fantasy beast who could enter the ability state with clothes. His original suit pants had been blown to pieces, and his new limbs were bare, so he naturally had to find something to cover them. Then he continued to stand up on the battlefield, and he was not looking for the bodies of his companions. When they were still alive, these people were his subordinates, but when they died he was dead, and there was no point in finding the body. He was looking for the debris after the explosion of Gene Sect. An old book friend who I have known for 10 years recommended this book to me. It is really useful. I use this book to read and listen to books to kill time while driving and before going to bed. You can download it here. Finally, he left here with some metal fragments. CP0 has secret supply stations all over the world. He is going to report the situation here. From the current performance, they seem to have underestimated Quinn's own strength. While Gama retreated to the safe house, Kaji also led the Germa kingdom to retreat towards the Red Earth continent. This war was undoubtedly a failure, and they failed to capture the Korkia kingdom. But they also had their own gains. First of all, the clone soldiers were undoubtedly successful. After retreating to a safe place, he gathered all the scientific researchers in Germa together. This team is one of the foundations of Germa. They are not clones, but geniuses recruited by Kaji in various fields. At the same time, he himself is also the leader of this team. At this time, he has proposed a new idea, bloodline factor armor. Germa's combat suit is made of special materials. This material can make clothes harder than steel, and naturally has other uses. Under the leadership of Kaji, a mecha plan that can only be controlled by Germa super soldiers was proposed. According to biology, pure humanoid mecha is not suitable for combat, and the size of beasts is much more convenient than humans in various battles. But it is difficult for the driver to simulate that. Referring to the transformation ability of Gene Sect, he thinks that the mecha should be able to transform and switch between human and beast forms. General, there is no problem with this idea in theory, but we don't have the kind of metal material that can be transformed. If we want to achieve transformation in high-intensity combat, the materials we already have cannot achieve this problem. Don't worry about this problem. I also know a little about the research of memory metal. It won't take much time. This is the benefit they got when they worked with Vegapunk. Kaji, Quinn, Caesar Kulang, they may have bad personalities and different talents, but their scientific research capabilities are top-notch in this world. Positive research may not be possible, but reverse deduction is not a problem. Vegapunk has also touched on the topic of memory metal. Even Germa's combat suit has some shadows similar to memory alloy, but not very much. Although the Wapo alloy made by Wapo with his ability has some defects, it can barely be used. After Kaji raised the new topic, he naturally has a way to study the problem in that area, and the mechanical aspect is also his main focus. Now that the children have started to be normal, there is no problem with the clone soldiers, so it is just right to start new research. After getting Kaji's confirmation, these people also began to diverge their thinking to study the so-called mecha, and some even proposed that they could consider fusion for greater power. On the other side, Quinn and Yamato were on their way to the North Sea. At this time, there were only 2 gene sects left with them. The remaining intact one had returned to Wano country in advance with 2 self-destructed gene sects. Quinn looked very sad, but he was just worried about his banana. Even if he killed all those people, he would not feel relieved. To him, those people were not as important as his banana. As for the bounty, he no longer cared. More debts would not weigh on him, and a few more pots would not affect anything. It could also be confirmed from the eavesdropping of the Ammonite that they had always been highly suspicious of him, rather than affirming him. The Navy was not a fool. Although they often made mistakes, the beasts did not keep Arceus's abilities secret. The situation obtained internally was completely different from that observed externally. Although they had basically confirmed that he had problems before, they did not completely give up investigating Arceus. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 497, The Real Harm of Second-Hand Smoke. Although the number of gene sects had decreased, Quinn became more at ease. When communicating before, Arceus's location was undoubtedly in Nagashima. He even heard the screams of Ultai and Page 1. This made him more convinced that Arceus definitely had a backhand. Although he didn't know what that backhand was, it was definitely much stronger than his. The upper limit of Arceus' strength is also a mystery within the beast's pirates. He rarely takes action, and the few times he does, they are all earth-shattering battles. The highest known record so far is the defeat of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In addition to the many miracles, Quinn knows that Arceus can probably defeat him in one move. In this case, he can be more reckless. Damn CPO, if it weren't for those guys. The hatred of destroying bananas is irreconcilable, and now all creatures with CP in their names have become his mortal enemies. However, unlike Quinn, who is full of resentment, Yamato is very excited at this time, and is full of expectations for the future journey. Uncle Quinn, where is the transaction location? It's the Beast Island in the North Sea. It will take a while to get there. Don't worry, Miss Yamato. It's just a simple transaction. There shouldn't be any accidents this time. I'm not worried. I'm just very happy. This is also a way to help my godfather and father. This is why she is so excited. In the past, someone followed her on voyages. Although it was for safety protection, she was more like a trial participant, completing the tasks assigned by others. But this time is different. Although there is a Quinn next to her, but Quinn did not provide much military support, and GeneSec did not intervene much before the unexpected factor of CPO appeared. The next task was to trade 2 devil fruits on behalf of the beast's pirates. In the past, this was something that only codders like Olga would do, which made Yamato feel a little grown up. Now she can do things for others, instead of being a child who can only watch and learn. To go from the East China Sea to the North Sea, they need to cross the Red Soil continent, but they did not go directly to the trading location, but landed after crossing the Red Soil continent. Quinn and Yamato are still human beings. They need to eat and rest normally. Being able to persist for several days and nights in battle does not mean that they will do so on weekdays. For these people with monster physiques, eating and resting on weekdays are very important. It is precisely because they store a lot of energy in their spare time that they can persist longer in sudden battles, and Gene Sect also needs to be recharged. This is the difference between the modified version and the complete version. The 6 complete Gene Sects from GT0 to GT5 are no different from Pokemon. They can recover their strength by eating and resting, but the modified version is different. They don't need too much rest, because the mechanically modified body will not get tired at all. Similarly, they can't replenish energy by eating, and can only absorb electricity and fuel like machines. However, this is a world of black technology. Coke can be used as energy to develop special engines. As a member of MADS, Quinn naturally has some black technology inventions. The energy reserves of these Gene Sects are hybrid, charging, fuel, and even burning stones directly. Now the 2 Gene Sects are eating stones to replenish the needs of the body. If he hadn't been reluctant to eat, he would probably have developed a strange machine that uses rice cake and red bean soup as energy. While GT6 and GT7 were digging soil and eating stones by themselves, Quinn and Yamato were enjoying local specialties in the town. Among all the cotters of the beast, Quinn's hedonism was the highest. If he could live a comfortable life, he would never choose to live in the open air. The pig cart in Ueno is a feature. He can fly much faster than the boars, but for the sake of showing off, he always rides his own boar cart to travel across the border. At this time, he was sitting in a restaurant. Although he was tall, he was not too conspicuous. Ordinary people would not care about the bounty order. Although there are many pirates in this world, most people's lives have little intersection with pirates, especially these affiliated countries of the 4 seas. Quinn is very famous in the circle of pirates and the navy, but it is not the case among civilians. The only pirate who is so popular that he is known to the whole world is Gold Roger. To put it another way, even if he is discovered, a large number of people choose to turn a blind eye. Just notifying the navy will not bring much reward, and he is not capable of catching the other party directly. In that case, it is far better to do less than more. Otherwise, fighting will not benefit him at all, and he may even bring disaster to himself. Alabasta is an example. Ace walked inside with the Whitebeard flag behind him as if no one was around. Except for those bounty hunters, ordinary people had no interest in reporting. If this pirate ran away, no one could tell whether he would be retaliated afterwards. While waiting for food, Quinn was also looking around to see if there was any place to have fun, but Yamato accidentally stabbed him in the back again, because she didn't know when she picked up the cigar that Quinn had placed on the table, and it was even cut. "Miss Yamato, this thing is not something you should touch." He was a little glad that Yamato's ability was ice instead of fire, otherwise the cigar would be lit. "Is it not okay? I see that Aunt Rico likes to smoke a pipe, and you always have a cigar in your mouth all the way. This age is the age of curiosity, and cigarettes are the most harmful to people of this age, because they don't know what cigarettes are, so they are curious, and they become addicted after trying them. This is how many people become addicted to cigarettes. If no one in the family or around smokes, the chance of this happening will be much lower. Among the beast's pirates, only Quinn has a serious smoking addiction and smokes cigars almost every day. Given the physical condition of these monsters, the harm of second-hand smoke is not a big deal, but if Arceus knew that Yamato learned to smoke after following him out for a while, he might become a target at the training ground the next day. Setsuna didn't take his photo off the shooting range until the day of their engagement. "Miss Yamato, believe me, Lord Arceus won't like you smoking, and for my safety, please don't touch it, please." She has been raised since she was a child, and some of her personality has been fixed. Arceus has never refused her in most things, except for the tattoo that was strictly prohibited last time. After hearing Quinn's serious request, she gave up the idea. "Uncle Quinn, how about we go to the movies? Do you think that's Brother Tesoro and Sister Stella?" Looking in the direction of Yamato's finger, a movie poster was hanging at the entrance of the theater. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 498, The Mermaid Movie released. There are naturally no ways to show movies on some ancient islands, but this is the 4 seas, not the Grand Line. Most of the changeable solar terms and strange islands are distributed in the Grand Line and the Calm Belt. Although there are differences in the development of the islands in the 4 seas, they are generally at the same level. There will be no gap between the Stone Age and the Electrical Age. As long as they are wealthy countries and islands, entertainment measures are very perfect. Quinn stopped to rest just to enjoy himself, so he naturally chose an island with better development. Cinemas are not uncommon in this place. Teasero? It's really him. Has the movie been released? Before he and Yamato left Onigashima, similar news came from Teasero. This was the movie shot on Fishman Island. The shooting time was not very long, but the post-editing and communication took more time. The world government is the world government after all. Although movies can be circulated without their approval, if you want to play them openly in all member countries, you have to get the approval number of the world government. Even so, some countries will still ban the broadcast of some films, because such films will violate their local customs, and those protagonists may be heretics in the local area. As for Yamato's address, he has given up resistance, but he gave himself a comfort. Yamato calls others big brothers and big sisters, but only calls himself uncle, which is equivalent to being a generation older than them. He did not refuse Yamato's proposal to watch a movie. It would only take 2 hours at most, but he seemed to feel the discrimination against him in the cinema. What? Can't I sit in the first row? Ah! Isn't this money? Do you look down on me? No, sir, but if you sit in the first row. Looking at Quinn's size, the ticket seller showed an embarrassed look. If Quinn sat in the first row, others might not be able to watch. With this size, even the projection port of the projector would probably be blocked. If Yamato didn't like to be more lively, Quinn would definitely choose to book the whole theater, but in the end he could only choose the VIP room on the second floor because he couldn't sit in the ordinary seats. The beginning of the movie is very simple. Teasero, the heir to the king, encountered a storm at sea and unfortunately fell into the water. After that, he was saved by a mermaid named Stella. At first, he was also afraid of mermaids and fishmen, because in the rumors of his country, mermaids and fishmen are evil ghosts who eat people, and they carry deadly viruses. As long as they come into contact, they will pass on fish plague to humans. This is not his fiction, but many places really have such misunderstandings about fishmen. But after getting along, they found that it was all prejudice of the world, and then they fell in love smoothly. But as a prince of a country, the king did not agree with this, and even bribed a group of pirates to kidnap the merman. He believed that his son should marry a princess of a country and survive with a powerful kingdom. But the ambition of the pirates was more than that. They also kidnapped the king and extorted a huge ransom. In the end, the mermaid took the king away from the clutches. In this process, the queen secretly found Teasero and let him know what happened. Then at the last moment, the male protagonist appeared, knocked down those people, and everyone lived happily together. There are a lot of private goods in it, such as the king and queen doted on their son very much, and invited the best vocal teacher in the country for him. That was Teasero's dissatisfaction with his life. He longed for a pair of parents who could support him, but the reality had disillusioned his ideals, and he could only make up such a fact in the movie. The main purpose of the film is to promote that mermaids and fishmen are equal to humans, and that parents and children need more communication. It does not pursue any artistic quality that ordinary people cannot understand. He did not make this film for the purpose of winning awards. The most important thing is to make ordinary people willing to watch it. Although the plot is not so excellent, it is also above the average line. Coupled with the grand special effects and realistic fighting that are free of charge, the response to this film is quite good. However, Yamato was unable to get involved, because most of the actors in it are people she knows, and it always seems a bit out of place. When other people see some touching scenes, she always substitutes some funny pictures, which is the same effect as when watching The Shining. She found that everyone has Zhang Wei's average face, and she can't be moved at all. The scene of Fishman Island attracted her instead, which is much more real than the postcards Jack brought back. So Fishman Island was also added to her future sailing goals. Quinn planned to ask Teasero for the contact information of several supporting roles later, and he had 2 more favorite actresses. For ordinary people, this movie has a certain popular science nature. At the request of Otohim, Teasero gave Fishman Island a 2-minute narration to popularize their legitimacy, and mentioned the bill that mermaids and fishmen are people, not fish at the end. But in other places, the response to this movie is completely different, especially in Fishman Island. Watching this movie, Otohim was moved to tears. The plot is only part of it. The most important thing is that she felt some long-lost good emotions among the audience. Some came from fishmen and mermaids, and some were humans who stayed in Fishman Island. This was a very good start for her. There is no special cinema in Fishman Island, but for this movie, she specially asked the Beast Fruit Mining branch to get a projection machine and screened it for free at Gday Long Square. Under the instigation of Otohim, many people chose to watch this movie, and some people came to watch it for free with the intention of getting it for free. Movies are a rare commodity in Fishman Island, and many people have heard of this word for the first time in their lives. So during the screening, the Gday Coran Square was packed with people, and Neptune even sent out the Sea King army to maintain order here. Teazero did not abandon reality. He mentioned one thing many times in the film through Rusalka's words, that is, the land is very dangerous for mermaids, and young mermaids should not go near there. He did not want an accident to happen because of a movie. There are more mermaids. He hates being a slave. In the original timeline, he had completely lost his light because of Stella's death and his life as a slave, so he chose to use money to enslave more people. But now it's different. He is a senior member of the Anti-Slavery Association on the Red Earth continent. The goal of this association is to get the world government to abolish slavery, but it's completely useless. At most, it can only help some people in distress in the dark. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 499, The Elephant Family brought by Dover. Sometimes, just a little help can completely change a person's fate. Teazero has a deep understanding of this. If he hadn't met Yamato at the beginning, he couldn't imagine what would happen. So he will help some people to the best of his ability. The response to Fishman Island is good, and Fishman Mining has also gained a group of new employees, but Neptune also understands that this movie brings not only opportunities, but also crises. The movie shows the beautiful side of Fishman Island, which can bring good friends and malicious enemies. One thing he didn't tell Otohim was that there was also an arms order sent along with the movie tape. Maybe he should really consider this thing. On the other hand, the Sun Pirates also received a similar film, but some people didn't want to watch it at all when it was shown. However, Jinbei, whose attitude towards humans has gradually changed due to Tiger's influence, watched it with relish. Hey, Aaron, are you really not going to watch it? I think I saw Shachi just now. Tisk, I'm not interested. It's a movie about fishmen made by humans. They don't understand what fishmen are at all. But in the end he was still taken there. After all, there are not only humans but also fishmen and mermaids in it. However, the reason he watched the movie was to criticize the other party's wrong behavior. On the back of the Elephant Master, as foreign things were constantly input into Zou by Setsuna, movie playback equipment was also popularized here. At this time, several fur tribes were debating whether there was a term fish fur. They saw the scene under the sea for the first time in the film. On a passenger ship in the East China Sea, Sanji, who had just finished helping in the kitchen, also saw the movie shown in the restaurant from the window. Looking at the mermaid sister under the sea, he was inevitably a little stunned. Not all places are showing this film. For example, the Kingdom of Goa in the East China Sea regards this film as a banned film. In their opinion, there is nothing more stupid than promoting that kind of alien race. The movie has slightly changed the world's view of Fishman Island, but this will not fundamentally affect anything. The influence of culture is a subtle process. After many years, those who have seen the film and arrived at Fishman Island may change some ideas and do something different. After a short break, Yamato and Quinn continued to move towards the island of the transaction. The time for the transaction was very close. In the Research Institute of Punk Hazard, the metal residue brought back by Kama has appeared on the laboratory table here. At this time, a slightly fat man with a robot-like appearance like a clockwork key on his head is studying it. The 04 on his chest shows his identity. This is an avatar of Vegapunk. In order to have more research time, Vegapunk conducted magical research on himself, and finally many of his selves were born. Number 1 Shakyamuni, representing integrity. Number 2 Lilith, representing evil. Number 3 Edison, representing thought. Number 4 Pythagoras, representing wisdom. Number 5 Atlas, representing violence. Number 6 York, representing desire. There is a wonderful connection between these 6 avatars. Only number 6 York can eat and drink, and the other avatars can maintain their prime. On a passenger ship in the East China Sea, Sanji, who had just finished helping in the kitchen, also saw the movie shown in the restaurant from the window. Looking at the mermaid sister under the sea, he was inevitably a little stunned. Not all places are showing this movie. For example, the Kingdom of Goa in the East China Sea regards this movie as a banned movie. In their opinion, there is nothing more stupid than promoting that kind of alien race. The movie has slightly changed the world's view of Fishman Island, but it will not fundamentally affect anything. The influence of culture is a subtle process. After many years, those who have watched the film and arrived at Fishman Island may change their minds and do something different. After a short break, Yamato and Quinn continued to move towards the island of the transaction. The time for the transaction was very close. In the Research Institute of Punk Hazard, the metal residue brought back by Kama has appeared on the laboratory table here. At this time, a slightly fat man with a robot-like appearance like a clockwork key on his head is studying it. The 04 on his chest shows his identity. This is an avatar of Vegapunk. In order to have more research time, Vegapunk conducted magical research on himself, and finally gave birth to many of himself. Number 1 Sakya represents righteousness, number 2 Lilith represents evil, number 3 Edison represents thought, number 4 Pythagoras represents wisdom, number 5 Atlas represents violence, number 6 York represents desire. There is a strange connection between these 6 clones. Only by eating and drinking by number 6 York, the other clones can maintain their prime. Did Quinn do this? Not sure, but it seems to be Quinn. This is a record recorded by the CPO. Please take a look at these battle scenes. The assistant next to him turned on the screen next to him. It was the scene of Genesect leading Yamato and Judge fighting, which was secretly recorded by CP0 before the operation. Looking at the transformed Genesect, Pythagoras' eyes showed strong interest. He had studied the subject of memory metal, but it was not perfect. Even what Judge said before was just a barely usable material obtained by trial and error. However, judging from the performance of Genesect, this is obviously a more perfect technology. Complex instruments began to analyze the metal fragments, but in the end nothing was found. This was not any existing metal, and the failure of the instrument instead made Pythagoras excited. Interesting, interesting, Quinn has already touched this field? Go out, don't disturb me, I don't have time to take care of you next. Vegapunk's clone almost turned his face and refused to recognize him. After driving the assistant out, he picked up the brand new equipment and started his own research. While Vegapunk was studying how the material Arceus steel appeared, Yamato and Quinn also arrived near the Beast Island. This island is called Beast Island not because of the many beasts on it, but because of the unique trees here. These trees do not follow any rules during their growth process, and each one grows like a wood carving of a beast. The top of the mountain in the center of the island looks like the head of an unknown beast from a distance, so it is named Beast Island. In the center of the island, the Don Quixote family has been waiting for 2 days. This kind of long-distance transaction cannot be accurately timed, and can only be planned in a rough range, but Doflamingo now has a very wrong feeling. Torrible, when was the last time that old woman caught up with us? 3 months, Dover, she has not tracked us in these 3 months. Doflamingo tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair, but his expression was ugly. During that period of time, the crane stuck to him like a plaster, and he could not get rid of it no matter what. Even if he changed his base, he would be found by the other party in half a month. Someone was deliberately leaking his whereabouts, but he didn't know who this person was. I say, Dover, Corazon just left 3 months ago. I hope it's not him. Let Virgo speed up, he'd better climb up high enough as soon as possible and find out who this person is. I know, but Dover, are you really going to give them those 2 fruits for free? This one is fine, but that one is an ancient species. Seeing that Doflamingo didn't want to talk more about the traitor, Treble quickly changed the subject. Pointing to the 2 fruits on the table, Treble was a little reluctant. They were the goods they used to trade with the beast's pirates, the animal type elephant fruit, elephant form, and the animal type elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. The ordinary elephant fruit is nothing, but the ancient species is still very important to them. Torble, don't be so petty, that's 100 beasts, whether in the New World or the Underground World, they are the overlords. As long as we establish contact with them, we will get more. It's just a little effort, as long as it succeeds, then all of this is worth it. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 500, Pure Free Behavior. The time when Jack in the original timeline acquired the ability is unknown, but it can be determined that it was after adulthood. According to other people's memories, the historical text at the bottom of the sea in Wano National Sea was discovered by adult Jack. Now because of a series of butterfly effects, this fruit still flows into Doflamingo's hands. As for the ordinary elephant fruit, it was originally traded to the world leader, but now because of the change in Doflamingo's plan, this elephant fruit has also been newly arranged. It is common for black to black in the underground world, but those are just local snakes who do one-shot business, and they can't make a big deal. For the underground world, the character of the transaction becomes very important. Once some bad news comes out, other forces will try to avoid continuing the transaction. Today, the reputation of the beasts in the underground world is still good. As long as they don't have any bad intentions, they will not take the initiative to destroy the content of the transaction. Originally, they had to guard against being backstabbed by the other party, such as contacting the Navy during the transaction. Doflamingo also considered that the appearance of Crane was related to this, but it was obviously not normal that it happened several times. He didn't worry about this problem in this transaction. As a big pirate ranked in the New World, the beasts would not have any contact with the Navy. The world government is the world government, and the Navy is the Navy. Although the Navy is a subordinate force of the world government, they cannot be confused. Even if it is Doflamingo's own plan, his future transaction target is the world government, not the Navy. As a former celestial dragon, he knows too many secrets that ordinary people don't know. Dover, they are here. While Doflamingo and Treble were talking, a sharp voice came from outside the door, and then a tall and strong man walked in. He is Pica, one of the cotters of the Don Quixote family. His sharp voice is his characteristic and also something he hates. If anyone laughs at him in this aspect, he will be furious. Pica and Treble chose to focus on Doflamingo at the same time. He is also one of his most trusted cotters. He was the one who monitored the situation at the seaside before. Are they here? They are really punctual. Well, but they only came with 2 people, Plague Quinn and an unknown woman. They. Other is a strange flying machine. It doesn't matter, as long as she is from the beasts, it's enough. Let's go, the deal begins. Yamato's existence is still unknown to the outside world. Even Kama has not figured out her identity. Now the only known names are Miss Yamato and Sama Oni. This is the news I got from Quinn and Jean Sect in the battle before. It's not that Quinn and the others are loud, but that they were in the battlefield at that time and didn't use Den Den Mushi to communicate. In this case, the other party can't hear the normal volume at all, so shouting is the only way. But not figuring it out doesn't mean that there is no clue. The person who can be called Miss by Quinn can only be the child of the beast's high level. Quinn is already in a high position in the beast's pirates, so Yamato is either Kaido's daughter or Arceus' daughter. Although they still have doubts about Arceus, they all regard him as a person with a weird personality. These news are still being verified within the world government, and Doflamingo certainly doesn't know about this. The transaction went smoothly, there was no black-on-black phenomenon, and no inexplicable navy came to the door, but the development of the transaction was not what Doflamingo thought. The value of the 2 devil fruits was not small. Although he had felt that he was using these 2 fruits to do favors and did not want to charge money, according to his understanding, after he said that the transaction items were free, the other party should understand that he wanted to deepen cooperation. Smart people should not think too much when talking. If they choose to accept their sincerity, they should give them a contact method or something else. However, Quinn did not play by the rules at all. He took the fruit and left without saying anything. It cannot be said that he did not say anything. He told Doflamingo very kindly that if he wanted to give a gift next time, he could call that number. In a sense, this was also a contact channel, but for some reason, he always felt that this was not what he thought. Dover, is this considered successful? Looking at Quinn and Yamato who left on the Jean Sect, several cotters around him also felt that there was something wrong, but they had already taken off, and they couldn't shoot them down again. It should be considered. This was his first time trading with monsters in the New World, and at this time he couldn't help but doubt the trading style of the New World. On the other side, Yamato, who had already left, also felt strange when looking at the 2 fruits in the box. He didn't encounter any trouble at all, which was also different from her psychological expectation. He doesn't want money, he seems to be a good person. Doflamingo's free behavior earned him a good person card, or a good person card that he himself didn't even hear. Good person? That guy is just an idiot, Miss Yamato, although there is a saying that free is the most expensive, but that saying is not practical here. Quinn naturally saw what Doflamingo meant, but now he was not qualified to talk about this with the beast's pirates. Farmers in Wano country can find a devil fruit while doing farm work, and occasionally taking out 2 fruits doesn't mean anything. If you want the other party to do you a favor, your own status and strength must be higher than the other party, or at least equal. The gap between the two sides makes Doflamingo's behavior seem to Quinn to be just flattering. Unless he took out a stone tablet, which is almost a death-free gold medal within the beast's pirates. I think so too. How can a normal person sell things for free? But Jack should be very happy. These 2 fruits should be given to his deputy. Jack has a strange hobby for elephants, including but not limited to liking the power of elephants and liking to eat grilled elephant steaks. If she guessed correctly, these 2 fruits will most likely be given to Jack's future deputy. This is also related to the rewards within the beasts now. The highest level of reward is Arceus's complete ability granting, followed by Arceus's transformed devil fruit, and then the unmodified devil fruit and the ordinary giver of skills belong to the 3rd level. If it is not a particularly powerful fruit, the members of the beast's pirates usually want to obtain some skills, but no one will dislike the devil fruit. Although it is afraid of water, it is a power that ordinary people do not have after all. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey,